Hey everyone, welcome to Fanfic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Who? Flitwick blinked, still shaking off sleep. Professor Snape? And little Ivan? A thunderous boom rolled across the trees. Above the forbidden forest, the darkness convulsed one last time, then folded in on itself and went still. "It seems our duel has a victor," Dumbledore murmured. He lifted the Elder Wand. Power swept the woods, blasted slopes knit, gouged earth smoothed. Shattered branches leapt back onto trunks. In heartbeats, the forest looked untouched. Hermione stared. That's a repair charm? It felt like time itself had been wound backward. From above, a voice drifted down, steady, composed. "Headmaster Dumbledore, worthy of your name." They looked up. Ivan descended on a rolling cyclone of black-crimson wind, the storm compressing and expanding around him like a living thing. "Severus," McGonagall breathed. "Don't worry. He's fine." Ivan flicked a hand. The black mist peeled away and set Snape down, unbound, at their feet. The three heads gaped. "Snape? Defeated?" Flitwick edged forward, uncertain. "What exactly am I seeing?" "Little Ivan, are you an obscurial?" Merlin's beard, Sprout's hand flew to her mouth. McGonagall didn't hesitate. She stepped straight through the remaining haze to check Ivan over, eyes sharp, mouth drawn. He had drawn the storm back into himself without a tremor. "Child, are you well?" she asked quietly. "You're controlling it." Her gaze flicked, unbidden, to Dumbledore. Memory cut cold. The Hog's head, a dying boy with hollow eyes. Credence, already devoured by the darkness inside him. Snape stood off to the side, robes ripped, hair as greasy as ever, and absolutely no one spared him a glance. His expression soured. Sprout's eyes shone. "You poor child. You must have suffered." Flitwick swallowed, then looked to Dumbledore. "Headmaster, we must do something. He's only a boy." Dumbledore's answer was a long, soft breath. Relief, of all things, warmed his eyes. He had believed his colleagues would meet this with compassion. Seeing it still surprised him. A small exception for defense against the dark arts. "Thank you, professors," Ivan said. "For now, my condition is stable." Hermione, pale, cut in. But Professor, you make it sound like Ivan is about to," she couldn't say die. The word stuck like ice in her throat. A dry voice intervened. "It seems our Miss Know-It-All does not know it all." Snape ran a repair charm over his robes, cleaning ash and dirt with clipped gestures. Only his hair defied all spells, the last bastion of stubbornness. "What?" Hermione snapped, then faltered. "He's an obscurial." Snape did not sneer. He surprised himself by not sneering. When a magical child is forced to repress power through abuse or trauma, the magic curdles into a parasitic storm. "An obscurus," he said, voice low. "Since schools taught children to use magic, obscurials have been nearly extinct." McGonagall nodded. "Ivan is the second I've seen in my lifetime. Most do not live past 10. Hermione swayed. The crush of that single line knocked tears from her eyes. No, Ivan don't. We said we'd always. What am I supposed to do without you?" She flung herself into him. Ivan froze, then sighed and patted her hair. "I'm not going anywhere," he said, gentle. "My situation isn't as dire as it sounds." In truth, the obscurus hovered over him like a sword of Damocles. But it was also armor and blade. He just proved it. Without rousing the phoenix spirit slumbering in the sycamore wand, he had overwhelmed Snape the moment the storm unfurled. Every spell Snape hurled had broken against that black-red gale. A thought was enough to turn offense into defense, to crush stone and split earth. Flesh and blood would fare worse. And yes, Snape hadn't gone all out. He could have reached for Fiendfyre, then prayed it didn't turn on him. Snape, spine straight, folded his arms. If he couldn't win, He could at least keep his crown as Hogwarts sovereign of acid tongues. Savor the present, Miss Granger. However brief, happiness is still happiness. Hermione looked stricken. Ivan smoothed it over. He's joking. Was Snape joking? Even he didn't know. I'll be with you, Ivan said, meeting her eyes. Always. Snape looked away, too fast. For an instant he saw black hair in the sun, a girl's laugh, a boy with glasses, and a Quidditch grin. The old ache bit deep. Damn Potter. Damn shampoo. Where had that come from? He turned on Dumbledore instead. Are you senile, headmaster? You mean to keep an obscurial in a castle full of children? Silence dropped like a curtain. The three heads had no quick answer. They loved Ivan. He was a student, a child, but they were responsible for all their children. Hermione's grip on Ivan tightened. Don't you dare take him away. Severus, Dumbledore said mildly, as if they were discussing lemon drops. Your resentment over Professor Lupin is noted. As for Ivan, I will examine him regularly. Stability is key. The obscurus is not a contagion like lycanthropy. Recorded cases, Ariana, Credence, show children who are timid and desperate to be loved. They do not harm unless cornered. He let that settle. We give him time. If he remains stable, he remains at Hogwarts, with all of us watching, ready to help at once should anything change. It was maddeningly reasonable. Snape found no seam to pry open. The other heads exhaled, thinking already of schedules, safeguards, remedies that did not yet exist. I'll help too, Hermione declared, pressing closer. Ivan, saint-like, did not decline soft, stubborn loyalty. There's really no need to panic, Ivan said at last. I foresaw something. I saw myself at the fourth-year Yule Ball. McGonagall's brows rose. Prophecy fixed is prophecy fulfilled. If you attend the ball in fourth year, you remain stable at least 4 years more. She stopped, blinked. Wait, why would Hogwarts be holding a ball? Ivan scratched his cheek. Air. Perhaps the headmaster could answer that. McGonagall's eyes narrowed on Dumbledore, like a cat sighting a very guilty canary. In a flash, the whole picture rearranged itself. The duel, the obscurial, the headmaster's unruffled calm. He had known and told no one. Vice Headmistress McGonagall, decoration? Really? All these years, Albus, and you still keep your little secrets. Snape, somewhere behind her, shared the sudden, sour solidarity. Me too, Minister. Dumbledore cleared his throat, twinkle valiantly deployed. The future ought to keep a touch of mystery. If we know everything, we spoil the surprise. Don't you agree? Translation. He had no idea about any ball either. McGonagall stared. The old goat smiled. She added one more line to a very long internal ledger. Word of Ivan's duel with Snape never left the circle of heads. Even Snape kept silent. Hermione, too. The little witch locked his secret behind gritted teeth and bright eyes. She did, however, develop a sudden maternal streak, hovering at his elbow, pressing extra toast into his hand, watching him like he'd vanish if she blinked. It made Ivan both amused and a little moved. With gentle nudges, he coaxed her back to normal. Soon it was the three of them again. Ivan, Hermione, Neville, shuttling between library, great hall, and dorms like a small, stubborn constellation. If anything was off, it was Quirrell. For a month he circled, accidentally asking about that night. Voldemort wanted the source of that terrifying magic. Quirrell had guesses. He tried Snape first. Snape's response was a wall, a glare, and a very clear message. Mind your own business. Or do you fancy yourself Hogwarts' last line of defense? Quirrell fled. The other heads stonewalled him with polite smiles and labyrinthine answers. He returned to his master empty-handed and paid the price. Waste. Useless. When Quirrell shuffled into defense against the dark arts later, his face was so drained he could have passed for a corpse, not a teacher. Ugh, this charm is impossible. Hermione, again. Parvati Patil slumped over Ivan's dormitory desk, cheeks puffed in defeat. She'd been in Ivan's study group for 2 weeks now. Smart, quick, not a natural like Hermione, but easily upper middle among first years. Next to her, Neville repeated a passage for the third time, then blinked, lost it, and started again. Ivan sighed inwardly. Neville's heart was pure steel. His memory was a sieve. "Am I just stupid?" Parvati muttered. "Don't be ridiculous," Hermione said, already leaning in. "You just haven't found the angle. Show me the motion again." Hermione didn't have many close friends. Of the girls, Parvati was best placed, with Lavender trailing behind and allergic to academics. Here, though, Hermione was patient, precise, relentless. Ivan, book in hand, listened and watched, cataloging mistakes, mapping out fixes. Thinking is Neville's bottleneck, he concluded again. If he could raise that, the rest would follow. Neville's raw talent was there. No worse than Harry's, if Ivan's read was right. And say what you would about theory. When wands crossed, willpower and guts mattered. Harry and Neville both had that. Gryffindor had its reputation. Reckless, trouble-chasing, sword-swinging college. But courage was the point of the spear in every age. Civilization moved because the brave stepped first. Ivan didn't look at Hermione and Neville as tools. They were his people. Parvati, though, she was his first test case in a broader training plan. If he was building a team, it would be the best-managed house in the castle. "Come on, Neville," he said mildly. 10 lines, breathe on the comma. Anchor the image on the period. Neville nodded, determined as a bulldog. A knock. Before Ivan set his book down, Hermione flicked her wand. The door swung open. Harry stood there, with charms and transfiguration clutched to his chest. "Evening. Not late, am I?" "Perfect timing," Ivan said. He glanced past him. "No, Ron." "Ron's not feeling it," Harry admitted, disappointment tight in his mouth. "A fight, then? Or apathy?" Ivan only nodded. He didn't press. He liked Harry. Ron was fine. Average talent, average focus, allergic to grind. He came twice, fidgeted through both, and stopped. Ivan wasn't collecting followers. He was raising fighters. "All right," Ivan said, sliding his chair back. He tapped a biscuit, transfiguring it into a neat slate. The wand in his hand thinned into a pointing rod. "Tonight, why wand paths matter. Your line isn't decoration. It's the geometry your magic rides." He turned, counted them in, and began. Ivan wasn't McGonagall or Flitwick. He didn't need to be. He wasn't writing lesson plans for 7 years of students. He was targeting 4 friends' specific errors. "Parvati, your circle is an oval. That's why the levitation buckles mid-air. Harry, your snap is too sharp. Soften the break or you'll shear the effect. Neville, anchor the verb in your head, not the noun. Spells bind to action." He set practice ladders, broke motions into beats, translated abstract theory into hand feel. A few others drifted in and out across the month, but only 4 stayed and earned the title of regulars. Hermione, Neville, Harry, Parvati. Results came fast for 3 of them. By week 4, Harry's casting was clean and confident. In class, he started hitting answers and landing spells, a bona fide Gryffindor scoring machine. Hermione, already a comet, sharpened further. Parvati lifted from decent to dangerous. Neville improved, then slipped, then improved again. Progress in stubborn inches. Ivan kept his patience. Brains could be trained. Courage he already had in spades. Potions class, meanwhile, became its own game board. Snape, perhaps still smarting from the duel, began tossing Ivan questions a year ahead. Knife-edged, precise, unfair by any formal standard. Ivan didn't catch them all. Snape used that to arch a brow and deliver a cutting remark. Then almost carelessly drop a nugget of Real technique that Ivan pocketed and used. They maintained a private treaty, public thorns, private respect. Snape got a vent. Ivan got better at potions. No points were lost. Face was safe on both sides. Harry, watching from 2 benches back, saw only the headlines. Ivan standing his ground against Snape. His life got easier as the crossfire shifted, and his admiration bloomed dangerously close to hero worship. "Brother, you're first at Hogwarts," his grin all but said. "Today's learning ends here. Everyone, remember the trick of the wand trajectory, and it will be much easier to cast any magic in the future." Soon, Ivan's class for today ended. Q&A time begins. If you have any questions, you can ask now. Parvati did not ask questions immediately, but cast the magic again according to what Ivan said today. I succeeded. Looking at the levitation spell she cast, Parvati was excited. No wonder your levitation spell failed, Parvati. Hermione was deeply impressed by Ivan's knowledge of magic. So, this is the problem. Ivan is really worthy of it. He solved the problem so quickly. Especially after witnessing the battle that night, Ivan's image was infinitely magnified in the little witch's heart. Many times, Ivan's words were even more important than those authoritative books. Then shall we go back and rest? Harry looked at the time and found that Ivan finished class half an hour earlier than usual today. This was different from his usual habits. So Harry thought that Ivan might have other arrangements. Harry, it seems that you are the one with the best observation among all of them. Harry just smiled when he got Ivan's compliment. The longer he was with Ivan, the more he understood his friend's character. Ivan was very gentle and humble. He just liked to make some jokes and tease you occasionally. For example, Ivan often teased Harry with Malfoy, saying that they might have been a couple in their previous life. Otherwise, why would they love and hate each other as soon as they met? I admit that they killed each other, but what the hell is love? So, what are we going to do next? Hermione claimed to be the person who knew Ivan best, but since Harry came, our savior had a tendency to replace her and become the person Ivan trusted the most. The little witch was full of crisis, and she didn't dare to let Ivan and Harry be alone recently. Come to think of it, we have been in Hogwarts for almost 2 months, right? Ivan saw the 4 little wizards nod, so he lowered his voice and said, "Have you ever seen a night tour?" "Night tour," Hermione exclaimed, but she immediately covered her mouth, then carefully checked the door to make sure it was closed. "Ivan, night tours are strictly prohibited. We can't do things that violate school rules, or we will be deducted points." "Hermione, are you afraid of deductions?" Hermione was indeed afraid, but she didn't want to show cowardice in front of Ivan. She was a witch who wanted to protect Ivan and fight alongside him. It's just a mere deduction of points. Hermione is not afraid. "Wait a minute," Harry asked curiously. "Ivan, are you going to take us on night tour?" "Why not?" Ivan found that Harry and Parvati's eyes lit up when they heard about the night tour. But Neville, the Gryffindor sword master, obviously needs experience. He was already worried about what would happen if he was caught before the night tour even started. Ahem. After speaking tough, Hermione's natural fear of school rules once again took the upper hand. "I think we need a plan for the long term. At least be prepared to avoid being caught for night tours." By the way, Hermione looked at Ivan. "If we are caught, will Professor McGonagall handle it impartially?" The subtext is, "Ivan, you are Professor McGonagall's favorite student. Will the older cat let us go for your sake? It's best not to be caught by Professor McGonagall. Even if it falls into Snape's hands, it's better than falling into Professor McGonagall's hands." Ivan said awkwardly, "Everyone in Hogwarts knows that our dean is ruthless. What should we do then?" "Of course, don't get caught." Ivan smiled. "As long as we don't get caught for night tours, it doesn't violate school rules. Don't get caught." Hermione held her forehead helplessly. There was no way. Hermione felt that what Ivan said made sense, and she couldn't find any reason to refute it. What could she do? If Ivan was going, did she have any other choice but to go with him? "Add me." Harry was eager to try. "George and Frere had mentioned this to me more than once." "Can you take me with you?" Parvati said timidly, but in fact she was very excited. "I actually always wanted to take a night tour." How could the little lion of Gryffindor resist the temptation of adventure? The two of them couldn't wait. "Neville." Finally, only Neville was left. Ivan looked over, and the boy nodded firmly. "I'll go with you." "Very good. Then next, it's time to make plans and goals." Ivan said, "Tonight, let's go back to our respective dormitories and meet in the common room after 11 o'clock. "Where are we going?" "On the 8th floor, next to the tapestry where the troll beat Barnabas with a club." Ivan said a location, but the young wizards didn't understand the meaning of this place. But anyone who has read Harry Potter should know that there is a mysterious room at this location, namely the Room of Requirement. After Ivan's teaching, the progress of the young wizards is visible to the naked eye. He thinks it's time to increase the amount of training and start actual combat training. There is no tutorial in this area at Hogwarts. No, it should have been, but because of a noseless curse, the course was directly killed. The defense against the dark arts class is actually a practical exercise, allowing young wizards to solve various dangers and troubles that they may encounter in life through magic. But Professor Quirrell is a fake. His class, let alone nutrition. Ivan suspected that he did it on purpose, in order to lower the level of the young wizards in Hogwarts and reduce the difficulty for Voldemort to conquer the British wizarding world. Time passed quickly. After the young wizards went back, Ivan chatted with Neville for a while, and then gathered with Hermione, Harry, and Pa in the lounge. "Are you all here?" Ivan was relieved Hermione and Parvati. Harry, on the other hand, was surprised to see that he could come out silently. Ronald and the others, no reaction? Ahem. Harry coughed awkwardly and said, "Well, Ronald and the others sleep very deeply at night, and they can't be woken up under normal circumstances." Okay. Ivan didn't know how to complain. Should I say that the young wizards of his class are really not vigilant? But on second thought, this is Hogwarts, not the wild. Everyone can be so assured. It is the confidence that Hogwarts brings them. Okay, let's go. Ivan cast an incarnation spell on the four people. With a burst of coolness pouring down from the top of their heads, the figures of the 5 people disappeared in the lounge. No, disappeared? I disappeared too. Where are you? Ouch. Harry, you stepped on my foot. Sorry, Neville, I didn't see. Among the 4 little wizards, only Hermione was calm and knew that it was the disillusionment charm. In contrast, it was the first time for Harry and others to see this magic. The disillusionment charm, a spell that can make people invisible. Hermione explained, but this magic can't completely erase the figure. If you get closer, others can actually see it. The disillusionment charm is more like the transformation of a chameleon, which becomes transparent, but not completely invisible. However, Hermione soon found something wrong. What? Hermione was extremely shocked at this moment, because she found that she couldn't see the light and shadow of other people at all. At such a close distance, it is impossible for the flaw of the disillusionment charm to be discovered. But the problem is that no matter how Hermione observes others and herself, she only gets one fact. They are really invisible. Is this the disillusionment charm that you improved, Ivan? Ivan did not hide it and said frankly, I slightly corrected some details of this magic and optimized it. What does it mean to slightly correct it? Is this human language? Optimizing the spell casually is simply against the sky. As long as you don't exercise vigorously, my disillusionment charm will be like a real invisibility cloak and no trace can be found. The principle is not complicated. In fact, Ivan inserted a memory for memory in this spell. This memory allows people to briefly record the surrounding environment when they move, slow down the sense of disharmony caused by distortion, and reduce the probability of exposure. However, if they move too fast, the small memory will not be able to handle it, causing the light and shadow on the body to flow. Even so, he is very powerful. Harry never thought that spells could be improved. Even though he saw Ivan's improved magic one after another, he still did not break the rules. It can only be said that people are different. Harry is willing to learn all kinds of magic, but he does not intend to create or optimize magic. He is self-aware and knows that he is not cut out for this. Watch your feet, don't fall. Ivan and others are in invisible state. They are connected one by one, holding hands with each other to ensure that they do not fall behind. The night at Hogwarts is extremely quiet. Everyone walks in the corridor. The paintings on both sides have gone to bed. Only their footsteps echo faintly in this corridor. The little wizards did not ask, but just followed Ivan and kept moving forward. The whole process was not thrilling. They did not meet Filch, nor were they targeted by Mrs. Norris. They arrived at their destination without any twists and turns. With a flick of the wand, Ivan untied the disillusionment spell covering everyone. Is there anything here? Hermione looked around, but unfortunately found nothing. Could it be a secret passage? Parvati saw Ivan standing in front of the troll tapestry. I heard that Hogwarts has many secret passages. Ivan, you found a secret passage here. I dare not compare with the Weasley brothers in the ability to find secret passages. They are really amazing. Ivan told them one thing. That is, the Weasley brothers may have found 80% of the secret passages in Hogwarts. So many. Hermione, how many times have they wandered at night? Countless. Ivan, except for the first few times they were caught by Filch, they haven't been discovered for a long time. Especially after finding the Marauder's map in Filch's drawer, the Weasley twins completely let themselves go. As long as you don't get caught, it's not a violation. Ivan said the words that the two always said. TSK, TSK. Two prank geniuses, you can't learn them. Hermione wanted to ask what was so good about this. She didn't want Ivan to become like the Weasley twins. Don't worry, I'm not that free. Pranks and such are not as interesting as studying magic. I brought you here to prepare for the actual combat, training later. Ivan patted Hermione's shoulder and told them the real purpose of tonight. Actual combat training? Harry and Parvati came later, so they didn't know Ivan's original plan. Now he heard about the actual combat. He was surprised. DX, Harry, there's nothing here. Ivan meant to take them out to find a place as a field for practical training. Ivan, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. The little witch was not used to the late night. Standing in the corridor on the 8th floor, she always felt uneasy that Filch would catch her at any time. Yeah. Ivan waved his hand to the 4 people. Everyone make way, and then watch what I do. Next, Ivan walked back and forth against the wall 3 times in the puzzled eyes of the 4 people. I need a room to practice spells. Ivan muttered as he walked. And just when Ivan walked the 3rd time, the ancient Japanese door began to slowly emerge on the empty wall. The 4 little wizards looked at each other. They really didn't expect that there was such a magical secret passage here. 0. This is also a secret passage. This is not a secret passage. Ivan stood in front of the door and smiled. It is the Room of Requirement. Hermione, you should have heard of it. Room of Requirement. This is the Room of Requirement. Hermione was surprised. I always thought it was just a legend, made up by little wizards in the past, but I didn't expect. She really couldn't imagine that the Room of Requirement was in this place. I'll tell you secretly, even the Weasley brothers couldn't find this room. So what is the Room of Requirement? Harry and Neville, one is ignorant, and the other really can't remember anything. The Room of Requirement, also known as the Room of Coming and Going, Parvati explained, because this room can only be entered when a person really needs it. It sometimes appears and sometimes disappears, but when it appears, it is always arranged to meet the needs of the person seeking help. That's true. Ivan pointed to the door behind him and said, the way to enter the Room of Requirement is very simple. Just walk through this wall 3 times while thinking about the room you need in your mind. The room you need? Ivan said, if you want to go to the toilet, you will find that this place has become a toilet. If you want something, it will become a warehouse. Then Ivan, your wish just now is a room for practicing magic. Let's go in and take a look. Ivan pushed open the door of the Room of Requirement. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be everything we need inside. After the voice fell, the 4 little ones couldn't help it and immediately swarmed in. This is a spacious room with torches lit inside, like an underground classroom. There's a row of wooden bookshelves along the wall. There are no chairs on the floor, but there are large satin cushions. On the shelf at the other end of the room are various instruments such as peepscopes, secret detectors, and a large magic mirror with cracks. What are these? The little wizards looked at the room curiously, and Ivan explained casually. The cushions are used when practicing the coma spell. What about these mirrors? A kind of black magic detector. The small one is called a peepscope, and the large one is a magic mirror. Ivan closed the door and said, the inside and outside of the Room of Requirement are independent, which means that as long as we close the door, no one outside can detect what happens inside. That's great. Harry, this is simply the best place to practice spells. Everyone come and see the bamboo basket. Hermione seemed to have discovered something, and everyone came forward. They saw that there were bookshelves in the room, which were filled with various books related to spells and defense against the dark arts. Common spells and countermeasures, victory over the dark arts, self-defense spells, fighting poison with poison. The little witch's hand stroked the spines of these books, and the excitement in her tone could not be concealed at all. Okay, Hermione, there will be plenty of time later. Ivan patted the little witch's head, indicating that she should forget about these magic books. He sat on the mat with the four of them and said, "From now on, we will gather here every Friday night to practice magic together." At night, is it the same as tonight? Harry was worried that he would be caught if he went out at night, and he didn't know the disillusionment charm. Thinking about it this way, Harry felt that he seemed a little pitiful. Parvati was with Hermione, Neville could follow Ivan, and only he was pitiful, weak, and helpless. "Tonight, I just bring you here to find a position." Ivan said, "Every Friday night in the future, as long as you are free, you can come here to practice magic at any time. Just don't be discovered by others." Ivan doesn't care much about the room of requirement. Even if he is discovered, it's no big deal. After all, with Ivan's strength, if he wants to seize the practice room of the room of requirement, it will be useless even if the senior students come. "Snape was beaten by me." "Ivan, what's the point of a senior wizard?" "At most, he will take the wand and complete the achievement of single-handedly brushing the entire Hogwarts." "I will pay attention." Harry is getting closer to Ivan and Hermione now, and is gradually alienated from the little wizard who shares his dormitory with him. Ronald said it before. Harry's other two roommates are Seamus and Dean. The former is a famous explosion maniac in Hogwarts, and any magic he casts will become a small explosion spell. Dean, full name Dean Thomas, is a dark-skinned half-blood wizard. Ivan didn't quite understand the dormitory arrangement of Hogwarts. Harry could have another roommate, but Neville was allowed to share a dormitory with him. Could it be that they didn't want a certain boy to be separated out? 6 boys were divided into 4 in 2 groups. "Harry, just be careful. If you are really discovered, it's nothing." Ivan said, "Although I discovered the room of requirement, it does not belong to us, but is the property of Hogwarts." Of course. At this point, Ivan gave everyone a cryptic look. "Before that, this is our secret base." Hearing about the secret base immediately gave everyone a sense of belonging. They kept the same secret, which brought them closer to each other, and there was an illusion that they were all in the same group. "Okay, that's all for tonight. Let's go back." "B. Carrot," Parvati suddenly asked. "Since it's a secret base, should we give it a name?" For a moment, the 4 of them looked at Ivan. Obviously, they also thought that Parvati's suggestion was very good. Many small groups in Hogwarts would give their groups a name, and even professors had their own clubs. "Name," Ivan thought for a moment and said, "I heard that Professor Dumbledore once formed an organization to fight against the mysterious man." "What is that?" The 4 of them were a little curious, and they were even more fascinated by such an organization that brought together heroes. "Order of the Phoenix." Ivan said, "Harry, your parents, and Neville's parents, they were once members of the Order of the Phoenix." Hearing that their parents had also joined the Order of the Phoenix, not only Harry, but even the usually dull Neville showed some yearning in his eyes. They didn't want to join the Order of the Phoenix. That was their father's organization, and it had nothing to do with them. What's more, with their current strength, it was impossible for them to join Dumbledore's organization. It's a little early to talk about an organization. Ivan felt that it was a little too early to establish an organization under Dumbledore's nose. But a study group, or a secret base, or a group like the Marauders, a small group of 4 people led by Harry's father, Dumbledore probably wouldn't care too much. "Early, I think, Ivan. Sooner or later you will become a great wizard like Dumbledore." Parvati was in high spirits, and seeing this, Hermione subconsciously moved closer to Ivan. "Yes, and Ivan also has a phoenix." It was the first time for the 3 of them to hear about this. Neville asked, "Ivan, do you have a phoenix too?" "Sorry, I want to ask, what is a phoenix?" Harry blushed a little. He only heard the word phoenix but didn't know what a phoenix was. "Hermione, that's not a phoenix, it's a phoenix. They may have a certain kinship, but they're not the same magical creature." Ivan said as he drew out his wand and released the phoenix, a magical bird made of magical flames. In the originally dim room, candlelight rose, and the red-gold light illuminated every corner and enveloped everyone. "Ah, so warm." His cries sounded like singing, So nice. So beautiful. Harry and the others praised the beauty of the phoenix from the bottom of their hearts. But they didn't know that the phoenix now was more like a combination of magic and soul. It would take 1 or 2 years to truly recover from the flames, even with Ivan as the source of magic. After taking back the magic phoenix, the warm flame began to dissipate, which made the community teachers quite reluctant. It's not bad to give it a name, but it's not an organization, but a small group that belongs to us. Compared with the organization, Ivan felt that the team of only a few people was more like a club or a club in the school. What do you think is a good name? Brainstorming and letting everyone come up with a name together can make people feel more belonging. Since we have a phoenix anyway, why not call it the Phoenix Society? Harry made his own suggestion, but unfortunately Hercules and Pava did not follow Dumbledore's idea. Especially Parvati, who was born in a high caste in India, believed that Ivan's future achievements would never be worse than Dumbledore, and even better. Now the whole Hogwarts is spreading Ivan's surname. Ambrosius, a descendant of Merlin, an eternal family. Isn't this much better than Dumbledore? Not so good. The Order of the Phoenix sounds like a branch. Parvati shook her head. Although you and Neville's parents have joined the Order, Harry, our team is not a vassal of the adults. Her meaning was very clear. The leader of the group was Ivan, not Dumbledore. I think Parvati is right. Even Neville, who had always been here, agreed with this. Since entering school, Ivan has really given Neville too much help and care. In Neville's memory, apart from his grandmother, Ivan is the first person who treats him so well. If Ivan wants to recruit followers and does not despise his incompetence, Neville will definitely join at the first time. Okay. Being rejected, Harry was not upset. He thought about it and found that what Parvati and Neville said made sense. What about Hermione? Do you have any good ideas? Me? Hermione saw the 4 people looking at her and said, Ivan, do you still remember the surprise when we first came into contact with magic? Of course. Not only Ivan, all young wizards, especially those from the Muggle world, will never forget the moment they received the admission notice to Hogwarts. Not to mention this world where magic really exists. Even in Ivan's previous life, there were countless people who longed for the owl that delivered the letter. I don't know what this group should be called, but I hope that every companion who joins this big family can experience the mystery of magic. The little witch believes that magic should bring surprises and happiness to people. It's that simple. Happiness. Ivan smiled slightly. Hermione's idea was very simple, but he didn't hate it. Finally, Ivan named their new group the Mysterious Side based on the little witch's longing for magic. The Mysterious Side, or the Magic Side. It corresponds to the Muggles who can't cast spells, just like the magic world in the eyes of ordinary people, full of mystery, unknown, and incredible. The Mysterious Side is to protect the magic world in our hearts. We learn magic not to hurt anyone or oppress anyone. Ivan established the theme for his group, but to enrich ourselves, let magic bloom with more brilliant colors and make the world a better place. In order to protect the magic world in their hearts, let magic bloom with more brilliant colors. Ivan's words really made the 4 little wizards immersed in beautiful fantasies. Everyone, never forget the joy you felt when you received the acceptance letter. Ivan, what we have to do is to pass on this joy from generation to generation. We will. It seemed as if a flame was burning in Harry's heart. It's great to protect the magical world in my heart. As the savior of the wizarding world, Harry not only did not enjoy this glory, but was cautious, fearing that he would do something wrong and ruin the reputation that his parents had earned with their lives. Because of Ivan's appearance, Harry did not know that Voldemort was still alive and did not regard the elimination of Voldemort as the meaning of existence. Until Ivan's insights, the fog in Harry's heart completely dissipated. Thinking back on his life for the past 11 years, the bullying and humiliation of his aunt's family, Harry will never forget that night when Hagrid appeared and knocked on the door between him and a magical world. Let this joy be passed on. Is there a better wish than this? Parvati's face flushed, and her excitement was no less than Harry's, and so was Lu Wei and Hermione. My Ivan is good in everything, but he is too dazzling. The little witch is really worried now. She is afraid that Ivan will be kidnapped by other little witches at any time. No, Hermione secretly clenched her fists. I must work harder. Ivan is right. Only by constantly enriching herself and improving her magic level can she get better and better until she is qualified to stand with her friends. I will not be left behind by you, never. That night, the four little wizards tossed and turned in bed. They remembered the night of school enrollment, when Ivan lit the way ahead and led them through the dark forest. When a mandrake screamed shrilly, it was Ivan who protected them. There was also the flying class. Ivan just stood there, and Xiaojiang forgot the fear of the sky. No need to be confused, no need to be afraid, no need to hesitate. As long as they follow him closely, they will be fearless. So, they are undoubtedly insomniac. Hermione. The next day, Ivan got up early as usual and then asked the little witch to go to breakfast together. Ivan looked at the little witch with messy hair and dark circles under her eyes, and his face was surprised. What's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well last night? No, it's okay. Hermione didn't want to admit that she was too excited last night, and her mind was full of Ivan's figure, which made her fall asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. If it weren't for the work and rest habits she had developed in the past 3 months, Hermione couldn't get up at all. Soon after, Parvati and Harry also walked downstairs with dark circles under their eyes. Because of the study plan, the biological clocks of the two people have recently begun to move closer to Ivan and Hermione. As for Neville, the child's brain is already confused enough. If he works harder, Ivan is really worried that Neville will suffer from Alzheimer's disease at a young age. You two too, what's the situation? Ivan's fingers passed in front of the 3 people. 3 people suffering from insomnia together? Have you made an appointment? Puff. Hearing Ivan say this, Hermione also saw the dark circles under Parvati's eyes and couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha ha ha. Hey, Hermione. Parvati was very angry and went up to wrestle with Hermione. It was all about last night, Harry said awkwardly. Because I was too excited, I couldn't sleep all night. He wouldn't say that a few minutes ago he fought side by side with Ivan in his dream and defeated the Dark Lord who killed his parents. Well, it was mainly Ivan who was the output. As for Harry, he was just cheering for Ivan on the side. Beat him. Good job. Ivan, poking to death with your wand. When Harry thought of the words he shouted in his dream, he felt his face burning. Forget it. Ivan was unsure of the 3 people's specific situation. Fortunately, tomorrow is Halloween, so they can rest. So there are only morning classes today. As long as they can get through the day, they can have a good rest. Remember to make up for the sleep in the afternoon, and don't miss the Halloween party in the evening. There's a spell class today. According to Professor Flitwick's lesson plan, they should learn the levitation spell. Levitation spell. Also, Halloween. Ivan, who returned from the cafeteria, was stunned for a moment. I remember that in the original book, Halloween Eve seemed to have never been peaceful. Halloween Eve at Hogwarts seemed to be cursed, and something happened almost every year. This year, Quirrell will release the troll to divert the professor and Dumbledore's attention and sneak into the door room on the 4th floor. Ivan is very interested in the Philosopher's Stone. He has not forgotten that he still has a main task of refining the Philosopher's Stone. However, Dumbledore probably hasn't put the Eris magic realm in yet. This also means that the Philosopher's Stone is likely still in Dumbledore's hands. Let's not talk about Quirrell getting nothing. Even if Dumbledore really put the Philosopher's Stone in, can Ivan break the spell of Eris? Only those who want to get it, but don't want to use it, can get the Philosopher's Stone. This requirement is actually quite demanding. First of all, you have to get it, but your purpose cannot be related to the power of the Philosopher's Stone. That is, you can't have the desire to turn stones into gold and live forever. Ivan doesn't have this need, but he also needs the Philosopher's Stone for research. Wanting to research is also a need. So, Ivan thinks he shouldn't be able to get the Philosopher's Stone. The 4 left the Gryffindor lounge and smelled a sweet fragrance as soon as they went out. What nice smell. It's the smell of roasted pumpkin. The smell of pumpkin made the little wizards hungry, but Ivan was better. Everyone hurried to the hall, and enjoyed the various candies and desserts prepared by the elves of Hogwarts for Halloween. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. Ivan was going to wake Neville up and bring some breakfast for the child. After so many years in the orphanage, Ivan had already developed the habit of taking care of young children. To Ivan, the shy Neville was like a younger brother in the orphanage. He was chubby and silly, and would be bullied by others if he was not careful. "See you later, Ivan. See you later." Hermione and Parvati were going to catch up on their sleep. Otherwise, they were really afraid that they would suddenly fall asleep in the middle of the spells class. Harry. On the other side, Ronald saw Harry coming in and said, "Is Ivan teaching you so early? He really loves to study." Harry felt that Ronald's words were a bit weird, but he didn't think much about it and handed over the breakfast he brought back from the hall. Halloween food is mostly candy and snacks, which are very suitable for takeout. I saw Ivan brought breakfast to Neville, so I thought I'd bring you some too. After hearing what Harry said, Ronald, who was about to take the food, froze there, frowning slightly. "What's wrong with you recently?" "What? Ivan. Ronald felt very jealous. "Harry, why do you keep talking about him?" "Ronald." Harry was very puzzled. He could hear the complaint in Ronald's words. I just think he's great." If it was Harry a few years later, Ronald dared to say this, he would be angry back in a minute. But Harry had just left the Dursleys for 2 months, and for friends, especially Ronald, whom he first met, Harry instinctively chose to accommodate. "I admit that I'm imitating him." Harry wanted to ease the relationship between Ronald and Ivan, and said, "But Ivan does have a lot to learn from, right?" Harry felt that he had neglected Ronald recently. His good friend was dissatisfied with this, and Harry felt it was understandable. But what was going on with this strange conversation? Ronald was upset about this, and Harry felt very strange. "Are you talking about Ivan?" Simo and Andy heard the quarrel between the two and joined the conversation. "Ronald, are you jealous?" Andy said speechlessly, "This is so funny." "What's funny? Isn't it funny?" Faced with Ronald's questioning, Andy was not afraid at all. "Ivan is not on the same level as us." "Are you jealous of Dumbledore's powerful magic and the Minister of Magic's high position and power?" Unlike Ronald, Andy has no bad feelings towards Ivan. On the contrary, Andy has also received Ivan's guidance in various classes. Even Seamus, thanks to Ivan's help, can occasionally cast a few correct magic. Well, from the original 100% explosion, it has become 2 out of 10 times that can cast successfully. "Think about it, Ronald." Seamus shook his head and said, "Ivan is a genius. We are just ordinary people." To be honest, Seamus, Andy, and Harry, they are not jealous of Ivan's talent at all. Ivan is not Malfoy. Seeing the other 2 friends supporting him, Harry also had the confidence. Malfoy is so annoying. If he also has Ivan's talent, that would be terrible. "Hey, Harry, don't compare Malfoy with Ivan." "Yeah, Ivan is such a good person." Ivan is very popular among the first-year wizards and professors. Not to mention Gryffindor. Even Slytherin has a group of wizards who secretly worship Ivan and regard him as an idol. He has ability and a good personality. When you encounter difficulties, he will find a way to help you. What is there to be jealous of such a person? That's right. Harry just wanted to give a thumbs up to the 2 of them. When Ivan taught the magic, he didn't hide anything. He was completely targeting the shortcomings of the wizards and corrected them specifically. Anyway, everyone who has received Ivan's guidance has made visible progress. I heard that some seniors have asked Ivan for advice. Andy changed the subject and began to share the gossip he got from the Weasley brothers. "Really, Seamus, that's amazing." Ronald felt uncomfortable watching everyone praising Ivan. He didn't know why. Ivan was so outstanding and dazzling, and he had never done anything to him, but Ronald was jealous. Maybe it was because of Harry? He was originally the best friend of the Savior, but he found that he was beginning to alienate himself, so he felt a sense of crisis. "Actually, we can go together." Harry patted Ronald's shoulder. "Didn't you successfully complete the Transfiguration homework last time because of Ivan's insights into spells?" "He is very powerful, but Ronald also calmed down. The reason why he didn't want to contact Ivan was because he always felt ashamed in front of Ivan. Of course, Ivan had no grudges against Ronald, and he welcomed any aspiring wizard who wanted to improve. What really made Ronald uncomfortable was the follower who stayed by Ivan's side all day long. Hermione, don't you think she's mean? Ronald could only point the finger at Hermione. I've never seen such an annoying little witch, arrogant, conceited, and likes to show off her knowledge. The previous study sessions were like this. Hermione pointed out his mistakes in casting spells more than once, and she was quite straightforward. It's like treating me like a fool. When Hermione was mentioned, no one supported her here. There was no way. Hermione didn't have a good reputation in Xiaojing City. Especially the little witches of the 4 colleges. They gnashed their teeth at Hermione's monopolization of Ivan. Ivan obviously belonged to everyone, but Hermione wanted to stick to Ivan. Ronald didn't know these. He just didn't like Hermione and thought that nerds would eventually become like her. Is that so? Harry admitted that Hermione was very strict, like a smaller McGonagall, but not to the extent Ronald said. I'm also worried about you, afraid that you will become like that. How could that be? Harry felt that Ronald was too paranoid, and the friends on the mysterious side were so good. Thinking of this, Harry implicitly revealed to Ronald that he hoped he could go with him next time. Harry hoped that Ivan could let Ronald join the mysterious side. If Ronald knew about the secret base of the Room of Requirement, he would definitely think it was cool. Anyway, I still have you, Harry. Ronald, as long as you learn it, you can teach me even if I don't go to the study session, right? Harry, that's right. Having said that, Harry still feels that being able to follow Ivan is a precious opportunity and should not be given up. Unfortunately, after venting his dissatisfaction, Ronald returned to his original state of slacking. There is no way. Harry can only give up inviting Ronald. He has to keep the secret for the mysterious side. Bring Ronald to Ivan and let him, the leader of the club, screen him. This is Harry's right as a member. Hermione and Parvati can do the same. But privately leaking the existence of the Room of Requirement is a bit too much. If this is not a study session, but an organization like the Order of the Phoenix that fights against evil. Harry's thoughts are simple. If he can leak secrets on this little thing, then who will believe him and tell him secrets in the future? What's wrong? In the spell classroom, Ivan rarely found Harry sitting alone, but Ronald ran to Seamus's row. You and Ronald quarreled? Yeah. Harry sighed helplessly and whispered, I originally wanted to bring Ronald to see you. Oh, Ivan understood what Harry meant. This was the joining process they had formulated. Ronald wants to join. Of course, there is no problem. Ivan felt average about Ronald. He was obviously unwilling to work hard, but he was jealous of others. As long as Ronald worked hard, Ivan was willing to look at him differently. I know. Ivan, you won't reject Ronald. Harry looked back at Ronald sitting in the distance. The latter pretended not to see it and continued to chat with 830 Seamus. I won't get involved in your business. Ivan patted Harry on the shoulder. Come on, young man. The Savior team in the original book has already fallen apart. Hermione followed Ivan, and Harry missed the Savior training plan. The only one left, Ronald, was originally a dispensable character. I don't know if Quirrell will release the troll tonight, as in the original book. Ivan hoped Quirrell would do this. After learning magic for so long, I have to find a wild monster to practice with. Of course, Ivan is not the one who wants to practice with. With Ivan's current strength, an adult fire dragon can only be regarded as a warm-up. It is amazing that a mere giant monster can be killed by Ivan. What he meant by practice was Hermione, Harry, and the other 4. But Ivan did not force it. It is naturally good to find an opportunity to increase experience. But if there is no opportunity, Ivan will not deliberately calculate anything. Children, today we're going to learn the floating spell. In the spell class, Professor Flitwick explained the principle of the floating spell. Now, 2 people in a group, everyone chooses a teammate. In addition, Mr. Ambrosius, as usual, come to cover the floating spell for us. For a month, Professor Levi has been giving Ivan special treatment. This also led to Ivan never getting extra points in the classes of the professors of various subjects. There is no way. Anyone who has seen Ivan's performance that night and the standard spells he cast will probably not be surprised again. Later, Professor McGonagall suddenly had an idea and chose Ivan as an assistant in class to show transfiguration to the students with her. Other professors followed suit. Even Snape took the opportunity to make a fool of Ivan, making him a firefighter, ready to deal with various emergencies caused by other little wizards at any time. What can Ivan do? He is just an ordinary little wizard. So a week ago, in order to increase the difficulty of the challenge, Ivan directly challenged 3 professors, Snape, McGonagall, and Flitwick at the same time. As for the result, it must be that Ivan fell into a disadvantage and could only rely on obscurus to barely resist. But Ivan didn't care at all. He only knew that while he was dueling, he gave Snape hit him hard. 1 against 3, Professor. Ivan couldn't hold back his smile, but he refused to admit it. I'm an adult wizard who can fight 3 of you deans, and I accidentally lost control of my magic and injured someone. It's reasonable, right? Snape. Every time I lost control, the curse fell on him. If you tell him there's no trick, only a fool would believe it. The levitation charm is a magic that can make us float. Ivan tapped his wand on the desk in front of him. Then the tip of the wand slowly moved upwards, and the desk also rose into the air. He stopped the desk in the air at a height of 1 meter and cast a levitation charm on the feather, making it float up little by little. This is the levitation charm, which has 2 effects, floating and suspending. There is actually no difference between these 2 words in essence. What Ivan meant was that the levitation charm can make objects fly, or they can make objects stay still in the air. There is no flying magic in the wizarding world, but wizards don't have to worry about falling to death. Ivan said, because of the existence of a levitation charm, you can stop yourself in the air at any time and then slowly move up or down. So it is actually inaccurate that wizards can't do flying magic. The existence of a levitation charm allows wizards to easily float in the air that is not very high. Professor, I have a question. A little wizard from Ravenclaw raised her hand. It was Padma Patil, Parvati's sister. Excuse me. Flitwick and Ivan were interacting in class, which greatly strengthened the attention of the young wizards. If 2 people cast a levitation spell on each other, can they both fly? In fact, many young wizards have just thought of this question. Now that someone has raised it, it can just answer their doubts. In theory, this can be done, Flitwick said, but it is very difficult to do it in reality. The levitation spell is divided into one-time levitation and continuous levitation. Flitwick, the so-called one-time levitation, is to cast a spell on an object and let it stay there. Next, even if you don't control it, the object will not fall immediately. But in the same way, in this process, you can no longer control the object unless you cast a levitation spell on it again or use magic to pull it. Continuity means that the suspended object is pulled all the time to move according to the needs of the wizard. There is actually a special spell for this kind of movement called zombie floating. If 2 people use the levitation spell on each other and want to achieve the same effect as flying, it will definitely not be just staying in the air, but continuous controlled movement. Flitwick drew out his wand and motioned Ivan to try it with him. Ivan would not refuse. So a strange scene happened. When both parties cast a levitation spell on each other, trying to make each other float, they both lost control of the spell at the same time. Dig, bang! Professor Flitwick fell to the ground from the air, and Ivan was thrown out and hit the wall. Professor, Ivan, there was a commotion in the classroom. They were worried about the safety of the 2, and were very curious about this out-of-control phenomenon. Since Ivan came, professors are no longer as monotonous as before when teaching, and there are many new operations. Students are curious about this, and even professors themselves enjoy it very much. To stick to the old rules or to come up with something new. After discovering that the latter has better teaching effects, professors have changed their strategies one by one and chose to try new teaching concepts in the 1st grade. I'm fine. Ivan stood up and saw that Flitwick was not injured. So he said, I understand. 2 people can indeed float together by casting levitation spells on each other. But when one person is controlling, the other person will inevitably be affected and control the person in front. So it's like 2 connected bodies that can never be still, and they will fly around in the air as long as they move. and so on. The same is true for 3 or 4 people. Yes, Flitwick. So one person needs to stay still and cast a spell on the other person. However, although this can avoid this problem, the height and distance that can be flown are very limited, because the reaction speed of the levitation spell is too slow, and it cannot be too far away from the caster. This makes it a fantasy for someone to take another person flying. Then, what if we cast a spell on our clothes and shoes? This question was raised by Harry. When Ivan saw Flitwick looking at him, he thought for a moment and replied, "First, this kind of floating is not considered flying at all because it is too slow. Second, the quality of the clothes needs to be guaranteed, otherwise it will cause harm to the body. Third, we have flying brooms and magic carpets, and it is not very meaningful to cast a spell on clothes. In summary, the floating spell is used for flying, which has many problems such as slow speed, slow reaction, poor control, and substitutability. And casting a spell on clothes is still relying on external forces, not real flying magic. Of course, there is a magical place in the floating spell, and I hope everyone can remember it. That is, when you fall from a high altitude, you can cast this spell at any time without worrying about being hurt. The levitation spell has a great advantage in this regard because its spell is levitation, not hovering. This means that no matter how fast you fall, as long as you have the levitation spell, you don't have to worry about inertia, and you won't fall apart because of sudden stagnation. Not only that, the levitation spell is a spell for the whole body. Ivan added, so even if the object we levitate is a box, the things inside the box will not be damaged. In this way, with the cooperation of Ivan and Professor Flitwick and the self-practice of the little wizards, a spell class on the levitation spell ended. After class, Ivan chatted with Professor Flitwick for a few more words. Then he left the classroom with Hermione, Parvati, and Neville, who stayed behind. Harry wanted to chase Ronald, so he couldn't stay. Chase Ronald? Ivan was stunned, and Parvati explained, because of Hermione. Ivan, what's wrong with you? It has nothing to do with me, Hermione said angrily. I just corrected his pronunciation when casting the spell, and he was angry. It's inexplicable. Ivan thought of the scene in the original book. It's just that Hermione's personality should be much better under her own training. You can see that she gets along very well with Parvati, Neville, Harry, and others. Except Ronald. Hermione really hates Ronald, so she never treats him well. Sure enough, after listening to Parvati and Neville's description, Ivan knew the cause and effect. From the perspective of the two, Hermione did nothing. Ronald has poor psychological endurance and is in a bad mood. This is purely his own problem. I don't quite understand. Neville said, isn't it a very lucky thing to be in the same group with Hermione? Hey Neville, what do you mean? Parvati, does being in the same group with me make you feel uncomfortable? No. Neville knew that Parvati was joking with him, but the shy boy thought about it and said his true thoughts. Actually, if possible, I want to be in the same group with Miss Abbott when I go to class with Hufflepuff in the future. Miss Abbott? Ivan frowned slightly. Is there anyone named Abbott in Ravenclaw? Suddenly, Ivan found that Hermione and Parvati were looking at Neville with a look of eating melon. Okay, Neville, Parvati said with a sly smile, you have already informed us in advance. There is no Abbott in the Charms class, but they're in the Herbology class and the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Hermione also laughed at the side. Neville is telling us to be smart and not disturb him from getting close to the girl he likes. Wow, Ivan really didn't expect that Neville, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, would also have a premature love affair. And surprisingly, Neville didn't refute it. Although he was blushing from the teasing of the two girls, he still insisted on speaking. We met in the history of magic class. No wonder you always sit far away in the history of magic class. Ivan patted Neville on the shoulder. Of course, he would support his good brother if he liked someone. 2. Suddenly, Ivan seemed to think of something. The ironclad Abbott? What ironclad? Ivan said quickly. Miss Abbott, are you talking about Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff? Good boy, after all these twists and turns, we are back again. I remember that in the original book, Neville was with Hannah Abbott. First grade, there's a second Abbott? Oh, I thought it was a senior year. Ivan teased Neville and said, "Look at Neville's temperament, a weak and pitiful little guy. I heard that many older seniors like this type." Neville almost cried when he heard this. Parvati and Hermione also said a few words to Ivan, asking him not to bully Neville. But don't say it. Although Neville is a little fat, he is very round. Many older sisters like to have such a bully brother. Ivan. The four of them walked towards the Gryffindor Tower, talking and laughing all the way. Only halfway through, Professor McGonagall stopped them. "Excuse me, children," McGonagall said. "I want to borrow Ivan from you." Seeing this, Ivan immediately followed Professor McGonagall and asked, "What's the matter, Professor?" "Albus is looking for you." "Principal." Ivan didn't know what Dumbledore wanted to find him for. Tonight is Halloween Eve. I remember that during the last night class, Dumbledore said that he would have 2 days off and let him enjoy the atmosphere of the Concubine Festival. But now, Dumbledore came to find him again. Could it be because of the mysterious side? Ivan thought to himself, and soon followed McGonagall into the principal's office. "Albus, I brought Ivan here." "Oh, thank you for your hard work, Tsariva." Dumbledore was still kind and gentle. When he saw Ivan, he apologized first, saying that he shouldn't disturb Ivan's happy time. "Professor, you should just tell me what's going on." After 2 months of getting along, Ivan and Dumbledore have already become familiar with each other. Privately, they're like close friends regardless of age and don't talk nonsense. Is it because of the mysterious side? Ivan got straight to the point. He really couldn't think of any other reason for Dumbledore to find him. In fact, even if Dumbledore didn't ask, he would tell him about this disappearance. ABA, Dumbledore sighed. Protecting the magic world and bringing happiness to the younger generation. What a beautiful wish. How did you know? Ivan believed that his friends would never talk about this matter. "Well," Dumbledore smiled and explained, "I am the headmaster, and every Hogwarts headmaster has his helpers." "Is it the paintings?" Ivan quickly guessed Dumbledore's spy in the school. He looked up and looked around at the headmaster's paintings on the wall. "It has nothing to do with me. I didn't tell on you, little Ivan." Mysterious sighed. "It seems that you, a little wizard, have great ambitions. The sorting hat must be broken. The kid should come to Slytherin." The headmasters talked about it. Some were trying to pass the buck, and some were curious about what Ivan was going to do. Ivan ignored them. Even if the paintings are very realistic, they are not real after all. They are just fragments of the creator's partial memory. They are good for preserving knowledge, but when it comes to future judgments, it is best not to trust them too much. "You remind me of someone." Dumbledore looked into Ivan's eyes and said, "No, 2 to be exact." "Let me guess." Ivan was not nervous. He moved a chair and calmly sat opposite Dumbledore. "One of them should be Voldemort, and the other one Grindelwald?" "I guessed half right." Dumbledore handed Ivan some candy. Seeing that Ivan was confused, he did not answer immediately. "Professor, are you worried that I will become the next Voldemort?" Ivan said this, but he was not worried at all. He believed that his soul attribute was extremely high, and Dumbledore had no ill will towards him. Ivan even felt that even if he went astray in the future, Dumbledore would not kill him. "How could that be?" "I just want to talk to you. You know, an old man over 100 years old doesn't have much to do on weekdays. He can only sit here and do nothing. It's really too boring." Seeing Ivan raise his eyebrows, Dumbledore quickly took back the topic. Okay, little Ivan, you should be more patient. You see, I'm over 100 years old." "Professor, you look at most 99. Ha!" Seeing that Ivan could still joke, Dumbledore also laughed. Both knew that what they said just now was a joke. They usually teased each other more than just each other. "So, which half did I guess right?" Ivan asked. "Voldemort or Grindelwald?" "You shouldn't call that person by his name, little Ivan." Although Dumbledore said this, he didn't bring a blaming tone. Just let him pay attention. Ivan is not afraid, but others will be afraid. There are many ways to prove courage. It's best not to choose those that will scare people. "Not that person." Dumbledore sighed. "I never thought that you and Tom have similarities. You are 2 completely different people." "Sorry, Professor." Ivan said, I think we should still have similarities, such as both have great magical talents, and both are handsome. Ha ha. Dumbledore was amused by Ivan, but the old man had to admit that Ivan's appearance was really good. Tom's talent is excellent, but compared with you, little Ivan, it is still a little worse. Dumbledore never thought that Ivan would be the next Voldemort. Tom Riddle is the product of aphrodisiacs. He has extraordinary magical talents, but his heart has long been twisted. Voldemort does not understand love, does not know how to love, and does not believe in love. Dumbledore admitted that he had made a serious mistake in Voldemort's education. Voldemort longed for love, but he failed to discover this. If Dumbledore could have discovered it earlier, Voldemort might not have taken that path. At least he would not be as crazy as he is now. Ivan, do you know what the most powerful magic in the world is? It is love. Love is the most powerful magic in the world. And you, Ivan, Dumbledore, you know what love is. 11. Ivan admitted that love does contain unimaginable magic. But isn't it a bit too corny for Dumbledore to say that? You mean, I see the shadow of Grindelwald in you, and I also see mine. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with nostalgia. He remembered the year and month when two talented young men made a covenant with their own blood and sweat, vowing never to hurt each other. Ivan scratched his head and said, "The greatest black wizard and white wizard of this century. Should I say it's my honor?" The greatest black wizard? Dumbledore did not refute that he was the greatest white wizard of this century. Anyway, the whole world said so. Even if Dumbledore wanted to refuse, it had no choice but to accept it. In contrast, Ivan's statement that Grindelwald was the greatest black wizard made Dumbledore feel somewhat happy. Well, Dumbledore was indeed very happy, more pleasant than being praised himself. Yes, the greatest. Ivan said, especially Grindelwald's words. I think it makes sense. For the greater good. When Ivan said this, Dumbledore's heart obviously slowed down. Compared to Voldemort, I think Grindelwald is the dark wizard who deserves to be remembered. Grindelwald was not given the title of Dark Lord. He was a reformer who wanted to overthrow the statue of secrecy, not a complete murderer like Voldemort. I know Grindelwald killed many people. Ivan, he started a war and took countless lives. This is not right. It's even worse. Ivan said this not to please Dumbledore, but because he really thought so. In Ivan's view, the population of the wizarding world is limited, and every wizard is a valuable resource. Killing is certainly refreshing, but the cost is too high. And compared to pureblood supremacy, Ivan wants to unify wizards all over the world and gather everyone's strength. Looking at the 11-year-old little wizard in front of him, pointing out the world and talking freely, Dumbledore had an illusion that the person sitting there was not someone else, but Grindelwald. The old man wanted to tell Ivan, for the greater good, this sentence was not originally created by Grindelwald. He was the first person to say this sentence. So 103, what about you? Gradually, Dumbledore regarded Ivan as another self, a younger and better self than him. He wanted to know Ivan's thoughts and what goals the little teacher in front of him had. The mysterious side seemed to be just a small study group. But at the beginning, Voldemort's Death Eaters and Grindelwald's Saints were only one or two people. As the saying goes, a little sand makes a tower, and a spark can start a prairie fire. When Ivan's influence on Hermione and others became deeper and deeper, it would be difficult to turn back. The most important point, how to protect happiness. What is happiness? When they move forward with this goal, they will encounter obstacles sooner or later. What will Ivan and others do then? The simpler the concept, the more complex it is, and the harder it is to achieve. Obviously, those children have not realized this. Granger, Longbottom, Patil, and Potter, Dumbledore, they are taking an unknown path under your influence. Do you want me to stop? F. Dumbledore shook his head and said, I just hope you can be more cautious. You're a kind child. I have always seen the help you give them. Dumbledore asked McGonagall what kind of person Ivan was in the orphanage. Professor McGonagall told him that Ivan was loved by everyone in the orphanage, especially knowing that Ivan used the power of magic, but still gave back to the orphanage. This gratitude is something Tom Riddle will never have. But I think you need to understand. Dumbledore, every time you choose someone, you have to bear something. Protect our world and pass on the most sincere happiness. That's great. What reason does Dumbledore have to stop Ivan and stop the dreams of the little teachers? More than 100 years ago, in that valley, didn't he and Grindelwald have the same dream? FFLX. Ivan looked into Dumbledore's deep sapphire eyes. The owner of the other shadow is you? Dumbledore said with emotion. It's really incredible, little Ivan. You have his foresight and charm and a precious heart that I could not see at that time. If it was not clear that two men could not have children, Dumbledore would have doubted whether Ivan was a hybrid of the Grindelwald family and the Dumbledore family. There is no way. They are too similar. Ivan's prophecy and transformation talents, as well as his resonance with the phoenix spirit in the sycamore wand. The former is like the return of the Grindelwald family's bloodline, and the latter is the return of the Dumbledore family's bloodline. Ivan has better talents and higher personal charm than Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Ivan scratched his head awkwardly. Well, he himself has some doubts. The system extracts the best wizard bloodline in the Harry Potter world. In the original book, the best wizard is not Voldemort. Because Voldemort has experienced many magical transformations, his power comes from acquired, not innate. The truly amazing one should be Albus, Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald. The two of them undoubtedly represent the two mountains of powerful bloodlines in the wizarding world. No way, it can't be true, right? Ivan is naturally not the child of Dumbledore and Gigi, but his bloodline may really be the product of the return of their two families to their ancestors and then the reintegration. Professor, I didn't think so much, Ivan said frankly. But no matter what the future holds, one thing is certain. What? Powerful, Ivan said. Only by being strong can we face possible problems. This is why he taught Hermione and others magical knowledge and established the secret base of the mysterious side. Yes, you are right. Dumbledore nodded, and he agreed with Ivan's opinion. I will try my best to improve their magical attainments. As for the future, we will know later. Ivan, let us worry about the future. His words were recognized by Dumbledore, and the old man chose to end the topic. He already knew Ivan's attitude. Others, that was not for him, an old man over 100 years old, to take care of. It's right to give some advice occasionally and give some experience to the old man. But Dumbledore didn't think he could make decisions. Times have changed, and he is old. The remnants of the old era only need to be given shelter before the new seeds grow into towering trees. All right, Dumbledore suddenly said, I may have something to do recently and need to leave Hogwarts. So, can we suspend the evening classes? 2. Dumbledore, the classes still need to continue. BB, Ivan was confused. What do you mean by this sentence? I mean, when I leave Hogwarts, Ivan, can you protect the children here? Ivan widened his eyes with an unbelievable expression. Are you serious? Me? Protect Hogwarts? Ivan felt that he had heard it wrong. Shouldn't you tell Snape and Professor Cat about this? You're entrusting a little wizard who has just been enrolled for less than 2 months. What the hell? Ivan, who do you think is the most powerful in Hogwarts? Of course it's you. What about me? Well, apart from Dumbledore, it seems that Ivan Ambrosius is the best fighter. I've said before that Ivan can remain undefeated under the siege of 3 top professors, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape. And if it's one-on-one, no dean is Ivan's opponent. Inexplicably, I have become the second best wizard in Hogwarts. Ivan did not think in this direction. After all, Hogwarts still has Dumbledore, the world's first white wizard, in front of him, and he is still a long way from the peak. However, the fact is that the only thing Ivan can't compare with is those great wizards who have surpassed the limits of human beings. But facing top human wizards like McGonagall and Snape, there's really a clear gap between the two sides. Where are you going? Going to visit an old friend. Dumbledore, do you know the Philosopher's Stone? Of course. Ivan didn't expect Dumbledore to be so straightforward. He even told Ivan clearly that Voldemort wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and Nicholas Flamel entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to him. Excuse me, the levels set up by the professors on the 4th floor can't stop adult wizards at all. Yes, that's right. Dumbledore never pinned his hopes on these fairy tale-like levels. He said, "The real magic used to protect the Philosopher's Stone is the magic I set up myself." Dumbledore's strength is unquestionable. Even if Voldemort at his peak came in person, he probably couldn't break the protective magic he set up. Therefore, whether the previous levels are easy or difficult is naturally irrelevant. The Philosopher's Stone. Here it is. Dumbledore took out a red, irregular gem from his pocket and then placed it in front of Ivan in surprise. Ivan didn't understand what Dumbledore meant. "Don't you want to take a look?" "Can you?" Ivan said, but his hand didn't stop at all, and he took the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. For a moment, Ivan's sharp magic perception clearly perceived the powerful magic power emitted by this small crystal. It's different, completely different. Ivan has never seen an alchemical item with such powerful magic. This thing is like a miracle. Opening the magic eye and the spiritual vision, Ivan carefully observed and analyzed it inside and out, trying to see through the essence of the Philosopher's Stone and find a way to refine it. Ivan did not forget that the first link of the main task required him to refine a Philosopher's Stone independently. Now, the finished product is in front of him, and Ivan can't help but be excited. "Professor, how did you know I wanted the Philosopher's Stone?" Ivan saw Dumbledore's intention. The latter smiled and said, "You applied to me to go to the restricted book area last time, and I noticed it at that time." Even though he got the borrowing slip for the restricted book area, Ivan did not choose those powerful black magic, but chose some advanced alchemy that almost no one would read. Thinking of Ivan's intelligence, Dumbledore quickly guessed his purpose. Of course, the paintings definitely played a big role in this. Ivan really wanted to complain. "How many spies have you planted in the school, old man? You already knew that what Harry and Hagrid brought back from Gringotts was the Philosopher's Stone?" "Yes." Ivan did not hide it. "In my eyes, I can see the future." "Is that so?" Dumbledore was silent for a while, and then said, "Okay, then happy Halloween. Go enjoy today's dinner point 11. "Ah." Ivan was stunned for a moment. He looked at the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, and then looked at Dumbledore. Suddenly, Ivan realized something. Don't you want to take it back? Just treat it as my homework for you." Dumbledore smiled slightly. "I hope you can learn something next time we have class." "Yes." Dumbledore handed the Philosopher's Stone to Ivan. "Philosopher's Stone. This is the Philosopher's Stone that can make people immortal. Although there are various disadvantages, the name of the 5th element and the Philosopher's Stone cannot be false. It is the key point in the field of alchemy. Voldemort dreams of getting it." On the way back to the common room, Ivan touched the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket and still felt a little dreamy. "Old Dumbledore gave it to me directly." No matter what Dumbledore's purpose is, Ivan is really moved by this trust. "I can feel that he is not testing me. Ivan, he simply saw that I was interested in alchemy, so he gave me the Philosopher's Stone to study." Ivan never told anyone about the main task, but considering Dumbledore's erudition, he could see that Ivan was interested in the Philosopher's Stone, which was normal. "Professor, when will I not have it?" Before leaving, Ivan asked the last question. "When I ask you for it." Dumbledore told Ivan directly that he suspected that Voldemort was not dead, so he wanted to use the Philosopher's Stone as bait to lure him out. Ivan told Dumbledore that there was something wrong with Zhou Qiluo. Dumbledore found out at the first level. He had been waiting for Quirrell to come up and ask him for help. Through communication with Dumbledore, Ivan found that Dumbledore did not know that Voldemort was attached to Quirrell's head. He just suspected that Voldemort was still alive. As for those levels, they were originally prepared for Harry. It happened that Ivan formed the mysterious side. "When the time comes, you can take them to try." Dumbledore said, "Just think of it as a small test I prepared for your small group." Dumbledore is really generous. Ivan could sense that Dumbledore was definitely trying to poo him. But what could Ivan do? Dumbledore gave too much. Ivan stroked the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket and could only say that Dumbledore was sincere. Giving Ivan the opportunity to study the Philosopher's Stone was the reward Dumbledore gave Ivan. I had always intended to make Hogwarts my base. Protecting this place is protecting my future team. In this case, Ivan naturally had to protect his alma mater. Do I fear him for not having a nose? Ivan really didn't dare to confront Voldemort in his prime. There was no way. Voldemort started with the Avada Kedavra curse, which was fatal. In his hands, this kind of black magic was no different from instant death magic, and he would die if he was hit. Even if Snape cast the big melon on Ivan, he couldn't kill Ivan, because Snape couldn't have the idea of killing Ivan. If you don't have enough killing intention, the power of biting the big melon is naturally limited. But Voldemort is different. The soul without a nose has long fallen into darkness, and his black magic is even beyond the reach of Dumbledore. Regarding this point, Ivan did not exaggerate. Black magic needs negative emotions as a driving force. The darker it is, the more powerful it will be. Throughout the original book, Dumbledore almost never used black magic. This cannot be blamed on Dumbledore. Regarding black magic, Ivan originally felt that power has no distinction between good and evil, and good or bad depends on the person who controls it. However, in the world of Harry Potter, this theory does not apply. As mentioned before, white magic is the study of the outside world by wizards, while black magic is the exploration of wizards themselves. Soul, body, blood, life, destruction. The impact of black magic on wizards is visible to the naked eye. It will change a person from the inside out until he falls into an irreversible abyss. Ivan asked Dumbledore, "What is the key to learning black magic?" Dumbledore's answer is a strong will. Yes, the will attribute has the power to resist the erosion of black magic. And Ivan's will attribute is only 2 points. 2 points of will is not very low. At least black magic like the shadowless magic can affect Ivan. So Dumbledore did not stop Ivan from learning this magic, and even took the initiative to help him improve it so that Ivan could be more handy. In contrast, like the fiery curse and the 3 unforgivable curses, Dumbledore clearly told Ivan that he couldn't bear the erosion of these magics now. If Ivan really wants to get in touch with these, he has to wait until he is in the 2nd or 3rd grade. Ivan knows that Dumbledore is really doing it for his own good, so he never studies it privately. An old man in the family is like a treasure. Dumbledore's experience is not what Ivan can imagine, which greatly prevents Ivan from going astray. If Noseless was in his prime, I would definitely summon Dumbledore immediately. But Voldemort is now just a remnant of his soul, and he is even so exhausted that he has to drink unicorn blood to survive. Ivan doesn't think there is anything to be afraid of such a Voldemort. It just so happens that there is such an opportunity at the end of the semester. Ivan's eyes were shining, and he looked at a glass next to the aisle, which reflected the scene of the first-year college cup. There, the figures of Ivan, Hermione, Harry, and others emerged one by one. Everyone was there, and no one lost their lives because of Quirrell and Voldemort. Safety is guaranteed. Ivan suppressed the smile on his face. Then what is there to be afraid of? Damn it, there are still 7 months until the end of the semester. 7 months is enough time for Ivan to fully develop his current attributes. I hope he can be more powerful, and don't let me down too much. Halloween at Hogwarts is extremely lively. The little wizards dress themselves up as various dangerous creatures, and then jump out from the corner, shouting when you're not paying attention. Of course, scaring people is often the patent of senior students. First-year wizards like Ivan can only be used as tools for fun by seniors like the Weasley twins. Ivan, hey, why can't you afford to play? Put us down quickly. Look, the twins who want to scare themselves are hanging in the air with upside-down bells. Happy Halloween, both of you. Ivan watched the two desperately trying to cover the falling wizard's skirts and laughed secretly. How about this gift? My prank, is it a surprise? In 5 minutes, the spell will be exposed. Be careful to protect your head. After that, Ivan turned around and left without looking back, leaving the twins behind helplessly. Ivan, don't go. Hey, Ivan couldn't help laughing out loud. Halloween, where you can play tricks on people at will, is really pleasant. Back to the Gryffindor common room. Ivan saw Hermione reading a book, and Parvati was sticking her head out from the second floor. Where are they? Ivan sat next to Hermione. The little witch saw Ivan coming back and quickly closed the book. Neville and Harry went to find Ronald. Find Ronald again? Ivan was speechless. He's been angry until now. Ronald hates Miss Know-It-all. Parvati ran downstairs. Harry can't persuade him. It wasn't Neville and Harry who had a grudge against Hermione. They just want to play with Ronald and ask for some candy. Then why don't you go? Of course I'll wait for you to come back. Hermione didn't say anything, but Parvati was direct. She took Ivan's hand and said with a smile, "Let's go play together. My sister can't wait." Parvati's sister Padma is in Ravenclaw Academy, but the two have a very good relationship and often meet each other, and Ivan and others also know her. Parvati intends to let his sister join their team, but he doesn't know how to start. Ahem! Hermione coughed twice. She stood up and then calmly took Parvati's hand away from Ivan's sleeve. Ivan, what does Principal Dumbledore want to see you about? This is a blunt change of subject, but Hermione can do it so naturally. Parvati didn't know what to say. Swearing sovereignty, is it so obvious? But she didn't care about these. Anyway, everyone is still young, and it's still unknown who will be the final winner in the future. Hermione just came a few days early. The most important thing is that Parvati is very confident in her and her sister's appearance. The two most beautiful little lowly in the first grade of Hogwarts. This title is not a joke. Hermione is indeed very smart, but she doesn't know how to take care of things. The little witch who has not yet realized this is not taken seriously by Parvati. There's a saying in the East that women dress up to please themselves. Since Hermione doesn't care about her image in front of Ivan, Parvati understands that her relationship with Ivan must not have reached that stage yet. It is obvious that this is the possessiveness of the sister towards her brother. Parvati showed a shrewd look. You are very weak now, sister-in-law Hermione Granger. The atmosphere abroad is indeed much more open than Ivan's previous life. But think about it carefully. When Ivan was this age in his previous life, many 4th and 5th grade elementary school students seem to have begun to talk about liking someone. Dumbledore has something to do recently, so he gave me a holiday. Ivan did not tell them about the Philosopher's Stone, but only revealed vaguely. The principal has already known about our small team. He thinks it is very good and has sponsored a trial as our semester assessment this year. Really, hearing that Dumbledore recognized them, Yamin and Parvati were immediately overjoyed. This is recognized by the principal. Their mysterious side is now an official organization like the Professors Club. Ivan, can I invite Padma to join? Of course. Ivan said that any young wizard who wants to improve can join, and it is not limited to the first grade. Senior grades can also join. Parvati was a little worried. After all, the mysterious side was gathered around Ivan. Ivan also taught the magic on weekdays. But if seniors join in, will Ivan's position be shaken? Ivan's magic attainments are no worse than those of the 5th and 6th graders. Hermione has seen Ivan's battles with her own eyes and has no doubt about his strength. This is what Professor Flitwick said himself. I know, I never doubt Ivan's strength. Parvati said, I'm just worried. Hermione didn't need to say it clearly. She understood what Parvati meant. The mysterious side was formed by Ivan with them. The core and leader of the team, they only recognize Ivan, and it can only be Ivan. Have some confidence in me, Parvati. 0. Please give me flowers. Ivan smiled and raised his hand, then gently tapped the girl's head. And it's just exchanging magic. Who takes the lead is not important. Obviously, it's important, Parvati thought to herself. She glanced at Hermione, and the little witch nodded tacitly. Ivan doesn't care, but we can't let our guard down. They are Ivan's most loyal fans, and they will defend his reputation and status to the death. What are you two doing? Flirting with each other? Nothing. The two girls were startled and quickly changed the subject. I heard from Professor Flitwick that senior students usually perform on Halloween Eve. Hermione asked, what kind of performance is it? Talent show. That's a good suggestion, but Hogwarts has no arrangements in this regard for the time being. Ivan shook his head and said, The performance that Professor Flitwick is talking about is that senior students use magic to decorate the auditorium to add to the festive atmosphere. In addition, there's also a Halloween choir. Every year, Professor Flitwick would write a song to start the dinner. Okay, let's go. The Halloween dinner was still a while away, but the auditorium could still be used for communication and learning. Ivan had already seen many students go to the auditorium. Boom! The auditorium was beautifully decorated, and the colorful Halloween decorations instantly attracted the attention of the two little witches. The simulated dark night sky, created by magic, with occasional lightning flashing, leaving bursts of thunder. 1,000 bats fluttered on the walls and ceiling, and another 1,000 were like low dark clouds, circling and dancing above the dining table, making the candles in the pumpkin bellies sterilize and flash. This way, Ivan, Hermione. Harry saw the three people coming in and hurriedly called them over. Ronald sat on the other side of Harry, silently eating the bat-like candies that appeared from the dinner plate, quite uncomfortable. Oomph. Hermione snorted coldly, not giving Ronald any face, which made Harry very embarrassed. The little witch sat opposite Ivan and Neville with Parvati and Lavender. The three of them whispered, and it was unknown what they were talking about. Ivan, what does Dumbledore want to talk to you about? Some study plans. Ivan picked up a red apple, but found that it was not an apple, but made of syrup. He took a bite, and the sweet cream burst out, and a full sense of happiness filled his heart. Hogwarts house elves seemed to have a lair. Ivan enjoyed the pre-dinner dessert, and Harry continued to say, "Yes, you are much better than us, and the first-year courses are meaningless to you." Harry did not envy Ivan for being able to get Dumbledore's guidance. It's like you are still learning addition and division, but the other person's level is too high, so you go to ask the school teacher how to use calculus. Of course, the most important thing is that Ivan never hides his knowledge. As long as it is magic knowledge suitable for them, Ivan will teach them sooner or later. Therefore, both Harry and Ronald, who is jealous of Ivan, think that it is reasonable for Dumbledore to give Ivan special treatment. Otherwise, isn't it a waste of Ivan's time to let Ivan learn the same thing as them? In this way, everyone chatted while tasting the sweets that kept appearing on the table. During this time, Harry also shared a red candy with Ivan. "What is this?" "I don't know." Harry said, "George and Fred asked us to pass it to you, saying that it tastes good. But I think there must be something wrong with this candy," Harry added, "so I think it's best not to eat it." Ivan just took the candy and already knew the function of this thing. With the dual blessing of magic eyes and spiritual vision, all tricks will be exposed. So what's the matter with this candy? Harry was very interested in this. The pranks of the Weasley twins are famous. It doesn't have any special effects. It just makes your nose bleed after you eat it, but it will go away after a while. This thing is called nosebleed nougat in the original book, and is a kind of quick, fun skipping candy. Others include coma flower spike, fever spike, vomiting spike, etc. The Weasley twins want to avenge Ivan's previous hanging bell. But have these two guys developed this kind of prank prop so early? Ivan is actually very interested in the Weasley family. The flying car that Mr. Weasley in the original book was modified by him personally. And then there's the incredible creative talent of the Weasley twins. Two little wizards who can start developing various prank props in the 2nd and 3rd grades. Can't they prove their talent? Compare to Bill, who entered Gringotts, Charlie, who raised dragons, and Percy, who entered the Ministry of Magic. Ivan felt that George and Fred were the true inheritors of the Weasley family's magic system. The 28 Holy Families are really something. Take the candy in Ivan's hand, for example. The alchemy skills contained in it are no less than those of Snape's exclusive potion formulas. Ivan. Soon after, the Weasley twins ran over. Looking at their expressions, they clearly expected Ivan to have a nosebleed after eating the nosebleed nougat. "You two are just in time." Ivan smiled kindly at the two and snapped his fingers. Puff! The next moment, 2 streams of blood gushed out of the brothers' faces, scaring the surrounding wizards to retreat with horror. "Oh, why is this happening?" George and Fred covered their noses and spoke incoherently. "A little trick. Ivan tossed the bloody nougat in his hand and said, as if he had done something insignificant, "I analyzed the magic you hid in the candy. How do you feel? Is it the same as eating it?" 733 Surrender. We surrender. The Weasley twins didn't understand and immediately begged Ivan for mercy. Snap! With another snap of his fingers, Ivan cast a nosebleed-inducing counterspell. Buy one, get one free. This is the counterspell I designed for you. You're welcome. Oh, Ivan, you're a genius. Frightened by Ivan's gaze, Ingy quickly changed his words. You should be with us. Yeah. Fred also said, I really want to trade Ronald with you and let you be our brother. Ronald will be sad if you say that. Little Ronaldo won't be sad. That's right. The twins, who had a sad face a second ago, were now arm in arm with each other and began to tease their younger brother. If he had the last name Ambrose, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. Ivan was speechless. Ronald was still sitting there. Is it really okay to say such things in front of your own brother? But Ivan looked at Ronald and found that he was still eating candy calmly, not caring about the sarcasm of his two brothers. You're probably used to it, right? Ivan knew that the twins were just joking. He threw the candy back to George and said, If you develop such props in the future, it is best to prepare the counter curse in advance. Otherwise, it may be dangerous. Danger? How could it be? The Weasley brothers widened their eyes, seemingly unable to understand what Ivan meant by danger. Well, this is also the difference in cognition between Ivan and the little wizards who grew up in a magic world. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is a very scary thing to have brain tumors all over the body, missing arms and legs, and swollen heads and tongues. But the little wizards have long been accustomed to it. The twins' funny props are at best evil curses, far from the level of poisonous curses. And you think too highly of us, Ivan. Yeah, George echoed. We are not as smart as you. It is not easy to counter curses. After that, the two brothers looked at Ivan with sincere eyes. The passion in their eyes was self-evident. 11. Ivan shook his head helplessly and then agreed. Okay, if you invent something new in the future, you can show it to me first. Hearing Ivan say this, the two brothers immediately slapped each other. I knew Ivan would agree. Haha, just as we planned, a candy in exchange for a magic group. Ivan ignored the cheers of the two funny guys. He had noticed it a long time ago. With the cunning of the Weasley brothers, it is impossible for them to use such a lame trick as asking Harry to hand over the candy. Obviously, they took this opportunity to let Ivan see the quality of the prank props. As for Ivan's willingness to help, it was purely accidental. The banquet on Halloween Eve officially began. Dumbledore and the professors took their seats one after another, and under the announcement of the headmaster, they began to enjoy more delicious food. Boom! Just as Ivan was eating chocolate and sharing ghost stories with other young wizards, there was a bang, and the door of the auditorium was pushed open from the outside. Yes! Professor Quirrell suddenly rushed into the auditorium, his big scarf tilted on his head, his face full of fear. There is a troll in the underground classroom. I thought you should know. After the voice fell, Quirrell fell to the ground. The whole process was smooth, and there was no acting at all. Wow! Then the next moment, the whole audience was in turmoil, especially the young wizards in the first and second grades. Their faces were pale with fear from the trolls. Students in the third grade and above were slightly better, but they could not hide their fear and uneasiness. No way. Ivan looked at the fallen Quirrell, then calmly threw a candy into his mouth. Voldemort's brain is probably eaten by the Dementors. How could he choose someone like Quirrell to possess him? Under the watchful eyes of the public, a giant monster was released and in front of Dumbledore. He still wanted to lure the tiger away from the mountain, which showed that he didn't take Dumbledore seriously at all. What's even funnier is that the Philosopher's Stone is now staying in Ivan's pocket. Why did Quirrell go to the fourth floor? Was he drooling to see the three-headed sky? Quiet. Dumbledore stood up, and his majestic voice resounded throughout the hall and successfully calmed the students' commotion. Prefects, the old man said in a low voice, and immediately led the students from each college to the dormitory. After speaking, Dumbledore also glanced at Ivan, who nodded at him, indicating that the Philosopher's Stone was safe. Looking at Quirrell on the ground again, even Dumbledore couldn't help but twitch his mouth slightly. What kind of stupid plan is this? Do you really think he is a fool? Follow me. Don't get separated, first-year students. As long as you listen to my instructions, you don't have to be afraid of any giant monsters. Okay, follow me closely. Unfortunately, before Ivan could make any move, Percy had already started to arrange for the students to evacuate. Make way. The first-year students have to go. Excuse me, I'm the prefect. Ivan looked around and saw that Harry, Hermione, and others were all there, so he stopped worrying. The plot has changed, and Ivan didn't wipe his tears in the girls' bathroom. If there were no challenges at the end of the semester, Ivan might really take his friends to find the trolls to verify their progress during this period. But now there's no need for this. With Dumbledore here, wouldn't the trolls be killed in one move? Ahem! Just as Ivan was thinking this, an indescribable stench suddenly entered his nose. What's this smell? Why is it so smelly? At this time, the wizards from the 4 colleges, led by their own prefects, returned to the dormitory in 2 groups. Among them, the lounges for Slytherin and Hufflepuff are located underground, on the left side of the auditorium. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw had to go through the lobby to enter their respective towers. Dong, dong, dong. But just as everyone walked into the quadrangle, a sound of footsteps like thundering war drums came from far away and rushed towards the little city. The troll was extremely tall, already more than 4 meters. Its skin was dull and gray-black like granite. Its huge and clumsy body was like a pile of huge gravel, with a small head like a cocoa bean on top. The troll had short legs as thick as tree stumps and flat. Rough and calloused feet were connected below. At this moment, there was still some distance between the little city, but the disgusting stench still came to everyone's face, making everyone's eyes sting. Troll! It's a troll! Percy was extremely nervous. He drew out his wand and stood in front of the community teachers. There were nearly 150 people in the 2 colleges, including many 5th and 6th-year seniors, but only a few people reacted to this sudden situation. Draw your wands. The professors will be here soon. The head of Ravenclaw was a beautiful girl with long brown hair. Her name was Penelope Clearwater, a 5th-year senior at Hogwarts. Don't be afraid, it's just a troll. The senior wizards were not weak, and they had mastered enough offensive magic. It might be a bit difficult to defeat a troll one-on-one, but there were so many people here, and a mere troll could not withstand the massive magical impact anyway. However, when the troll's huge body knocked open a wall and rushed towards them like a tank, even the senior wizards were frightened. What spells, counterattacks at this moment, almost everyone's mind was blank. Flames are blazing. Penelope reacted quickly, and almost at the moment the troll appeared, she fired a little flame at the opponent's soldiers. She didn't even see what the troll looked like, and the magic wand in her hand had successfully cast a spell. However, when the flame collided with the troll's body, there was a puff sound, and the flame created by the fire spell was instantly extinguished. Penelope obviously didn't expect this situation. Quickly stop, shatter into pieces, fall to the ground, freezing spell, cutting spell, coma spell. One after another offensive spells were released by senior wizards, and they fell on the rushing troll. However, the troll's skin has extremely strong magic resistance. This caused the spells of the seniors to hit it, except for hindering the opponent's steps, and almost no damage was caused. Damn it! Seeing this, Percy didn't care about the impact, and immediately fired a blasting spell at the troll's chest. The huge explosion was accompanied by billowing smoke, and it also blew open the muscles of the troll's chest. For a time, blood flowed and broken meat splattered. Roar! Unfortunately, before Percy could be happy, the giant monster, who became more violent because of the pain, threw the wooden stick behind him. In front of him was Percy and the groups of junior wizards behind him. TSK. Seeing the danger coming, Ivan frowned in dissatisfaction. What are the professors doing? Bang! The transparent magic barrier blocked the wooden stick thrown by the giant monster. Ivan waved his hand, and all the wizards in front of him, including Percy and Penelope, who were the class leaders, moved to both sides uncontrollably. Ivan. Percy saw Ivan and was about to say something, but after seeing Ivan's ugly face, he immediately kept silent. Be careful, its magic resistance is very high. Penelope was also shocked by Ivan's move. The barrier that blocked the wooden stick just now was the upper magic of the Iron Armor 2.4 spell, which protected everything. Don't worry, it's just a giant monster. Ivan stepped forward quickly, and without waiting for the giant to continue roaring and attacking, he raised his hand and cast a repelling spell. Instantly, the terrifying air wave spread forward like an invisible wave. Bang! With just one move, the giant who was so arrogant just now was lying on his back. Galala! The giant wanted to get up, but dozens of vine-like tree roots had already drilled out of the ground and tied it tightly. Be quiet. Ivan raised his hand holding the magic wand, and saw that the vines and tree roots immediately changed from the original brown to silver gray. This is a transformation spell. The first one turns the grass in the yard into roots, and the latter turns it into steel. Two-pronged approach. Roar! It's so noisy, Ivan shouted, and the steel-like chain tightened suddenly, and the monster let out a painful wail. Transfiguration belongs to using the opponent's force to fight the opponent's force. Even if the opponent's magic resistance is high, it is still powerless in the face of physical attacks. Ivan pointed out the problems of the senior students, including Percy and Penelope. But if you have strong enough magic power, fainted. It was the same coma spell, but it was different from the muddy flow of other students. When Ivan's spell fell, everyone felt like a giant hammer hit the troll's head. Everyone saw with their own eyes that the troll's face facing the sky was like a flattened persimmon, and even the land behind his head collapsed. P.S. Please give me flowers. Please give me monthly tickets. Please. DUF. The first and second grade wizards didn't understand why. They just thought Ivan was invincible. But the senior students knew more. They knew very well what Ivan meant by strong enough magic power. Is he really a little wizard? 2. Exaggerated. He would die if he was hit by that kind of coma spell. But Ivan was so handsome just now. Yes, even when he was angry, he was so elegant. Ivan ignored the exclamations of the little wizards. You want to know where the professors were and where Dumbledore was. Merlin's beard. Professor McGonagall ran quickly from behind the crowd and saw the troll lying on the ground. Thank God. After learning that no one was injured, Professor McGonagall excitedly stepped forward and checked Ivan's condition. It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. What's going on, Professor? Ivan looked at Professor Cat, whose eyes were filled with tears, and his original blame and questioning disappeared a lot. There are 3 trolls. Professor McGonagall said shockingly. Someone released 3 trolls into Hogwarts. 3. This number is obviously different from what Ivan remembered. According to the original book, Quirrell designed a level for Hogwarts with a troll, and on Halloween Eve, he released another troll. But now the number of trolls has changed from 2 to 3. No, there may be more. If the trolls in the level don't run out, then there are 4 trolls. Considering that Voldemort can get something as rare as a dragon egg, it is not difficult to find 3 trolls. Soon, Ivan learned what happened from Professor McGonagall. Led by Dumbledore, the professors went to find the troll that broke in. But halfway through, Snape, who left halfway, encountered the second troll, blocking his way to the trapdoor room on the 4th floor. After Snape defeated the troll, he thought there might be more trolls, so he returned immediately. Professor McGonagall received Snape's notice, so he rushed to protect Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's 07 students. So what McGonagall didn't know was that Slytherin and Hufflepuff also encountered troll. Is everyone here? Percy was the head of Gryffindor, but McGonagall was asking Ivan. Not one less. Ivan had counted them, and there were no casualties. Percy, go comfort the children. I have something to say to Ivan. Okay, Dean. Percy not only did not feel humiliated, but he respected Ivan, who was 4 years younger than him. If he hadn't acted in time, the stick thrown by the troll alone would have injured and killed many young wizards. Ivan, isn't Ivan back? Where is Ivan? The little lions saw Percy going upstairs, but there was no sign of Ivan around, so they all started asking. After the battle, just now, the students of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, whether they were seniors or juniors, were now convinced by Ivan. He was not afraid of danger and remained calm. At the critical moment, he not only protected everyone, but also solved the terrible troll with a crushing attitude. Even though they had returned to their respective dormitories, Ivan's previous actions were still echoing in the hearts of the little wizards. Elegant. Too elegant. Ivan's smooth casting was magnificent and exquisite. This gave Ivan a special temperament in addition to his gentle, knowledgeable, and reliable image. That is, a sense of security. Yes, a full sense of security. It seemed that as long as Ivan stood there, they would be fearless. Ahem. Percy was a little embarrassed because he was the head of Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall has something to tell Ivan. However, the little wizards still didn't want to leave. They had to see Ivan go upstairs and live with them before they could feel at ease. At the door, Ivan was asking McGonagall in detail about what happened tonight. The news from Professor Sprout, who went to rescue, also came over, and they also encountered a giant monster. So there are not only 3 giant monsters, but 4. Unexpectedly, the 3 giant monsters were still not all. Ivan was sure that these giant monsters must have been put in by Voldemort controlling Quirrell. No one else would be so bored as to go to Hogwarts and cause trouble except him. Of course, the most important thing is the memory of the original book. But why? Ivan couldn't understand Quirrell or Voldemort's train of thought. In the original book, a giant monster was put in to lure the tiger away from the mountain, to attract Dumbledore's attention, so as to steal Magic E. What is the situation now? Snape obviously also thought of the tiger away from the mountain plan. But what did Voldemort want to do with the other 3 giant monsters? One of them was to attract the attention of Dumbledore and the professors, and this should not have changed. Of the remaining 2, 1 giant monster blocked Gryffindor and Ravenclaw on their way back to the dormitory. The 10th blocked the little wizards of Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ivan's mind like an electric current. Is Voldemort looking for me? The more he thought about it, the more Ivan felt it was possible. No way. Am I being targeted by Voldemort? Ivan suspected that Voldemort might be confirming the identity of the powerful wizard who fought Snape a month ago. He had checked all the professors through Quirrell's body. Obviously, the creepy power of the Obscurus was definitely not in these professors. In this way, even if he was unwilling to admit it, Voldemort could only place a suspicion on the young wizards in the school. So, there was what happened just now. The 2 giant monsters blocked the students of the 4 colleges and attacked them. The giant monster has a strong protective magic, and ordinary spells can't break the spell on it. Professor McGonagall told Ivan that the 2 giants that stopped the little wizard had been specially modified and were more powerful than ordinary giants. It is basically certain that Voldemort's target is me. Next, Ivan told Professor McGonagall his guess. He did not mention Voldemort explicitly, but replaced it with a certain dark wizard, indicating that someone had noticed the fluctuation of magic power that night, and that was why he designed this crisis. Who is it? Professor McGonagall was extremely angry. What she could not tolerate the most was that her students were hurt. She did not put the blame on Ivan. Ivan did not do anything wrong. The one who was deliberately analyzing was the dark wizard hidden in the school. He was the one who should be imprisoned in Azkaban. Ivan, do you have any suspects? I think. Ivan thought about it, and finally decided to expose some things. Professor Quirrell is the most suspicious. There is no way. Ivan is not afraid of Voldemort's residual soul. But what about the other little wizards? After 2 months at Hogwarts, Ivan really likes this mysterious and warm magic school and enjoys his daily life with Hermione, Neville, Parvati, Harry, and others. Ivan did suppress the Obscurus, but its dark power still affected him. But since entering Hogwarts and being accompanied by the little wizards, Ivan clearly felt that the power of the Obscurus had become much softer. Since I know everything, why should I follow the original plot? Wouldn't it be easier to just pull out Quirrell and let Harry give Voldemort's remaining soul a friendly punch? In this way, Voldemort's problem was solved, and Dumbledore also obtained an experimental data. It proves that the magic of love in Harry's body is indeed Voldemort's nemesis. As long as this protective magic is still there, Voldemort can't hurt Harry. The fundamental purpose of the first part of the original work, in addition to training Harry and the trio, is only this. Professor Quirrell? What? McGonagall frowned slightly. Ivan, why do you think Quirrell has a problem? As soon as the words came out, McGonagall suddenly thought of something and asked, "Did you see it?" The see. Here is naturally not seeing it with your own eyes, but a prophecy. Ivan discovered the mastermind through the prophecy. Yes, Ivan did not predict Quirrell's plan, but he is now almost 100% sure that it was Quirrell's doing. Even if it was not Quirrell, there must be something wrong with him, and it is always right to catch him. So, Ivan admitted the result of the prophecy without hesitation. Okay, McGonagall believed Ivan, but such a big thing, I think, still has to be decided by Professor Blitto. That's right, Ivan did not refuse. I believe in Principal Dumbledore. Soon after, the two found Dumbledore, and with him, there were also deans such as Snape. Dumbledore did not return to the principal's office, but chose to gather in the hall. The old principal looked very ugly. Snape said, "Quirrell obviously has a problem. I saw him go to the 4th floor. But we have no concrete evidence. Severus." Dumbledore was very angry because someone broke the rules of the game. As the most powerful white wizard in the world, it is not difficult to accept that someone would covet Hogwarts. However, Dumbledore and the Dark Wizards have always had a tacit understanding. You can come in and cause trouble, but everything has a limit. That is, you can't hurt the children. In the original book, Voldemort acted secretly in order to avoid a head-on collision with Dumbledore. Ivan didn't know what disease Voldemort had this time, and he dared to challenge Dumbledore's majesty so blatantly. He sent out 4 giant monsters at once, and they were targeting the little wizards. Obviously, this has touched Dumbledore's bottom line. Ivan saw it. See? Snape looked at McGonagall in confusion. He was stunned for a moment, but soon reacted. "Boy, your prophecy? Let's not talk about the prophecy. I think the most important thing we need to do now is to find Professor Quirrell. At least we have to call him over. Dumbledore can tolerate Quirrell, but Ivan can't. I think the identity of Professor is not a reason for innocence. Everyone should be questioned. The existence of Quirrell has seriously affected the safety of Hermione, Neville, and other young wizards. If he can launch an attack, there will be a second and third time. For this unstable factor, Ivan will deal with it quickly. He has decided. As long as Quirrell comes, Ivan will ask him to take off his turban and then expose Voldemort completely. Although Voldemort is in a special state of life and death, he cannot be eliminated at all. But at least the first school year will be much easier. "The boy is right, Dumbledore," Snape said. "In addition, I am willing to hand over my wand and accept questioning." "I agree." "Me too." Professors Flitwick and Sprout also expressed their opinions, as did Professor McGonagall. They had a clear conscience and were not afraid of being checked. On the contrary, if any professor refused, it meant that he had something to hide. Okay. Seeing this, Dumbledore no longer hesitated and asked McGonagall and others to notify all professors and ask them to come to him immediately. After they left, Dumbledore asked, "Are you sure, Ivan?" The old man found the problem in Ivan's words. He did not answer Snape directly, and he got an accurate prophecy. "I can't see his past. There's a strong magic blocking my sight," Ivan said. "But who else can it be except Quirrell? He should have noticed his poor acting skills and the disgusting magic emanating from his body. Headmaster, you should have noticed it a long time ago." Yes, Dumbledore did notice it, but he just thought Quirrell was cursed and didn't think of Voldemort's possession. At most, he suspected that Quirrell was in collusion with Voldemort and was a Death Eater. "I've been waiting for him to ask me for help." Dumbledore would not give up on any student. You know, Quirrell used to be a very good child, a talented Ravenclaw. But when I saw him again this year, he seemed like a different person. Speaking of this, Dumbledore was a little disappointed because it meant that another good child had fallen into a dark wizard. But Professor, Ivan, can't you see that there is something wrong with Quirrell? Dumbledore explained. Perhaps in your opinion, Quirrell's excuses and reasons are very strange. But, believe me, many things in the wizarding world are more incredible than Quirrell's experiences. Quirrell's excuses are indeed magical, but the wizarding world is full of all kinds of weird stories. Ivan comes from the Muggle world, and in his previous life, he looked at Quirrell from the perspective of a reader, so he could easily find the inconsistency. But if he was a native wizard, he would not necessarily doubt Quirrell's words. What really made Dumbledore feel wrong was the malice in Quirrell. Then why did you hire him as a professor? Ivan, you let a guy with strange magic power enter Hogwarts. You misunderstood, Van. Dumbledore said helplessly. When I interviewed Quirrell, he was not like this. Ivan didn't know what to say. The curse of the defense against the dark arts class is really unsolvable. I just got the job and went to Albania and then became Voldemort's puppet. Albus. Soon, Professor McGonagall came back. Oh no, Quirinus is missing. Quirinus Quirrell, or the Voldemort attached to him, actually sensed the risk of being exposed and ran away. Is your nose so sharp? Voldemort's decisiveness was beyond Ivan's expectations. He had always thought that Voldemort was a fool. It seems that we missed the best chance to catch him. Snape's tone was cold, full of complaints about Dumbledore's misjudgment. Minerva, let the professors search the entire castle immediately. Don't let a dangerous dark wizard lurk in the school. Dumbledore, also, I hope the deans can live with the children before Quirrell is found. Okay, I understand, Albus. The 4 deans already have rooms in the dormitories of their respective colleges. They are very powerful, and ordinary dark wizards are no match for the 4. Finally, Dumbledore looked into the distance. I will personally search the Forbidden Forest and the Black Lake. Ivan did not participate in the following events. He returned to his dorm to rest and wait for the results of the professor's search. However, things did not develop as Ivan expected. Dumbledore and other professors could not find any trace of Quirrell. They had searched almost everywhere, including the Forbidden Forest, the Black Lake, and the castle. Ivan also reminded Dumbledore to check the Room of Requirement, but unfortunately, he still found nothing. What's going on? Ivan thoroughly experienced the troubles brought by the butterfly effect. Did Quirrell really run away? No. As soon as this idea came out, Ivan immediately denied it. Voldemort's goal is the Philosopher's Stone. If he doesn't get the Philosopher's Stone, where can he go? Even if Voldemort's target has one more person, Ivan will stay in Hogwarts, and Voldemort will have no reason to leave. However, it is definitely not difficult for a great wizard, even a lingering great wizard, to avoid the search of others if he is determined. Voldemort wanted to hide, and even if Dumbledore took action himself, he would still return in vain. And now there is something more troublesome. The trolls sneaked into the safest place in Britain, Hogwarts. The first-year wizard defeated the troll. Who will protect Xiaojiang from the threat of dark wizards? The newspaper published a lot of news about the troll incident, most of which questioned whether Dumbledore was still capable of serving as the headmaster of Hogwarts. We all know that Dumbledore was the greatest white wizard of this century. But now, there are less than 10 years left before the end of this century. Hermione read the negative news about Dumbledore in the newspaper. We can't entrust the safety of children to an old man over 100 years old. DAA. After the voice fell, Hermione slammed the newspaper on the table heavily, and the little witch said angrily, "It's nonsense. It's been almost a week, and the comments in these newspapers are getting more and more excessive." Parvati agreed. They only say some sarcastic remarks, question this and that, but no one has ever proposed what to do. During this period, all the deans lived with the students to ensure their safety. Hermione could see that Professor McGonagall was visibly losing weight because of his hard work day and night. Wizards are also human beings. After 7 or 8 days of exhausting work, their bodies will not be able to bear it. Why is it like this? Harry was very confused. He didn't understand why these news reports said so about Dumbledore. Are they wrong? At this time, Malfoy came over, and the smile on his face could not be hidden at all. Dumbledore is old a long time ago. Who knows what the school will become in his hands? My father is discussing this matter with the school directors. Maybe in a few days, Hogwarts will have a new headmaster. Malfoy's words aroused the dissatisfaction of many students, especially the Gryffindor students, who were even more excited. The Weasley brothers glared at him, and many people would rush forward and beat Malfoy, who didn't know how to live or die, to the ground as soon as someone spoke. Malfoy, let me guess why you came here at this time. Harry looked around pretentiously. Oh, by the way, it turns out that Ivan is not here. I don't know if Harry was made more venomous by Snape, but at this time he actually hit Malfoy's pain point, and he was so angry that he wanted to strangle him to death. But Malfoy subconsciously looked around and confirmed that Ivan was indeed not here. You won't be proud for long, Potter. Malfoy, wait until Dumbledore is kicked out, and it will be the next one. Whose turn? Ivan's voice interrupted Malfoy's beautiful fantasy. He trembled all over, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Damn it! Malfoy felt that he had miscalculated. He only considered that Ivan was away, but he didn't expect Ivan to come back at this time. Okay, go back. Ivan didn't do anything to Malfoy. He patted his shoulder and asked him to go back to the Slytherin table. Okay. Malfoy didn't hesitate and ran away from Ivan. Ha ha! Harry laughed. It's you, Ivan. That guy Malfoy actually said that Dumbledore would resign as the headmaster. Indeed, the current remarks are very bad for Dumbledore. But how could the greatest white wizard be defeated by a little rumor? Only a little wizard like Malfoy, who was spoiled by his family, would believe that Dumbledore would be replaced because of this. Hermione noticed that Ivan's face looked a little bad and asked, "What's wrong, Ivan? Is there something wrong?" "No way," Parvati said in horror. "Is it really true that Malfoy said it? How is it possible?" Harry was anxious immediately. He looked at Ivan, hoping to get an accurate message. It's impossible for Hogwarts to change the headmaster until that point. Others don't know, but Ivan doesn't know the weight of Dumbledore in the wizarding world. There's only one person in this world who can influence Dumbledore's will, and that's himself. Unless Dumbledore is willing, no one is qualified to tell him what to do. However, the problem now lies here. Voldemort has been gone for almost 10 years, and I didn't expect his followers to still have such a great influence. No, it should be that these people have been grudged for a long time, Ivan said secretly. They didn't get angry before, just because Dumbledore is highly respected, and now they are in trouble, they immediately take action. These guys' little tricks are shameful, but Ivan has decided that Voldemort really caught Dumbledore's weakness. Too many parents sent shouting letters to hold Headmaster Dumbledore accountable. Ivan, just now, the Ministry of Magic notified the headmaster to come over and let him explain the matter and give an explanation to the parents. In this case, if Dumbledore is replaced by Ivan, a few little kalami beeping, Ivan will let them know what magic is power in a minute. However, Dumbledore is a saint. He is unwilling to use force to coerce others. Voldemort knows Dumbledore's style too well, taking advantage of the emotions of the parents. And in line with the orders of the Ministry of Magic, Voldemort easily led Dumbledore away. Old Dumbledore had already anticipated this moment. He found Ivan and other professors and asked them to take care of Hogwarts during his absence. If nothing unexpected happens, the accident will come. Ivan can be sure that all this was calculated by Voldemort a long time ago. If you want to take action, there is no better time than now. Ivan doesn't know what Voldemort will do. But Ivan is not afraid of Voldemort. As the saying goes, magic is power. Ivan is confident that he can fight Voldemort, who has not yet resurrected. Especially considering the other deans and Harry's treasure against Voldemort, Ivan asked himself that there was no reason to lose. The most important thing is that all of us can attend the final dinner safely. Ivan said that Voldemort had no idea how powerful the power of fate was, and he was destined to lose to him. Are you really okay? Don't worry. Ivan has been keeping an eye on Hermione, Neville, and others these days. If Voldemort hurts others, Ivan will be angry at most. But if Hermione is hurt, Ivan is afraid that he will really be unable to suppress this silent rampage. So he has been very cautious recently, strictly forbidding them to go out at night and directly prohibiting magic practice in the room of requirement. I don't understand why everyone is so dissatisfied with Dumbledore. Who knows? Ivan did not answer Hermione's question. He just said, just like people are afraid of the mysterious man, but not afraid of Dumbledore, who is more powerful than the mysterious man. What? Ivan's words really made Hermione, Harry, and other little wizards dumbfounded. They really didn't think about this. Yeah, Hermione, Dumbledore is more powerful than the mysterious man, but everyone. But never take Dumbledore seriously, right? Ivan added the little witch's words. He shook his head and said, okay, everyone go back to the dormitory early tonight. Don't walk around. Ivan, do you think something will happen tonight? If I were Quirrell, I would definitely take action at this time. Because Dumbledore is not here. Yeah. Ivan nodded and said, after all, no one wants to fight the greatest white wizard of the time. Hermione. After that, Ivan began to organize the things on the long table. Let's go. Wait for me. Seeing Ivan get up and leave, Hermione hurriedly followed. There are also Neville and Parvati. The four of them belong to a small group and always advance and retreat together. Ivan plans to return to the dormitory to rest. If nothing unexpected happens, there will probably be a fierce battle tonight. Therefore, Ivan needs to conserve his energy and adjust his condition to the best. Soon, the time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. In Ivan's dormitory, Neville and Parvati were playing wizard chess, and Hermione was reading a book to relieve her boredom as usual. Ka 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 ka. It was pitch black outside the window, and the wind was strong, making the windows rustle. Ivan frowned slightly, and he was a little doubtful whether Voldemort was going to do something. According to Dumbledore, he would be able to come back before 8 o'clock tonight. There are less than 40 minutes left. If Voldemort doesn't take action, he will miss the best time. Ivan thought so and looked at the dark window again. Unfortunately, just like the previous times, he couldn't see anything. I'm completely confused. There's no way Voldemort and Harry are the protagonists of this world, and their weight is quite exaggerated. Ivan's prediction is still valid in the general direction, but it is almost impossible to analyze the fate of the two. At least Ivan now can't do it to the extent of prying into Voldemort's fate. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and everyone was startled. Hermione and Parvati pointed their wands at the door like a conditioned reflex. Harry! Seeing that it was Harry standing at the door, the little girls did not put down their wands. This was Ivan's request. Because of the existence of Polyjuice Potion, only looking at the appearance cannot prove the identity of the other party. What happened, Harry? Ivan could see the traces of magic left by the potion on the wizard, and the Harry in front of him was himself. Ronald! What? Ronald is missing. Harry's news surprised the little wizards present. Hermione asked, are you sure he didn't run away to play somewhere? Here. Harry took out a note with a paragraph written by Ronald on it. Ivan took the note and took a look at it. To summarize the content above, if you don't want Ronald to get into trouble, let Harry go to the Forbidden Forest alone to meet him. Voldemort made a move. Ivan frowned slightly, and he quickly judged Voldemort's intention. Kidnap Ronald and lure Harry to the Forbidden Forest. As for how Ronald was kidnapped, it was just a matter of the Imperius Curse. Ivan did not blame Ronald for being careless. The 11-year-old wizard would have been a 4th-grade primary school student in his previous life. Hermione, go inform Professor McGonagall. Now that Dumbledore is not here, the top fighting force of Hogwarts is the 4 deans and Ivan. It is simply impossible for Harry to go to the Forbidden Forest alone. Ivan, Harry was so nervous. If I inform the professor, will it be? Harry, Ivan said calmly. If I inform the professor, Ronald is in danger, but if I don't inform him, both you and Ronald will be in danger. After informing the professor, Ronald's safety is unknown for the time being, but at least Harry's safety can be guaranteed. I know you can't accept it, but courage is not a reason for recklessness. If it weren't for Ivan, Harry would definitely rush into the Forbidden Forest alone. 2 useless men would not be able to accomplish anything without Hermione. Good money is good. Ivan didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Harry's scheming is only so deep. It's already amazing that he can take risks for his friend's life. Fortunately, you still knew to come find us. Ivan patted Harry's shoulder, signaling him to calm down, and gave him a reassurance. Don't worry, Rean will sit next to you at the final dinner. Really, Harry was relieved when he heard Ivan's assurance. Ivan's prediction was so accurate that it was no exaggeration to say that it came true. Coupled with Harry's trust in Ivan, Mr. Savior immediately chose to entrust his brain to Ivan and let him command the action. Go! Ivan waved the spell, and a ball of silver-white light flew out from the end of the wand. This was the Patronus charm he had just learned. Because he was not proficient, the Patronus charm was not formed, just a ball of silver light. The Patronus has the function of transmitting messages, and the person Ivan was going to notify was Snape, the most capable professor in Hogwarts besides him. Let's go. Ivan, we must make more preparations, Harry. Ivan didn't explain and took Harry to the Forbidden Forest to eat. He asked Hermione to find Professor McGonagall, not to let McGonagall go to the Forbidden Forest to rescue people, but to stay in Hogwarts to prevent Voldemort from playing another trick of luring the tiger away from Mountain. Voldemort wanted to get the Philosopher's Stone, and the target was under the trapdoor on the 4th floor. But this was the original plot, and Ivan was not sure that Voldemort would still choose the original one. What's more, the Philosopher's Stone was still with Ivan, and it would be useless for Voldemort to go there, and he would only be empty-handed. As for calling Snape, it was for his own safety. Ivan was not afraid of Voldemort, and was ready to face him directly, and even brought Harry Potter, who was Voldemort's nemesis. But it was obviously more reassuring to have Snape as a backup. Ivan, why did Ronald take the initiative to run to the Forbidden Forest? On the way, Harry followed Ivan and asked the doubts that had been bothering him. I think it should be the Imperius Curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Ivan explained, people who are under the Imperius Curse behave the same as usual, but their words and deeds are under the control of the caster. Harry trembled all over when he heard that there was such a spell. Imagine being controlled by others and living a life worse than death. How terrible would that be? I heard that people who are under the Imperius Curse are not only not in pain, but very happy. Ivan explained the Imperius Curse to Harry to relieve his tension. Immune to water and fire. Silent, as if walking on flat ground. The Forbidden Forest was pitch black under the night sky, and the wind was howling. Although it was not raining, the cold wind still made people shiver. Ivan cast multiple protective spells on himself and Harry, and then plunged into the Forbidden Forest. The 2 of them were under the Disillusionment charm, and with the Silencing charm, their actions were silent, and even Hagrid, who was guarding the Forbidden Forest, did not notice. Ivan, where do you think Ronald will be? Harry held Ivan's hand to prevent him from getting lost. With Ivan around, Harry was not worried about anything. After all, Ivan was omnipotent. Even if he might die later, as long as Ivan could win in the end, Harry would not hesitate. Not sure. Harry, listen to my command later, don't act rashly. Ivan was basically certain that Voldemort's purpose in doing this was definitely him. Otherwise, how could Harry find the missing Ronald with just a piece of paper? He didn't even know where Ronald was in the Forbidden Forest. Only Ivan had the ability to find the point. Yeah, Harry was well trained by Ivan and obeyed his orders. The traces are visible. Then, under Ivan's spell, golden footprints appeared in the forest, and Ronald's figure was outlined by magic. It's Ronald. Harry clenched his fists. He was glad that he informed Ivan immediately. Yeah. Ivan took a deep breath. The darkness in front of him could not block his sight. What really put pressure on Ivan was the upcoming fierce battle. Face Voldemort. Then, Ivan's eyes became more determined. Verify my progress in this period of time. Suddenly, Ivan sensed a breath. He glanced back, and a familiar figure was revealed in his magic eyes, which was Snape. Snape is here. Ivan's message to Snape was that 093 asked him to hide his breath and follow behind him and Harry. In this way, the college has 3 deans, and he will fight Voldemort himself, plus Snape's security. The three-pronged approach is almost the best response Ivan could think of. Ivan Ambrosius. Suddenly, a hoarse whisper echoed in Ivan and Harry's ears without warning. Ah! Harry beside him looked painful, and he covered the scar on his forehead, obviously sensing Voldemort's presence. He's here, Ivan is nearby. Don't play such tricks, Professor Quirrell. Ivan did not reveal Voldemort's name. After all, in his cognition, Quirrell was the mastermind behind this series of conspiracies. What an amazing magic! Voldemort's voice came from the darkness. Sure enough, it was you who fought with Severus that night. Ivan looked over and saw a cloaked figure slowly approaching. It was Chi Luo, who was possessed by Voldemort. Where is Ronald? Harry asked, suppressing the pain. Harry Potter. Seeing Harry, Voldemort's tone changed obviously. After all, he was the child of destiny who ruined his own glory. Voldemort always wanted to know what Harry was unique about. He used legilimency on Ronald and learned every bit of Harry after he entered Hogwarts. However, how to say it? Extremely disappointed. Harry did have some talent, but compared to him, Voldemort, it was nothing. In Voldemort's view, Harry's future achievements would be no more than Snape's. But it was such an ordinary little wizard who defeated the mighty Dark Lord. It was incomprehensible, let alone unacceptable. Don't worry, Harry. Voldemort's voice was like countless snakes crawling on the ground. I'll talk to you after I finish dealing with the current matter. Don't be impulsive. Ivan stopped in front of Harry, signaling him not to be reckless. Harry forced himself to calm down, staring at Voldemort, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. What do you want to do? Ivan, let Ronald lead me here. Now I'm here, what's your purpose? Smart little wizard. Voldemort was not surprised at all that Ivan guessed that this was a trap for him. Harry was just the bait. Ivan was Voldemort's real target. You are extremely talented, Ambrosius Ock. Staying in Hogwarts is just a waste of your time, Voldemort said. Join me. I will take you to appreciate the true meaning of dark magic. Huh? Ivan tilted his head. He was a little unbelievable. Feelings Voldemort went through such a big circle just to recruit him. Did the troll eat your brain? What? Voldemort didn't expect Ivan to sneer, and Quirrell's face twitched slightly. Anger was lingering in his heart. You want to recruit me? Just a dark wizard? Hearing Ivan's words, Voldemort's anger gradually subsided. Ah, I don't blame you, Ambrosius, because you don't know who is standing in front of you. Voldemort believes that Ivan refused because Professor Quirrell's status is too low. I would like to hear more about it. I am Voldemort. Voldemort did not hide and directly revealed his true identity. What? The next moment, Snape, who was hiding in the dark, showed an incredible look, and even Harry was stunned there. The two had always thought that the person behind the troll incident was Quirrell himself. But who would have thought that this matter was actually caused by Voldemort? Are you serious? Ivan deliberately said, pretending to be a dead person. I'm not dead yet. Voldemort's voice was high-pitched for a moment, and then returned to its original hoarseness. You don't understand, Ambrosius. I have gone further on the road of dark magic than anyone else. It's really him. He's still alive. Snape was very familiar with Voldemort. He felt that this way of speaking was familiar just now. He didn't expect that it was really the Dark Lord himself. No, Ivan and Harry can't face Voldemort directly. He wanted to rush out and stand in front of Harry and Ivan. But the problem is that if he did so, he would probably completely expose his undercover identity and would never be able to gain Voldemort's trust again. Targeting Quirrell and targeting Voldemort are two completely different concepts. Ivan, that kid. Snape noticed the hint Ivan gave him, telling him not to act rashly. Helplessly, Snape had to remain calm and wait for the right opportunity to make a move. In order to protect Harry, whether he is undercover or not, it is not important anymore. Who? Hearing Voldemort's name, Harry was shocked and angry. The man in front of him was the murderer of his parents, and Harry wanted to tear him into pieces. Fortunately, Harry still had reason. He knew his own strength, and rash action would only disrupt Ivan's rhythm. Oh, Ivan was very satisfied with Harry's reaction. This was the right-hand man he wanted. Then, Mr. Voldemort, you seem very confident. What? I mean, Ivan took a step forward and waved his wand back at the same time, skillfully creating a huge light film to protect Harry. Harry was Ivan's secret weapon to deal with Voldemort. Before it was needed, there must be no damage. The dignified Dark Lord has now become a pathetic ghost. In Ivan's eyes, the silver-gray light flowed slightly. "You really disappoint me, Tom." "You." Voldemort's pupils shrank slightly, and the word Tom was exactly the same as Dumbledore's. "No, impossible." Before Voldemort could figure out whether Ivan was disguised by Dumbledore, a red light had already illuminated the darkness in front of him. Thunder explosion. He started with a blasting spell, and the power was so great that even Voldemort was shocked. Damn it! Voldemort, whose mind was disturbed by the sound of Tom, dodged immediately. The blasting spell passed by Voldemort, and the raging flames and roar instantly engulfed everything within 40 to 50 meters behind him. This power! Voldemort felt that his three views were trembling and a little confused, because the destructive power of this blasting spell did not look like something that a young wizard who had just entered school could possess. No, to be precise, even the blasting spell was. A first-year wizard actually knew a high-level destructive spell like the blasting spell. Dumbledore, rather than believing that Ivan had such a talent, Voldemort was more willing to believe that Ivan in front of him was disguised by Dumbledore. Is this unacceptable? The Dark Lord is just this little bit. I'll kill you while you're weak. Ivan kept casting offensive spells, using firepower to suppress Voldemort. His spells were so powerful that they looked like a completely different spell with the same name. Boom! Boom! For a moment, even Voldemort was beaten by Ivan and fled in disgrace. Voldemort felt the pain in his body. He was possessed by Quirrell, but this body was too fragile. He could not mobilize much magic power, and it was very sluggish. How could it be so powerful? As a last resort, Voldemort could only cast apparition many times to avoid Ivan's bombardment. Is all you could do to hide. It seems that the Dark Lord is just like this. Every word of Ivan was like a blade, piercing into Voldemort's heart. Is that all you can do? That's enough. Voldemort could no longer bear Ivan's ridicule, and saw a green beam of light shooting out from the wand in his hand. Avada Kedavra! You can't afford it, right? Ivan had already prepared for the killing curse. Dazed, a stone wall rose in front of Ivan, and the green light of the killing curse collided with the stone wall, blasting out a piece of rubble. The amazing power left a deep pit on the surface of the stone wall. However, this degree of damage was far from completely destroying the stone wall and hitting Ivan. Is this Voldemort's black magic? So strong. Ivan was secretly shocked. This was his first time to come into contact with Voldemort's killing curse. Even through a stone wall, Ivan could still clearly feel the huge and unimaginable negative emotions contained in this killing curse. There is a saying that Voldemort said is right. He has gone further than anyone else on the road of black magic. If it was Voldemort in his prime, he would never use anything to block his killing curse. Ivan originally thought that the killing curse was not troublesome. As long as he could find a shelter, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, this idea was completely overturned after Ivan saw Voldemort's killing curse. Voldemort's killing curse is extremely terrifying. It can even directly destroy physical objects. You know, the essence of the killing curse is a beam of light. You can block the direct light, but the green light that escapes also has some characteristics of the killing curse. The green light of ordinary people is not enough, but Voldemort. Ivan felt the horror of this Dark Lord. That can really kill people. Avada Kedavra! Another green light shot out, and the power was even more violent than the previous one. Disarm you. Ivan did not hesitate, and completed the magic link in a flash. Boom! Then, two rays of light, one red and one green, collided in the air, and the powerful magic rushed in all directions. A circular air wave exploded from the center of the collision, crushing the earth and trees like a dead tree. What's going on? This is impossible. Ivan and Voldemort exclaimed in their hearts at the same time. The former could not understand Voldemort's current power. He was just a remnant soul. Why could he cast such a level of killing curse continuously? As for Voldemort, he was completely shocked by Ivan's power. A first-year wizard who had just entered school for less than 2 months tied with him in a magic battle? What a joke. No. Voldemort's pupils shrank slightly because he saw the location where the beam collided, moving towards his location. I was suppressed by him. The magic in the wizarding world is about quality, not area. Maybe Voldemort is very weak now, but the essence of magic will not change. In a magic battle, even Snape hiding in the dark did not dare to face Voldemort's killing curse head-on. Why? What the hell are you? Voldemort could not accept such a result. He asked loudly and angrily, trying to understand the secret of Ivan's strength. Is this unacceptable, Tom? You really disappoint me. While saying this, Ivan pressed down his wand at the same time, and even more terrifying magic was spit out from the tip of the wand, and the intersection moving towards Voldemort was a few points faster. Voldemort roared in anger, trying to win back a game, but he was just raging in incompetence. Ivan's magic attribute is 5 points, but every attribute given to Ivan by the system is at the peak. Dumbledore's magic is above 5 points, but not full 6 points. The old headmaster's realm is only 1 step away from 6 points after experiencing the trial of life and death. Such magic can barely be regarded as half a step to 6 points. In contrast, Voldemort's magic is obtained through a lot of black magic transformation. Both are magic 5, but only at the middle level of magic 5. As for Ivan, his magic 5 is the peak magic 5, still above Voldemort. Of course, Ivan is still too young, and the potential of magic 5 has not been fully developed. Now, he is roughly the same as Voldemort's magic level at his peak. Even if he is stronger, the difference is limited. But it's enough. A little more merit will lead to a huge gap. This is the reality of the wizarding world. Dumbledore, seeing the light approaching, Voldemort glared at Ivan fiercely and then cut off the magic link in a roar. Pop! Then there was a crisp sound of firecrackers, and Voldemort's figure disappeared. He ran away. When Harry saw Voldemort disappear, his face flushed with excitement. Voldemort was beaten away by Ivan. Harry was in disbelief. What did he see? Ivan fought a draw with Voldemort, the man whom all wizards feared and dared not even mention his name. No, to be precise, Ivan should have won this battle. He defeated Voldemort. This kid. Snape was also extremely shocked. He had fought with Ivan before and knew how desperate it was to fight with this kid. The feeling of powerlessness that no matter how hard you tried, even if you tried your best, you could only watch the torrent of magic getting closer and closer to you. He should have held back. Look at how Voldemort was suppressed. Snape was sure that when fighting with him, at least in terms of fighting, Ivan definitely let him go. Ivan, you won. You defeated Voldemort. Harry cheered excitedly from behind, but Ivan did not move. His mind at this moment was completely focused on the golden spot on his forehead when Voldemort left. What is Voldemort wearing on his head? Ivan had a vague guess, but it was too scary for him to believe. It seems to be a crown? No way. When this thought came to mind, Ivan immediately took a breath of cold air. Ravenclaw's crown? One of Voldemort's horcruxes. It's messed up, completely messed up. Shouldn't the plot of the first part be a game of 3 little kids playing house, and Voldemort was fooled by Harry? But now, Quirrell seems to have been completely replaced by Voldemort's residual soul, the powerful killing curse. And Voldemort, who suddenly seems to have changed into a different person, with a set of conspiracies and tricks. Connecting all the changes, Ivan came to a terrible conclusion. Voldemort controlled Quirrell and took back one of his horcruxes. Things have become troublesome. Ivan didn't expect that Voldemort would set his sights on his own horcruxes. You know, in the first and second parts, Voldemort clearly entered Hogwarts twice, but never thought of taking back Ravenclaw's crown. Is this the inertia of thinking? Similarly, Ivan almost guessed where Voldemort had been hiding during this period. The Chamber of Secrets. Because of inertial thinking, Ivan did not think about the plot of the second part, but only thought that Voldemort would move within the scope of the first part. But the problem is that this is not a novel, but a real world. The original behavior of Voldemort in the plot was just a design of Rowling. After all, when Rowling was writing the Philosopher's Stone, the concept of the Chamber of Secrets might still be in her mind, and she didn't put it into writing at all. However, Voldemort here is not a character written by Rowling. He will not be limited to those things in the novel. This reminded Ivan and made him realize the limitations of the plot. If you believe in the plot too much, it's okay this time, but there may be big problems in the future. Ivan, where is Ronald? Have you seen him? Harry's voice interrupted Ivan's thoughts. He raised his head and quickly cast a spell to find people. Snape did not show up, still hiding in the dark, silently protecting the two. Soon, Ivan and Harry found Ronald in the Forbidden Forest. The boy was lying on the ground, dirty all over. Obviously in such a gloomy and terrifying place. Ronald opened his eyes like a fool, his mouth slightly curled up, as if he was dreaming a beautiful dream that he didn't want to wake up. What happened to him? It's like this when you're under the Imperius curse. Ivan explained, they will feel like they're floating in the air, very happy. But after waking up, the person under the curse will feel that the happiness is extremely empty, and thus hate to experience that feeling again. Take him back and give him to Madame Pomfrey. Ivan had not learned the dark magic of the Imperius curse, so he could only use zombie floating to take Ronald back. Back at Hogwarts, Ivan looked for Min as soon as possible. Fortunately, Hermione stayed with Professor McGonagall. Ivan was worried that this was another trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain tonight, using Harry to lure him away and then capture Hermione to coerce him. But now it seems that Voldemort is too confident. He thinks that as long as he can see Ivan, he can take him down with powerful magic. But Voldemort never thought that Ivan had the power to match him, and even to defeat him when he was in a bad state. Professor McGonagall, has Principal Dumbledore not returned yet? Not yet. McGonagall learned what happened just now from Ivan. When he heard that Voldemort had returned and had a fight with Ivan, Professor Cat almost suffocated. Are you sure that it was that person who came back? McGonagall didn't want to believe it, but Ivan's words still had weight. At least the professors would not doubt his judgment. It's basically true. Ivan said, you know my magic power. Although I have some advantages in a magic battle with him, the difference is not big. He is a natural great wizard, and there are only a handful of people who can reach this level in the British magic world today. It's him, no mistake. Snape said, even if he turns into ash, I can recognize him. Snape supported himself, and Ivan was still very happy. He can turn into ash or something. Professor, have you forgotten that Voldemort has been possessed by Professor Quirrell? Where is Dumbledore? The mysterious man is not something we can deal with. Where did he go at such an important time? Snape was very dissatisfied with Dumbledore's disappearance again, and Ivan told them what Dumbledore said before he left. In other words, Dumbledore will be back in 10 minutes? Looking at the time, Ivan suggested that Snape and McGonagall return to the academy to protect the little wizard. Ivan waited for the headmaster and told Dumbledore about the mysterious man. Good evening, Fawkes. Ivan walked into the headmaster's office and sat down in Dumbledore's seat very naturally. Look at this skillful action. You can see this kid's wolfish ambition. Albus has agreed. I think we should build a good relationship with him. Maybe he will really become the headmaster in the future. The hanging paintings saw Ivan's actions and talked about it. Ivan ignored them and teased Fawkes on his own. Gee, perhaps Ivan was right. His bloodline not only has Merlin, but also the ancestors of the Dumbledore family. Otherwise, Fawkes, a phoenix that is only close to Dumbledore, would get along so well with Ivan. After close observation during this period of time, Ivan found that there are indeed some differences between Dumbledore's phoenix and his own phoenix. First of all, in appearance, both phoenixes are very beautiful, but Fawkes is darker and Ivan's is brighter. In addition, Fawkes's wingspan is larger, while Ivan's phoenix has 5 beautiful tails. Finally, and most importantly, Fawkes's abilities tend to be healing and defensive, and he does not have the power to strengthen wizards' spellcasting. In contrast, Ivan's phoenix seems to have all its attributes on attack. Ivan can clearly perceive that the magic cast, after using the resonance of the sycamore wand, is at least 50% more powerful. This is not to say that Ivan has the difference between holding the wand and not being able to cast spells. It is the difference between the two holding the same wand, but the sycamore phoenix sleeping and waking up. Old Dumbledore is so slow. Ivan had nothing to do, so he could only take out the high-end spell decryption given to him and read it. During this time, Fawkes flew to Ivan's shoulder as if he wanted to read with Ivan. They got along harmoniously until clusters of green flames rose from the fireplace. I saw such a scene as soon as I came. It's really sad, Fawkes. Dumbledore made a joke, but soon he straightened his face and asked, "What happened?" If nothing happened, Ivan would never wait for him here. "Yeah," Ivan said, "it's Voldemort." Dumbledore was stunned for a moment. He knew Voldemort was not dead, but was he resurrected so quickly? Ivan told Dumbledore everything that had just happened. And when he heard that Ivan could defeat Voldemort, Dumbledore was not very surprised. No one knew Ivan's talent and strength better than Dumbledore. It was nothing for a great wizard cub to defeat a lingering Voldemort. "Let me see his condition." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he opened the secret room on the side, revealing a silver basin, which was the meditation basin that appeared in the original book. "Okay." Ivan put the wand against his temple and then slowly raised it up. The next moment, Ivan pulled out a strand of silvery white silk thread. For 2 months, Dumbledore did not teach Ivan any black magic, but he did not hide the knowledge of white magic. Whenever Ivan wanted to ask something, Dumbledore would write him a note and let him choose from the restricted books area. The old and the young had a good understanding. Ivan would not try black magic without authorization, and Dumbledore was willing to trust him. On the other side, Dumbledore used the pensieve to watch Ivan's battle with Voldemort up close. "What is that?" At the end of the battle, Dumbledore also noticed the golden color under Voldemort's hood, like a crown. Ravenclaw's crown is just a legend. It was taken away and hidden by Ravenclaw's daughter 1,000 years ago. This means that for 1,000 years, no one knows the whereabouts of this crown. Dumbledore has never seen it. Ivan had only seen it in the movie, but he couldn't tell whether the real Ravenclaw crown was real or not. A magic item? Dumbledore walked into Voldemort's shadow and looked at the crown carefully. Even if it was just the influence of memory, Dumbledore could still feel the huge magic contained in the crown. "I don't know either," Ivan said, "but I guess the reason why Voldemort can exert such power is because of it." "No, it shouldn't be." Dumbledore looked at Ivan, and the old headmaster said, "Tom's current state is like a lonely ghost. With only a soul, no matter how powerful a wizard is, it is impossible to cast magic." *0*1. Dumbledore stared at the crown. He seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't be sure of his guess. "Professor," Ivan asked, "could it be Quirrell who possessed him?" "It's still different. In terms of experience and knowledge accumulation, 100 Ivans can't compare to Dumbledore now. Quirrell can only provide vitality for Tom, but the magic power still belongs to Quirrell. In other words, Quirrell, who fought against Ivan, could only play at the level he should have. But looking at the spells cast by Voldemort, even if he was seriously injured, it was still the magic power of the great wizard. Such power is definitely not something Quirrell can have. Dumbledore searched for relevant knowledge in his memory. Gradually, the old headmaster's eyes became brighter and brighter. He seemed to have discovered the secret of Voldemort's recovery of power. "Professor, Ivan, you know." Dumbledore was silent for a while, and then he said, "Since his student days, Tom has been pursuing immortality. And in the magical world, there are more than one way to escape death. Throughout the ages, many brilliant wizards have devoted their efforts to achieve immortality. There are countless kinds of magic developed for this purpose. There are dozens of related magics hidden in the restricted section of the Hogwarts library alone. Are you worried about me?" Ivan saw Dumbledore's hesitation and smiled. "I think the Philosopher's Stone is great. Immortality. Who doesn't want immortality? But if it's just immortality, Ivan thinks he can follow Nicholas Flamel's example. With Ivan's age and talent, it won't be difficult for him to refine a philosopher's stone of his own in the future. Dumbledore noticed this, so he gave the philosopher's stone to Ivan for research. You are right, Ivan. Dumbledore smiled apologetically. He understood the meaning of Ivan's words. Voldemort wants not only a long life, but also eternal rule and invincible power. This is different from Ivan's idea. It is right to desire immortality, but people cannot be afraid of death. If you practice for immortality, what is the difference between being driven forward by the slave master named Death from behind? True immortality should be that I want to live, and I live. But if Ivan is tired of living one day, he can go to death according to his own wishes and start another great adventure. Compared with immortality, Ivan wants freedom more. That is a very terrible and evil black magic. Dumbledore and Ivan stared at each other for a long time, and finally decided to tell him the news about the horcrux. Horcrux? Ivan was not pretending to know. In fact, the horcrux is a product of translation. In foreign language pronunciation, it is written as horcrux, a word that does not exist in the Muggle world. Literally, the word horcrux is a compound word of the French horcer, outside, and cruxer, Latin word, cross, destruction, English word, important things. This word means a soul that exists outside the body, so it refers to this kind of black magic. However, Ivan could not have studied the method of making horcruxes with just this one word. Anyone who has read the original book knows that in order to make a horcrux, you need to kill a person. But the question is, what happens next? What should be done after killing this person? What ritual is required to make a horcrux? What is the spell to separate the soul? Even the time requirements, location requirements, and environmental requirements were not revealed in the original book. Tyr the Soul, after listening to Ivan Dumbledore, was very disdainful of the description of the horcrux. Sorry, Professor. Excuse me. The soul is the most important thing to us. Separate the soul to escape death. Ivan shook his head and said, This is a very stupid thing in my opinion. If Tom can think like you, maybe he won't become what he is now. Dumbledore was very happy that Ivan could realize this. Death is a great adventure. We can delay its arrival, but that's all. But this is just my speculation. Dumbledore felt that it was very likely to be a horcrux, but he couldn't be completely sure. Now what we need to do most is to find Tom as soon as possible. This is very troublesome. Dumbledore doesn't know where Voldemort will hide. He is not afraid of Voldemort. With Voldemort's current state, Dumbledore lets him beat him with one hand. But Voldemort is not stupid. He knows how powerful Dumbledore is, and he was defeated by Ivan again. With Voldemort's personality, he might hide somewhere like a maggot on the tarsal bone and keep disgusting them. I may know where Voldemort is hiding. Ivan looked at Dumbledore, and the old man's eyes moved. He asked, Did you predict it? Duh. Ivan didn't see it, but he didn't mind attributing it to the ability of prophecy magus. But before going there, we still need the help of Mr. Savior B. Harry, to be precise, it's Parseltongue. Ivan said, Headmaster, do you know Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets? Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Ivan's words brought back Dumbledore's memories. Do you know where the Chamber of Secrets is? Yes. No need to explain. Ivan attributed everything to his identity as a prophet. But to open the Chamber of Secrets, you need to use Parseltongue. Hearing this, Dumbledore didn't understand. The person who opened the Chamber of Secrets 50 years ago was Voldemort. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, Dumbledore naturally heard the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. The Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin has a monster in it, which will purify the dirty blood that has tainted Hogwarts. That is, all the impure little wizards. Take me there, Dumbledore whispered. Although Parseltongue is a rare talent, it can also be learned. Fortunately, I know a little Parseltongue. The old headmaster knows more than just a little. He is a man who masters countless human languages. Professor, you are really knowledgeable, Ivan said. But before going there, I think we still need to make some preparations. Do you know the basilisk? The monster in the secret room is a basilisk. Dumbledore was a little surprised. After all, Myrtle died directly 50 years ago and was not petrified. And there are countless magics that can kill Myrtle. Even Dumbledore would not associate Myrtle's death with a basilisk. The basilisk is a very dangerous magical creature. Legend has it that it comes from the magic egg laid by a 7-year-old rooster when Sirius is in the sky, and then hatched by a toad, 890. Ivan, the eyes of the basilisk have the terrible magic of death. Anyone who looks directly at the basilisk will lose his life immediately. Except the phoenix, because the phoenix will not die. Fox. Dumbledore obviously understood what Ivan meant, and he added Fox. Fox was so happy to see that he was named. It flew down from the guardrail and landed on Ivan's shoulder, happily tidying up its feathers. Fox likes you very much, Van. I've always been liked by small animals. F. Dumbledore smiled meaningfully. Except for me, I have never seen Fox be so friendly with anyone. Ivan wanted to ask, what are you hinting at, old man? Oh, by the way, there is this. Dumbledore took out a pair of glasses from somewhere and handed them to Ivan. What is this? A pair of magic glasses that can effectively resist the sight of the basilisk. Dumbledore said that as long as you look at the basilisk for no more than 3 seconds, you will not be harmed by magic. The dangerous part of the basilisk is its eyes, so as long as the eye problem is solved, it will be just a larger magical creature. You even have this kind of thing. Ivan believed that Dumbledore, with the old headmaster's experience, must have encountered something similar to the basilisk. It is normal to be prepared for this. What about you? This magic item is very rare, and I only have this one. Dumbledore only had one pair of glasses, but he gave them to Ivan. This was his protection for Ivan, and also his confidence in his own strength. A mere basilisk. I, the White Lord of Hogwarts, don't take it seriously at all. Thank you. Ivan didn't act pretentiously and put on the glasses directly. These glasses seemed to have the function of correcting vision. Although Ivan was not nearsighted, he could see things much more clearly after wearing the glasses. The two walked in the silent corridor. The teachers and students in the school did not dare to go out casually because of the riot caused by Voldemort. Of course, Ivan didn't know whether the Weasley brothers would really abide by the rules. Soon, Ivan and Dumbledore came to the bathroom where the entrance to the secret room was located. Faintly, Ivan could still hear Myrtle crying. Professor, how about we assign opponents? Ivan said, I will deal with Voldemort. You help me deal with the basilisk. A powerful dark wizard, such a good training target. Ivan does not want to miss it. And with Dumbledore behind him, Ivan does not need to worry. The strength of the old headmaster, that is full of security. Okay, but you have to be careful. Don't worry, Ivan smiled. If I really can't beat him, I will definitely call for help immediately. Dumbledore shook his head. The old headmaster really didn't understand why Ivan was so thick-skinned. He cast a disillusionment spell, and then, under Ivan's instructions, he said to the faucet carved with a snake in parcel tongue, Open it. Buzz! The faucet emitted a dazzling white light and began to rotate rapidly. Then, the pool also moved. The two watched the pool slowly disappear from their sight, revealing a very thick water pipe that could accommodate a person. Good design. In the deserted place, Dumbledore's praise came. Without delay, the two cast the levitation spell and entered the pipe one after the other. The pipe twisted and turned, winding and winding, with a steep slope all the way down. This is a dark stone tunnel, large enough for people to stand inside. Ivan cast a variant of the illumination spell, Firefly Glimmer, to attach self-luminous fireflies to the surrounding objects, dispelling the darkness here. Pop-pat-pat. Ivan looked down and saw the bones of small animals, such as mice piled up like a mountain. Looking forward, a huge snake skin was coiled on the ground of the tunnel. The snake's skin was green and bright, just the skin of a venomous snake. This basilisk is at least more than 20 meters. Ivan made a simple estimate and said, if it is really Slytherin's pet, it is a snake king that has lived for thousands of years. The 1,000-year-old basilisk. Even Dumbledore had never heard of it. These pipes. Dumbledore noticed the extensive pipes. The old headmaster couldn't imagine that there was a 1,000-year-old basilisk living underground in Hogwarts. And from the looks of it, it could freely enter and exit the entire castle through the pipe system of Hogwarts. When he thought of this, even Dumbledore felt his scalp tingling. Slytherin, do you really want to kill Muggle-born wizards? Ivan subconsciously raised this question. If so, then this should be the earliest pure case so far, right? Ivan, when we discuss this issue, we must first figure out why the problem arises. Dumbledore and Ivan were surrounded by a soundproof barrier, so there was no need to worry about being discovered by Voldemort. Moreover, two great wizards were blocking the door of a remnant soul. What else do we need to plan for? Just go up and do it. What do you mean? The wizarding world 1,000 years ago was different from what we have now. Dumbledore said, at that time, the persecution of wizards by Muggles was extremely severe. Slytherin may be worried that those wizards of Muggle origin will in turn help Muggles to deal with wizards. Not recruiting half-bloods and Muggle-born wizards, only purebloods, can avoid internal friction among wizards and will not be used by Muggles. This method of killing with one blow is indeed in line with the style of Slytherin. Ivan can even imagine the scene of that year. Gryffindor, you are too extreme, Salazar. Slytherin, Godric, you will regret it. Gryffindor, I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. Of course, as far as Ivan knows, the first headmaster of Hogwarts was Rowena Ravenclaw, who proposed to establish a magic school, not Gryffindor. This book's setting, don't be too serious. Suddenly, I feel that the Big Four should have been very happy back then. I guess Gryffindor and Slytherin have played the game of you regretting my shadow a lot. In addition, Ivan also tends to agree with Dumbledore's judgment. After all, if Slytherin really kills his students, how could Gryffindor become close friends with him? Soon, the two came to the end of the tunnel. There stood a solid wall with two snakes entwined with each other carved on it, with big, shining emeralds in their eyes. It seems we have arrived, Headmaster. Ivan stood in front of the wall, and a hissing whisper like a snake sounded in the empty space. With Dumbledore's parcel tongue, two snakes separated, the stone wall cracked in the middle, and then slowly slid to both sides. This is a huge basement. Many stone pillars with coiled and entangled snakes carved on them support the ceiling that melts into the darkness above, casting long and strange shadows on the whole room, filled with green and mysterious mist. Looking up, Ivan saw a huge statue. It was an old, monkey-like face with a sparse long beard that almost dragged to the hem of the wizard's robe carved from stone, and two great big feet standing on the smooth floor of the room. Slytherin, Ivan subconsciously said the owner of the statue. Ivan Ambrosius. Looking down, he saw a figure standing under the statue. He slowly turned around, staring at Ivan with blood-red eyes. Should I say you are courageous or too conceited? Tom, don't call me that. Voldemort is in a very bad state now. He is pale, his skin is covered with red veins, and cracks on his body can be seen faintly. What? Ivan showed no respect for Voldemort, but strode forward. I call you Tom. That's your name, like Ivan, Albus, or do you want me to call you Riddle? 11. With Dumbledore's support behind him, he is so tough. If the atmosphere was not wrong, Ivan really wanted to say to Voldemort, Stop it, Tom. There are only Dumbledore outside. Enough. The surname Riddle is undoubtedly a taboo for Voldemort. Why do you know this place? Voldemort did not expect Ivan to find this place. He didn't know how Ivan found the location of the secret room and how he opened the door. Serpentese? Voldemort looked at Ivan suspiciously. Are you also a Serpentese? Who knows? Ivan did not answer directly, but walked to a place less than 20 meters away from Voldemort. This attitude of being sure of himself almost D Voldemort off. Compared to these, I think we should continue the unfinished duel, right? Ivan drew out his wand, seemingly casually, but in fact his magic eye and spiritual vision were activated at the same time, ready to guard against the possible attack of the basilisk at any time. But Ivan was not afraid of Voldemort. In the previous battle, Ivan had already figured out Voldemort's background. If Voldemort hadn't been so fast an apparition, Ivan would definitely turn on the obscurus mode and kill him directly. Of course, it's not too late now. Do you think you're going to win? Voldemort was completely enraged and raised his hand to fire an Avada. Green light bloomed in this basement. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ivan fired a weapon that removed your weapons, and Voldemort completed the magic link again. Zizzizizi. Then the confrontation began. Unsurprisingly, Ivan had the upper hand this time. The colliding magic quickly moved towards Voldemort, and no matter how much the latter concentrated his magic, it was useless. At this moment, a sneer flashed across Voldemort's angry face. Day, splash. Accompanied by splashes of water, a huge black shadow jumped out from under the water on one side, and the yellow eyes stared at Ivan, and the bloody mouth pounced straight down. It was the basilisk, which did not appear like in the original book, but hid in the water early. In the dark, Dumbledore's eyes were slightly fixed, and the protective spell was ready 3.0, ready to be launched at any time. Get out! But before Dumbledore could make a move, the surging black fog rushed out of Ivan's body like a storm, and then blew away the basilisk's body of more than 20 meters. What? Voldemort's eyes widened, his gaze full of disbelief. What is this? What is this black mist that is gushing out of the body of this little ghost in front of him? Silent, obscurial? A word popped up in Voldemort's mind, and he exclaimed, "You are an obscurial." In an instant, Voldemort understood everything. Why does Ivan have such unreasonable magic power? Why is his spell so strong? This kid is an obscurial, and he can control the host of the obscurial. Incredible. There really is such a thing as you. Voldemort disconnected the magic connection with Ivan, and he completely understood the current situation. And when facing an obscurial who can maintain a rampage state at any time, Voldemort really wants to slap his previous self to death. 11 years old, or 12 years old, you are still alive, an obscurial who has lived past 10 years old. When Voldemort first entered school, it was the most glorious era of Grindelwald. It's just that Credence's story is too secretive and belongs to the dark history of the American magic world. Therefore, apart from those involved, other people, especially foreign wizards, know very little about it. Voldemort has read books about the Obscurus and the Obscurus and knows the terrible power of this force, destroying everything with ease unmatched. Voldemort thoroughly understood the description of the Obscurus in the book, which was incredibly powerful. We should be in the same group, Ivan. Voldemort once again extended his invitation. You should know about the curse of the Obscurus. Join me. I will help you solve the curse so that you can live. To be honest, Voldemort was very afraid of Ivan. But if Ivan could become a member of the Death Eaters, with such a great general, when Voldemort resurrects him with the Philosopher's Stone, what would Dumbledore fear when the two of them join forces? As for whether Ivan will become a threat in the future, in Voldemort's view, this is not a problem at all. He has a horcrux and can fail many times, but Ivan has only one life. As long as he is prepared, Ivan will be taken down by him sooner or later. Is this the only thing you keep saying? Ivan was speechless. He really didn't know where Voldemort got the confidence to recruit him. You are now living like 10 rats in a ditch. While speaking, Ivan controlled the black fog with his other hand, suppressing the basilisk and making it unable to move. During the whole process, Ivan turned his back to the basilisk and didn't give it any chance. Gee. On the other side, Voldemort wanted to continue to bewitch, but the pleasant cry from the sky made his face change drastically. Phoenix. Fawkes appeared, staring at the basilisk. Seeing the basilisk being suppressed, a bird swooped down and pecked the two eyes of the basilisk with its sharp beak. No! Voldemort roared in pain. He knew that his greatest threat to Ivan was destroyed by the phoenix. The basilisk lost its eyes and was just a powerful beast. Perhaps its skin had a high resistance to magic, but with Ivan's magic, a large beast like this could be suppressed by any transfiguration. Thanks, Fawkes. Ivan did not miss this good opportunity. He controlled the water flow on both sides to bind the basilisk. Then he cast a freezing spell, turning the water rope into ice, and froze the half-body of the basilisk that was about to go blind. Take care of yourself more than your little pet, Tom. Being stimulated by Ivan, Voldemort's already broken soul could no longer bear it, and he cast magic again in anger. Do you have amnesia? You know you can't beat me in a duel, but you still want to fight. It seems that you not only lost your nose, but also your brain. While maintaining a magical connection with Voldemort, all kinds of trash talk came out of Ivan's mouth, as if it was free. Dumbledore, who was hiding behind the scenes, twitched his lips slightly. Dumbledore had seen Ivan's style of talking nonsense when fighting many times before. Every time, the insider was so angry with Ivan that he wanted to kill him. You know, that's Snape, the most sarcastic person in Hogwarts. When it comes to venomous tongue, Snape has never been afraid of anyone. But he met Ivan. Ivan, who knew Snape's past, said something heartbreaking, and every sentence was about Lily. Occasionally, James Potter, Sirius, Lupin, and others were interspersed, almost cutting and chewing up Snape's black history and feeding it to the surrounding spectators. I heard that your mother doesn't look very good. So you inherited old Riddle's good looks, right? No wonder you want to make yourself unrecognizable. Ivan was doing 3 things at once, suppressing the basilisk while engaging in a magical battle with Voldemort. And he kept saying, "At least you don't have to see that annoying face when you look in the mirror. You deserve to die." Ambrosius. Voldemort had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did now. He no longer cared about Quirrell's body, and the flames emitting a terrifying aura condensed in his hands. What is this? Ivan's eyes condensed, and he recognized the flame. Fierce fire. The flame was only the size of a fist at first, but in just a few breaths, the flame had climbed to the chest of the Slytherin statue, and then spread in all directions. Boom! The breath of destruction was vented wantonly. In Ivan's magic eyes, the black and red sticky magic seemed to swallow the whole world. Ivan had never seen such a terrible and dangerous spell. It was like a gate to hell, constantly pulling everything into the endless chaos. Is this Fiendfyre? In the original Harry Potter book, Fiendfyre appeared in Crabbe's hands for the first time, and it was also the last time. In his previous life, Ivan often saw Fiendfyre in fan fiction, as if it was a simple black magic that could be seen everywhere. However, the fact is that whether it is Fiendfyre or Avada Kedavra, they're not magic that ordinary wizards can master. Crabbe can cast fire, not because of his profound magical attainments, but he is evil enough and crazy enough. Many people think that Crabbe is a moron with a low level of magic. But you have to know that in the original book, Crabbe is one of the only 3 little masters in the history of Hogwarts who dare to kill people. No wonder Dumbledore told me to be careful of these black magics. If there was no magic eye, Ivan probably wouldn't feel the horror of Fiendfyre. The more the wizard is exposed to the fiendish fire, the closer his will be to the source of this power, and he will be bewitched by it and step into the abyss step by step. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Ivan raised his wand, and the golden light blocked the surging fiendish fire. He looked at Voldemort standing behind the sea of fire. He was laughing hideously. The blood-red eyes stared at Ivan, and the wand in his hand controlled the crazy will in the flames and kept it in one place. The fiendish fire touched the basement, the pool, the sculptures, and the walls. There was no burning process, not even a little bit of burning smell. All of this turned into ashes in the flames and became nutrients to nourish the fiendish fire. It grew bigger and bigger and finally turned into a giant fire dragon tens of meters high. Roar! The fire dragon seemed to have reached synchronization with Voldemort's thinking. It crawled there, staring at him. "This is my last chance for you." Voldemort's eyes were cold. Submission or death. Ivan was amazed at Voldemort's control over the Fiendfyre. It was already amazing to be able to suppress such a violent force. You know, there is no concept of friend or foe for the Fiendfyre. Once it is released, even the wizard who cast the Fiendfyre can only control it with absolute will. In other words, if you can't stop the Fiendfyre of this level, then you can't control it. Like Voldemort, using the fire of the house to create such a huge fire dragon. This means that even if someone casts the same level of Fiendfyre to attack Voldemort, it will be easily resolved by it. Then it becomes the master of the house and becomes a tool for Voldemort to attack the caster. Lihua has no master. Before losing control, it can be seized by a stronger person. After losing control, it can also be used by others. Lihua's only enemy is the world itself. It is an evil dragon that destroys the world. Only heroes who save the world can restrain it and control it. Ka. Although he was surrounded by Lihua, Ivan felt that he had never been so excited as he was now. The magic wand in his hand made a faint buzzing sound, and a series of red gold lines appeared in the high temperature, like a spell and like some kind of motto. Dex. So, with a loud cry of a phoenix, the red gold divine bird flew out of Ivan's Wudong magic wand. Fire God opens the way. Ivan swung his wand vigorously and cast the most perfect Fire God opens the way so far. What? Voldemort's pupils shrank slightly. In front of him, the originally ferocious and terrifying fire dragon seemed to be chopped by an invisible sword. The next moment, the fire dragon split into two from the center of the eyebrows downward. The red gold divine bird flew into the air, swallowing the flames, and it expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! Voldemort was shocked, and he quickly gathered the other half of the flame to avoid being taken away by Ivan's force. Fire God. This is Fire God. Dumbledore actually gave you this magic. Fire God opens the way is Dumbledore's original spell, which has absolute control over the flames. Voldemort had witnessed it with his own eyes. Dumbledore's Vulcan cleared the way. With just a flick of the wand, the forest fire that stretched for dozens of miles retreated to both sides, as if making way for the Vulcan walking on Earth. And now, the same magic is reproduced in the hands of first-year wizard ZA. On the side, the old headmaster, who was watching the magic duel between Ivan and Voldemort, looked dazed. He looked at the scene of the red gold phoenix standing in the flames, circling the sky and lowering its tail to protect it, and couldn't help but murmured, "Dumbledore." "Dex." Fawkes chirped happily, ignoring the Fiendfyre and circling playfully around the phoenix summoned by Ivan. If the old headmaster's ridicule of Ivan's bloodline was a joke before, now he really believed it. Perhaps Ivan's ancestors really had the bloodline of Merlin and the bloodline of the Phoenix at the same time. And he, Ivan Ambrosius, was the perfect product of the combination of these two families, a magical miracle. Ambrosius. Voldemort was extremely shocked because he actually saw the shadow of Dumbledore in Ivan. It seemed that the person standing in front of him was not a little wizard, but Dumbledore in his youth. The man he admired all his life, but who made him live in the shadow all his life. Ivan controlled the Fiendfyre Phoenix, letting it continuously devour Voldemort's flames, and then in turn, suppressing it. Suddenly, Ivan felt Voldemort's control over Fiendfyre was much looser. Before he could figure out the reason, a green beam of light had already penetrated the blazing Fiendfyre and rushed towards Ivan. Avada Kedavra. Shit. Ivan thought to himself that Voldemort was really G insidious. Fortunately, his thinking attribute was high enough, so he had no problem doing three things at once. You are really despicable, you have no nose. Ivan raised his empty left hand slightly, and a piece of broken rock not far from 747 was moved in front of him, successfully resisting Voldemort's killing curse. Boom! However, before Ivan looked at Voldemort, another killing curse burst out. Ivan wanted to continue defending, but the powerful inspiration did not give any warning. What's going on? Ivan took a look and instantly determined the landing point of the killing curse. Voldemort missed, and the killing curse could not hit Ivan at all. Hiss. The basilisk's shrill wail sounded behind him, and Ivan turned his head suddenly, only to see that the basilisk that he had locked with ice was emitting green flames all over its body. These flames were like the scythe of the god of death, constantly harvesting the vitality of the basilisk. What are you doing? Ivan looked puzzled. He didn't understand, why did Voldemort kill his pet? The next moment, wisps of invisible life energy floated out of the basilisk, and they flowed into the crown on Voldemort's head, constantly nourishing his body and soul. Boom! Ivan didn't understand Voldemort's purpose. Ravenclaw's crown is a horcrux, and if the soul in the horcrux wants to be reborn, it needs to devour enough vitality. The basilisk has lived for 1,000 years, and it is easy to imagine how strong its vitality is. Ivan did not hesitate, and controlled the fiery phoenix to release a blazing flame, interrupting Voldemort's devouring of vitality. Damn it, Voldemort didn't expect Ivan to be able to detect his plan. If it could be delayed a little longer, Voldemort could use the vitality of the basilisk to temporarily recover to his prime. Although this state cannot be maintained for too long, it is enough to take down Ivan. Unfortunately, Ivan has a magic eye, so Voldemort didn't get too much supplement. Hello! Voldemort raised his wand and created a barrier to block the destruction of the house. He did not fight with Ivan for the control of Fiendfyre. With the god of fire paving the way and the phoenix blood of the Dumbledore family, there is probably no one in the entire wizarding world who can control fire. All curses are over. It was obviously the Fiendfyre he summoned, but now it has become a means of attacking him. Voldemort was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. You lost him. Ivan commanded the phoenix to suppress it with one hand, and waved his other hand gently, and the shadowless blade cut through the space. Puff! Voldemort only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and his body trembled slightly, and he already knew what had happened just now. He lost. Shadowless Blade is a spell invented by Snape. Thinking of his defeat to a little wizard, Voldemort roared heartbreakingly, "I want you dead, Ambrosius!" Crash! In Ivan's surprised eyes, Voldemort's body shattered and dissipated like ashes. Instead, there was a dark shadow that seemed to exist and not exist. What is this? Ivan hurriedly used his magic eyes and spiritual vision to observe, but all he could see were countless black particles. Ivan had only seen this feeling in one thing. Soul! Ivan hurriedly controlled the fierce fire to defend himself, but Voldemort's residual soul seemed to ignore the flames and rush straight towards him. What's going on? This scene was really beyond Ivan's expectations. He never thought that Voldemort had such a method. Ambrose! The remaining soul of Voldemort screamed shrilly. It was very fast. In an instant, it had crossed the distance of 20 meters and stretched its claws towards Ivan's neck. Expecto Patronus. At this critical moment, Dumbledore's figure blocked Ivan. The old headmaster raised his wand, and the silver-white light flowed out from the tip of the wand like a stream of water. In an instant, it turned into an exquisite phoenix, blocking Voldemort's shadow. Dumbledore! Voldemort obviously recognized Dumbledore. He roared and roared, but he could not move forward. Boom! The black mist as dark as ink surged out of Ivan's body, silently sensing the danger of the host, and began to protect the master at this time. The remaining soul of Voldemort flew backwards in a hurry. It stopped in midair, glared at Ivan and Dumbledore hatefully, and then slowly dissipated in the flames. Complete achievement. Defeat the Archmage. Unique. Defeat the Archmage. Requirement. Only once defeat an Archmage in a one-on-one duel. Achievement reward. 1 potential. What is that? Ivan ignored the sudden system prompt. He suppressed his violent magic and took the obscurus back into his body. An extremely evil black magic. Dumbledore cast all spells to subdue the Fiendfyre, while explaining to Ivan, Tom's residual soul is attached to Quirrell, relying on stealing the lives of others to survive. Tom knew that he could not last long, so he consumed all his vitality. A pure soul cannot cast magic, but the vitality stolen by the Horcrux gave Voldemort the ability to attack in the residual soul state. In this state, most magic is ineffective against it. Only magic containing strong positive emotions can fight against it. Then why can't Fiendfyre attack him? Because of the Horcrux. Voldemort's ghost is immune to Fiendfyre, Not because Fiendfyre is of the same origin as him, but because he has the support of the horcrux. If it is an ordinary soul, it will be burned to ashes in a few minutes when it encounters Fiendfyre. Burned to ashes, does it mean that the soul is scattered? Not so. Dumbledore shook his head hurriedly and said, Fiendfyre just forcibly sent the soul to another world so that it could not remain. The horcrux is like an anchor point, hooking Voldemort's soul and preventing it from returning to death. So that's it, Ivan understood. Without destroying the horcrux, we can't completely kill Voldemort. Then why is the Patronus Charm? The Patronus Charm is the oldest and most powerful defensive spell for wizards. It can not only drive away the bats and dementors, but also has the functions of long-distance communication and reconnaissance. In addition, a complete Patronus can resist all magic composed of negative emotions. The negative emotions here do not include anger, destructive desires, etc., but refer to hurt, fear, loneliness, etc. You mean that Voldemort's state just now is equivalent to killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of himself. The pain of merging one soul with a large amount of negative emotions can be imagined. And according to Dumbledore, although the Fiendfyre cannot destroy Voldemort's residual soul, he still needs to endure the pain of the Fiendfyre burning his body. Is there no way to seal Voldemort's residual soul? Indeed, there is no way. Dumbledore was also very troubled. The horcrux is the root, and Voldemort's wandering soul is more like a wisp of consciousness. The relationship here is very complicated. Some people may think that the residual soul is Voldemort's self, and sealing it is equivalent to sealing all horcruxes. However, this is just like the shortest straight line between 2 points. The shortest straight line is limited to 2-dimensional planes, but if it is 3-dimensional or 4-dimensional, then this common sense does not apply. Similarly, the relationship between Voldemort's main soul and horcrux is the same. So, Professor, are you sure that the secret of Voldemort's immortality is the horcrux? If I'm not mistaken, Dumbledore stepped forward and floated the fallen Ravenclaw's crown into the air. Yes, this is a horcrux. It was not destroyed by Fiendfyre. Fiendfyre can destroy horcruxes. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, but soon he understood Voldemort's little trick. In history, there were not many wizards who successfully made horcruxes, and their horcruxes were hidden tightly, and there was almost no record of anyone's horcruxes being destroyed. Therefore, even Blidmore didn't know how to destroy the horcruxes. Cunning Tom. Before leaving, Voldemort threw Ravenclaw's crown into the Fiendfyre. However, the fact is that there was no Fiendfyre in that area. He wanted to use this method to confuse the two people, so that they subconsciously thought that Ravenclaw's crown picked up from the Fiendfyre would definitely not be afraid of the burning of the Fiendfyre. Unfortunately, Ivan had read the original book and knew that horcruxes could be destroyed by housefire. What is this? Ivan looked at the crown carefully and asked knowingly, Don't you already know? Ivan smiled. He was not embarrassed by being exposed, and said bluntly, Well, this is Ravenclaw's crown, which was stolen by Ravenclaw's daughter and finally left in the forest of Albania. I guess that the reason why Professor Quirrell went there is probably because he knew the clues about the crown. Unfortunately, he met Voldemort. Alas, one. Dumbledore actually felt very sorry for Quirrell's experience. In addition, Ivan felt speechless about Voldemort's wasteful behavior. Ravenclaw's crown, the treasure of the 4 giants. This should have belonged to the inheritance of Hogwarts. Ivan said, It's a pity to destroy it directly. Look at Voldemort wearing the crown. Even the strategy can be used. It can be seen that this thing does have a certain increase in people's thinking. You could try, Ivan. What? Ivan didn't expect Dumbledore to say that. He waved his hands and said, No, I dare not wear it on my head. Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. Dumbledore smiled and said, I mean, maybe you can purify the evil souls in the crown without damaging it. Purify? Ivan was puzzled and said, How should I do it? There is a legend in our Dumbledore family that when any family member needs help, the Phoenix will come. Dumbledore's words made Ivan speechless. Sorry, Professor. Ivan interrupted. I think you should say me, not us. Dumbledore and Ivan looked at each other silently for a while, and then continued. My nephew Aurelius was once blessed by the Phoenix. Ignore? Selective deafness? Ivan didn't know how to complain. However, in the old headmaster's view, it was a foregone conclusion that Ivan had the blood of the Phoenix family, even if his last name was not Dumbledore. But the Phoenix bloodline has a long history, and now no one can tell its specific purpose. Maybe Ivan's ancestors are from the same family as old Dumbledore's ancestors. Now, I think it's time. What? Ivan saw Dumbledore looking at his sycamore wand, and he knew that the spirit of the Phoenix was sleeping in it. But it is not easy to awaken it, and it takes time. Fawkes! Dumbledore smiled slightly, and he summoned his own Phoenix. Fawkes and Dumbledore's mind was connected. He hovered around Ivan, and a large amount of golden red magic power like flames poured out of his body. Boom! The next moment, the Wutone wand once again bloomed with red gold lines. But this time, the lines, the Nua Zhao, did not cool down quickly, but became brighter and brighter until the whole wand was on fire. Ivan did not let go of the wand. It burned, but did not give him any pain. On the contrary, Ivan felt very warm. The magic power in his body resonated with the magic power of the Wutone wand, until a brand new heartbeat revived in Ivan's heart. Bang, bang, bang. The heartbeat echoed, and the Wutone wand in Ivan's hand seemed to have attracted something, and slowly rose in the firelight. Then, the flame turned into a shining sun, and a life grew and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. But it was not enough. Ivan could feel the Phoenix spirit's desire for vitality. However, where would Ivan go to get her vitality? Ivan was huge. Dumbledore saw Ivan's urgency and said, now is the time to use it. Ivan immediately thought of the Philosopher's Stone that Dumbledore gave him for safekeeping. And the moment Ivan took out the Philosopher's Stone, the red crystals burst into a dazzling red light. The Philosopher's Stone began to break, and part of it flowed into Ivan's wand like melting. Dex! The pleasant sound of the Phoenix, like fairy music, dispelled the coldness in the basement, and the colorful bird grabbed the Wutone wand and descended in front of Ivan. What a beautiful creature! Dumbledore sighed. He compared Ivan's Phoenix with his own Fawkes. The difference between the two was visible to the naked eye. Although Fawkes was equally beautiful, his divine brilliance was restrained and the overall look was dull. In contrast, Ivan's Phoenix seemed to have been filtered. Not only that, Dumbledore also noticed the patterns on the Phoenix. The head had virtue, the wings had righteousness, the back had courtesy, the chest had benevolence, and the belly had faith. Benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith are the 5 virtues of the bird. Ivan didn't recognize these 5 patterns because they were very different from the Wuxia characters in his memory. Rather than saying that these patterns are the 5 virtues, it is better to say that they are 5 kinds of magic runes from the East. The runes contain unparalleled pure magic, as if they can dispel darkness and soothe all pain and sorrow. Ivan caught the falling Philosopher's Stone and found that it had lost nearly a quarter of it in the resurrection ceremony just now. He wanted to return the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, but the latter didn't seem to want to take it back. Helplessly, Ivan had to put the Philosopher's Stone back into his pocket. Since Dumbledore himself didn't want it, Ivan could only accept it with tears and smile. There is no way. The Philosopher's Stone is too fragrant. Originally, Ivan didn't know the use of the Philosopher's Stone, but the scene just now made him realize the power of the Philosopher's Stone thoroughly. This thing, maybe it's really like as Voldemort believed, it has the power to resurrect from the dead. Of course, the premise is that the other party is not really dead. The Phoenix can be resurrected because she has immortal life. As for Voldemort, the horcrux protected him. What is the meaning of these patterns? Ivan said, it looks like ancient Wuxia. This is the rune of virtue. Dumbledore explained, the Gillen's 710 Ministry of Magic once invited me, and there I learned this ancient rune. Oriental wizards call it virtue. There are 5 kinds of virtue, namely benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and trustworthiness, each corresponding to a very profound spiritual power. In the East, wizards believe that virtue is a symbol of beauty, and they use it to drive away evil forces. This is similar to the magic Ivan learned at Hogwarts. The old headmaster told Ivan that the mind is the most powerful weapon of wizards, and will is the solid barrier used by wizards to protect themselves. The two are one attack and one defense, and they are inseparable. So, Ivan stroked his own five-colored divine phoenix, and through the spiritual connection, Ivan knew her gender. This is a phoenix, that is a female phoenix. The two are clearly separated, and neither of them hinders the other. It's okay, it's okay. Don't fight with each other. Ivan was really afraid that the two would treat his body as a battlefield and accidentally blow him up. Don't worry, she won't hurt you. Dumbledore was not surprised that Ivan's phoenix was so dazzling. It is better to say that the phoenix of the Phoenix family should have been like this. It was just because of cultural integration that it eventually became Fawkes's appearance. Theoretically, if Dumbledore's phoenix bloodline could return to its ancestral home, Fawkes would evolve again and become the real Phoenix. There is no difference between the seven-colored phoenix and the phoenix. The two belong to the same level of existence. Ivan found that the way old Dumbledore looked at him was getting more and more wrong. He asked tentatively, "So should I change my name?" Dumbledore. Ivan Dumbledore? Oh, that's great. The old headmaster seemed to have discovered something interesting. He smiled like a daisy and looked at Ivan with a look of doting. Ahem. Ivan waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it. Really not considering it. Dumbledore didn't mind at all. He could even declare that Ivan was his grandson or great-grandson. No one would investigate anyway. With the phoenix accompanying him, the evidence is irrefutable. What's more, the Dumbledore family is now without successors. Dumbledore thinks his brother probably won't mind handing over the family inheritance to Ivan. In fact, the Dumbledore family's wealth is still very substantial. Not to mention others, Dumbledore himself has a huge fortune, not to mention the Dumbledore family's accumulation over the past 1,000 years. To be honest, Ivan was really tempted. Fortunately, Ivan's will was strong enough to resist the temptation of the old bee. Let's talk about the horcrux. Ivan made the phoenix reappear, and the beautiful little guy made a singing phoenix cry, and even the crown of Ravenclaw, which was originally floating in the air, was trembling faintly. Seeing this, Ivan asked hurriedly, could it be that the power of the phoenix can purify the curse on the crown? This is the difference between the phoenix and the phoenix. The phoenix specializes in matter, while the phoenix is the master of mind and will. Although Voldemort's horcrux is powerful, the flame of the phoenix can completely purify it without hurting the crown. Go! Ivan did not hesitate, and the phoenix took action directly. And just as old Dumbledore said, the flame of the phoenix fell on the crown. The appearance of the crown did not change. Only wisps of CHCC, black smoke, accompanied by Voldemort's painful wailing, kept echoing in the ears of the two. Ivan did not stop the phoenix from purifying the crown, but burned it for 3 minutes until the magic eye could no longer see the foul smell in the crown, and then took it back into his body. Is this all right? Ivan carefully observed the crown, and Dumbledore was confident, so he grabbed the crown with his bare hands. Headmaster, don't worry, it's no longer Voldemort's horcrux. Dumbledore asked Ivan if he wanted to take the crown for research. The old headmaster treated Ivan like a grandfather treated his grandson, and his preference for him at any time and place could not be concealed at all. Forget it. Ivan didn't want to wear Voldemort's horcrux on his head. Even if the crown could really give people wisdom, Ivan would rather not have this kind of disgust. Seeing this, Dumbledore could only take back the crown. He planned to put it in the headmaster's office as a relic of the founder of the new school of Hogwarts, passed down from generation to generation. Restore it as before. Restore it as before. In the following time, Ivan and Dumbledore cast a repair spell together to restore the Chamber of Secrets that had become dilapidated due to the battle between the two. During this period, the two needed to deal with the curse left by the Fiendfyre. This power is very difficult to deal with and requires a lot of energy. It is far more difficult than the damage caused by ordinary physics and magic. Fortunately, the two are not ordinary people. The magic power of the Archmage level is enough to reverse the damage caused by the Fiendfyre. A quarter of an hour later, Dumbledore took Ivan out of the Chamber of Secrets. They did not return along the original route, but with the help of Fawkes, they appeared in the headmaster's office through a special apparition. This magic, Ivan had seen it in the original book, and he said, Hogwarts cannot apparate, but it can only restrict wizards, not creatures outside. Yes, Dumbledore did not hide it, and directly handed the apparition with the Phoenix Flame to Ivan. This apparition itself is initiated by the Phoenix, and Dumbledore only needs to follow. Therefore, it will not cause the physical separation of the wizard's apparition, and it is very safe. Just like flu powder, right? Ivan studied it carefully for a while, and soon found the benefits of this apparition. First of all, apparition is a general term for teleportation with a different space as an anchor point. In essence, the principles of apparition of different races are actually very different. Just like the Zowu and Fantastic Beasts, it can open a spiral storm-like space wormhole while running, so as to cross millions of miles. Therefore, if you want to limit the apparition, you must set up different anti-apparition spells. Can only one anti-spell be set up in one area? Multiple anti-spells require a high level of magical attainments, and you also need to be familiar with that kind of magic. This superposition of anti-apparition is like a blockade of space. However, it is already difficult to block space with one level, let alone double or triple blockades. Not to mention that wizards cannot perform the apparition of house elves. Moreover, wizards will not have nothing to do after eating a full meal, so they will prepare for the invasion of magical creatures such as Zowu and Phoenix in advance. I can't wait. Apparition, this is space magic, one of the magics that Ivan is most eager to learn. But Dumbledore thinks Ivan is too young, so he didn't let him try it rashly. But now, with the Phoenix helping him open the door, Ivan just needs to walk in. Ahem. Dumbledore said that he should not be too ambitious and try it in the principal's office first. Ivan accepted it with pleasure. So, in this small headmaster's office, accompanied by clusters of fireworks, the figures of Fan and Shun Huang kept flashing. Puff! Sparks flew everywhere, and Ivan and Shun Huang appeared at the door, one above and one below. Then there was another apparition, and the two appeared in front of Dumbledore. The flames almost burned Dumbledore's beard. Ha! Ivan looked at Dumbledore's resentful eyes when he was adjusting his beard, and couldn't help laughing. Ivan called this kind of apparition Flash Flame. Flash Flame is not more convenient than apparition, but it is omnipotent. No one in the world can set up the counterspell of Flash Flame except Dumbledore. This is a life-saving card. Ivan would not use this magic easily, but like Dumbledore, he escaped from the restraints at the critical moment. Dumbledore's suggestion was very good, and Fan felt it necessary to come down. After leaving the headmaster's office, Ivan went straight back to the Gryffindor common room. Voldemort was dead, and the professors could relax a little. Dumbledore would use the Patronus to notify the other 3 colleges, and Ivan would explain to McGonagall. As soon as he entered the Gryffindor dormitory, Ivan saw a group of young wizards gathered here. When they saw Ivan coming back, they surrounded him and asked, "Harry said you fought with the mysterious man and defeated him?" The mysterious man died a long time ago, and he was just a dark wizard pretending to be him. Are you right, Ivan? Hearing everyone's discussion, Ivan immediately understood what happened. Harry witnessed the battle in the Forbidden Forest, and after returning, he told the Gryffindor students that Ivan had driven Voldemort away. However, everyone did not believe that Voldemort was still alive. They prefer to believe that it was just a dark wizard pretending to be Voldemort. Harry. Ivan saw Harry, who was hesitant to speak in the crowd, and gave him a look, then explained, "Yes, that's just an imposter. We all know that person died 10 years ago." As soon as these words came out, the little wizards in Gryffindor were relieved. Seeing this, Ivan shook his head helplessly. The British wizarding world has long been frightened by Voldemort. Imagine if Ivan really said that it was the Dark Lord. How terrified would the little wizards be to hear that Voldemort is still alive? And how can their parents feel at ease to send their children to Hogwarts? After all, Harry still didn't understand the direction of the wizarding world. He looked at Voldemort with the fixed mindset of muggles, and Ivan had already foreseen what his reputation would become among the little lions of Gryffindor. Ivan, don't worry, Professor. Ivan gave McGonagall a reassuring look and then announced, don't be afraid. Just now, Principal Dumbledore has found the hiding dark wizard. I saw it with my own eyes. The principal caught him. 14. Sure enough, this is what the little wizards want to hear. Okay, everyone go back to sleep, Professor McGonagall said, and drove them back to their respective dormitories. She didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, Dumbledore is still there, and Professor Cat can go to the old principal at any time. In Ivan's dormitory, Neville, Hermione, Harry, and Parvati gathered. Neville served tea and snacks to everyone, and Hermione and Parvati secretly clenched their fists, wanting to hear the truth from Ivan. Harry, Ivan, how is Ronald? They handed Ronald to Madame Pomfrey, and now he has drunk the tranquilizer and fallen asleep. Too many things happened tonight, and Harry has been worried about his good friend. Ivan stopped asking after hearing that Ronald was fine. So, is he really a fake? Harry asked quietly, and he had realized the inappropriateness of his previous behavior. I think he is. It's him. After Ivan finished speaking, the teacup in Neville's hand slipped directly. Fortunately, Ivan was prepared and caught it with a floating spell, and then put it back with Neville's apologies. Don't worry too much. Ivan saw the two little witches turn pale, and thought to himself that Voldemort was really no different from a ghost story in the wizarding world. Just like Westerners can't understand Eastern horror elements, such as wedding dresses and candles, Ivan also can't get the horror of Voldemort. There's one thing Harry is not wrong. Ivan's eyes swept over the four people and smiled. I defeated him. Chi. At this time, the phoenix flew out of Ivan's body. The red gold flames fell, but did not burn anything in the room. It dispelled the fear in the hearts of the four people and brought them endless warmth. What is this? The little wizards had never seen a phoenix, and Hermione was attracted by her beautiful figure. Feng Huang. She can come out? Yes. Ivan asked the phoenix to stop aside, and Yumi jumped up and meowed to make friends with her. Thanks to the help of the principal, she woke up from her deep sleep. Ivan briefly explained the origin of the phoenix. The little wizards had long been accustomed to his extraordinariness and were not surprised. Ivan, did you really defeat the mysterious man? He was seriously injured Voldemort. Ivan knew what his victory meant to Neville. If it was him in his prime, I might not win. But we are still young, aren't we? Believe me, Ivan, sooner or later, I'll have a real fight with him and send him to hell. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you. Neville's parents were tortured crazy by the Death Eaters and are still lying in St. Go's hospital. When it comes to hatred for the Death Eaters and Voldemort, Neville is the one who wants to kill them the most. Ivan, you are so awesome. Parvati looked at Ivan with admiration, as if she was treating him as a hero in a storybook. Huh, Hermione said disdainfully. Did you know Ivan was awesome on the first day? For some reason, the little witches started their daily quarrel. Ivan and the other two couldn't get involved, so they had to step aside to avoid being hurt. Soon after, Ivan sent the three away, and Neville went to bed. The phoenix returned to its master's body, and Yumi also went into his cat house, yawning and curled up. Until then, Ivan had the opportunity to check his new ability. System, open the attribute panel. Ivan Ambrosius. Age, 11 years old. Race, wizard. Gender, male. Bloodline, eternal descendant, Phoenix family. Talent, Transfiguration Magus, Prophecy Magus, Silent One, Phoenix Spirit. Attributes, 1 ordinary, 2 excellent, 3 outstanding, 4 rare, 5 legendary, 6 apocalypse, 7 miracle. Soul, 5 legendary. Magic, 5 legendary. Physique, 1 ordinary. Thinking, 3 outstanding. Mind, 2+1, outstanding. Will, 2+1, outstanding. Current potential points, 1. There is one more bloodline, and the previous Ambrosius has also become the eternal descendant. Suddenly, Ivan noticed the attributes of mind and will, and found that they changed from the original 2 to 2+1. What's going on? Ivan checked carefully and finally focused on the newly appeared talent, Phoenix Spirit. The next moment, a piece of information emerged in Ivan's mind. Phoenix Spirit. Introduction. You can summon a phoenix as a partner, and she will give you special protection. Protection effect. Mind attribute +1, will attribute +1. Note, this effect is only applicable to legendary and below. In other words, if Ivan's mind attribute reaches 5 points, the blessing of the phoenix cannot allow it to break through to 6 points. It's already very good, equivalent to saving 2 potential points. Although I don't know what other uses potential points have besides increasing attributes. So far, Ivan has only got 2 potential points. So when it's time to save, you still have to save some. In addition, the role of mind and will. Ivan is following. Ivan experienced this when he fought Voldemort. 3 points of willpower made Ivan's control of the Fiendfyre more handy. As for the mind, it greatly increased the power of Ivan's spells. Ivan had a hunch that if he could fully integrate 3 points of mind power in a magic, he could increase the power of the spell several times. For example, Ivan's original blasting spell, which was cast with all his strength, could blow up the top of the hill. Now that the mind has increased from 2 points to 3 points, the entire hill may be flattened by Ivan's magic bullet. This is the power of the mind, which greatly increases the power of the spell. Of course, the power of the spell and the quality of the magic power when fighting waves are 2 concepts. The former is more about the increase in range and effect. BB. Ivan looked up and down at his attributes. How should I add points next? The soul and magic power have reached legendary, and potential points are no longer applicable. Experience points are needed. Unfortunately, Ivan didn't know where to get experience points. The remaining 3 attributes of mind, will, and thinking are all 3 points. According to Ivan's original plan, he would definitely choose to add points to these 3 attributes. But this time, Ivan didn't plan to do so. Although the mind is very powerful, Ivan has not yet fully developed even the 3-point attribute. If it can't be realized in a short time, it will not make much sense. So, Ivan looked at his physical attribute. The physical attribute is only 1. Normally speaking, it seems meaningless to increase the 1-point physical attribute by 1 point. However, Ivan plans to give it a try. Ivan has almost figured out the functions of the other 5 attributes, but he still hasn't figured out the mechanism of the physical attribute. The mind and will have saved 2 potential points, so even if 1 point is wasted here, it won't hurt. Of course, there is no such thing as wasting attributes. They will be added anyway. It's just a matter of time. System, add points. Thinking of this, Ivan directly clicked on the physique. Please give me flowers. After adding points, Ivan first observed the panel for a while and saw that there was no increase. Then he lay on the bed and then carefully felt the changes in himself. I don't feel anything. Ivan frowned slightly. He didn't feel that his body was strengthened. It seems that he didn't have sharp ears and eyes. Just when Ivan was confused, a voice as thin as a mosquito whispered in his ear. Yumi is so hungry, I want to eat dried fish, meow. Ivan was stunned for a moment. He seemed to hear Lumi and the little fish king. What's going on? Before he could react, another vague memory fragment flooded into Ivan's mind. In the Snow White ward, a man and a woman were lying quietly on the bed. The boy was holding his grandmother's hand with tears in his eyes. However, the picture soon turned into smoke. When the picture became clear again, Ivan saw himself waving his magic wand and knocking a dark, unclear figure to the ground. Ivan turned his head and looked at Neville, who had fallen asleep. Is Neville's sleep quality really that good? It was only 5 or 6 minutes after the lights were turned off, and he fell asleep. And Yumi. Sure enough, Ivan saw Yumi crawling out of the cat house, taking light and silent steps, and digging out the hidden dried fish. Is this legilimency? Legislatives is a magic similar to mind reading, but the ability Ivan just showed is far more magical than legilimency. If Yumi's voice belongs to mind reading, then what about Neville? He is dreaming. Ivan could actually see his dream, and it was so clear. Ivan Ambrosius. Age, 11 years old. Race, wizard. Gender, male. Bloodline, eternal descendant, Phoenix family. Talents, transfiguration magus, prophecy magus, silent one, Phoenix spirit, psychic master. Psychic master. Opening the panel in the talent column, new prompts gradually emerged in the empty space. Psychic master, also known as psychic master. This ability can be acquired through acquired learning, but in Ivan's case, it is obvious that he awakened on his own. So, improving the physical attribute can activate new magical talents. This thought only existed for a moment before Ivan denied it. No, it shouldn't be that simple. The physical attribute may not be the physical attribute I know at all. Ivan thinks that the physical attribute should refer to magical life, that is, letting magic power merge into the wizard's body. I remember Ollivander said that the difference between wizards and magical creatures is that wizards are still human beings, while the flesh and blood of magical creatures contain magic power. Thinking of this, Ivan stood up and walked towards a closet, and then entered the secret realm again. He was not far from the exit, but near here, and began to try to cast spells without a wand. Armor protection, all protection, ultimate protection. Ivan did not use the Wutong magic wand for the 3 defensive spells, and as a result, the armor protection was successful, and the ultimate protection was motionless. As for the all protection, Ivan could feel that he had already pried open the spell, but because the magic power was not smooth enough, it failed. I really did it. Although 2 magics failed, Ivan was still very happy. The physical attribute can make my body magical. Ivan had always thought that he was able to master the skill of wandless casting because his magic power was strong enough. However, this was not the case. 1 point of physique may seem rare, but it is actually this 1 point of attribute that makes Ivan's flesh and blood have a certain degree of fit with magic power. Now, when the physique attribute is increased to 2 points, Ivan clearly feels the smoothness of magic power release. If I continue to add points to physique, my body can be used as a carrier of magic power to cast magic. At that time, Ivan's 10 fingers can be his magic wand. At 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, I will completely get rid of the constraints of the magic wand and become a real master. The existence of the magic wand has always been regarded by Ivan as his weakness. Without the magic wand, his ability to cast spells will be greatly reduced. Although the Wutong magic wand is excellent, there is no magic medium in the world that is more compatible with one's own flesh and blood. However, Ivan does not intend to abandon the Wutong magic wand in the future. In Ivan's concept, the magic wand and the staff should not be a medium, but a prop for amplification. Therefore, he will try his best to transform his magic wand from a pure magic medium to a magic amplifier with medium function, as small as the old magic wand. Are there any other changes? Wandless spellcasting is indeed important, but it is more for precaution. The real reason why Ivan added some physical fitness is to solve the sword of obscurus hanging over his head. Thinking so, Ivan began to transform obscurus. Suddenly, Ivan noticed a change different from the past. He stopped the transformation and frowned. Something is different. This change is difficult to describe in words. If the feeling brought to Ivan by the previous incarnation of obscurus was a violent force surging in his body, and then the whole person seemed to be integrated into the cold lake water. Now, Ivan found a little warmth in this cold water. Yes, it is warmth. Like a lighthouse in the dark, a bonfire at night gives the world the only light. What's going on? Ivan was a little confused, but more of a delight, because he found a way to solve obscurus, that is, to add some physical fitness. Ivan had thought about it before. Why would the obscurus, a parasitic life, harm the wizard who was hosting it? Now, Ivan understood. The wizard's body was like an ecosystem for the obscurus. Only when the environment was suitable could the obscurus survive. Otherwise, the obscurus would leave the host. Once the obscurus completely left the wizard, their vitality would also be taken away by the obscurus. The improvement of physical attributes will allow the magic power to transform my body into soil suitable for the life of the obscurus. Not only that, I seem to be able to control the degree of obscurus transformation. Ivan temporarily put aside this joy, raised his hand, and tried to 730 to reduce the absorption of the power of the obscurus. Less. Ivan's palm turned into black particles, but he knew that there was no limit. Before, Ivan asked himself if he could do such fine control. This was thanks to the improvement of will brought about by the revival of the Phoenix. The role of will is, first, to better control magic power, and second, to resist the side effects of magic. This resistance is not only the wizard's own magic power out of control. Even curses from the outside world, such as the Imperius Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, can be effectively protected. Of course, the Killing Curse is an exception. The Big Melon is a rule-based spell, and it can only be cast successfully or fail. Thinking about this, Ivan even had a cold sweat on his forehead because of controlling the obscurus. Fortunately, Ivan successfully found the only warmth in the cold lake. It was also at this time that Ivan's palm returned to its original state. Instead, there were wisps of rising white mist. What is this? Ivan was stunned for a moment. He carefully felt the white smoke and felt that it was extremely light. It seemed invisible and intangible, but it really existed. The most important thing is that Ivan can feel unprecedented peaceful magic from this white mist. It is different from the black of the obscurus. It is a more positive power that is completely controlled by Ivan. Ivan looked at the floating white smoke, and he could feel the dependence of this magic on himself. It was like a child acting like a spoiled child to his parents, longing for their love. This white smoke is the same thing as MOMO ran, but it seems to be more compatible. From the perspective of the magic eye, Ivan turned his hands into white smoke and black mist respectively. The magic in the white smoke is like clean water, while the black mist is very turbid and full of all kinds of negative emotions. The most important thing is that Ivan has never seen such primitive magic as white smoke. Yes, primitive. No, it should be said to be pure. Ivan feels that the composition of white smoke is very close to magic. The magic here is not the power of wizards, but a concept similar to the Tao of this world, that is, the source of magic, the most basic unit. White smoke is like the product of basic magic after it first came to the material world. If we use numbers as an analogy, magic is something that does not exist in the material world. It can be counted as. And white smoke is the one that was born after this zero was separated from the material world. Tau begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. With this thought, Ivan began to manipulate the few wisps of white smoke that looked like the result of a cigarette being lit. Boom! The next moment, the white smoke began to burn and became a red flame. But it wasn't over yet. Next, the flame turned into water, which condensed into ice and then shattered into transparent wisps of breeze. Finally, a large amount of soil fell from the breeze and soon formed a small mound at Ivan's feet. Earth, water, wind, and fire, the 4 basic elements. Ivan was extremely excited, and he suppressed his surging emotions. Just as I thought, this white smoke is the embodiment of pure magic in the material world. In fact, obscurus can also be the magic of one. It's just that it is too chaotic and violent, and it is impossible to complete the task of evolving all things. Obscura is a magical creature, and the obscura can merge with obscura. Ivan, the flesh and blood of matter, becomes the black mist of energy, and obscura is also a magical creature. There is no doubt that this has touched the realm of magical transformation. Ivan, even Animagus, can only transform himself into an animal without magic, but the obscurus skipped all of this. As for these white mists, it is not so much another thing as the product of the obscurus's peace. Unfortunately, the small mound only lasted for a while before disappearing. It can be seen that this is not a permanent deformation, but still at the level of general deformation. But Ivan has a hunch. The reason why he can't do permanent deformation is because he doesn't have enough control over the white smoke. Perhaps if he continues to dig deeper, sooner or later, he will be able to use this white smoke to create real matter. The proportion of white smoke is probably only 1/1000th of all obscurus. Ivan roughly estimated the ratio of white to black, and the gap between the two is really huge. But this is not bad. 1/1000th. It should also show that the potential of obscurus is huge. No, Ivan suddenly found that he seemed to have gone in the wrong direction. I could merge with obscurus before and transform into a black storm. What about now? Thinking of this, Ivan immediately divided his mind. He used a lot of energy to suppress Ran, and the extra energy was used to control the white smoke, preparing to merge with it. Then, a magical scene happened. The white smoke spread from Ivan's palm and soon covered the surface of Ivan's skin. At this moment, white mist was floating around Ivan's body, and even his hair changed from the original golden color to silver. Wisps of white mist rose from Ivan's shoulders, waist, abdomen, and knees. Most importantly, Ivan discovered that the white gas did not come from his body, but was completely transformed from his skin. Skin turned into pure magic. Ivan was stunned at first, then took off the one beside him and melted a hole in his skin. Then blood flowed, dripping from Ivan's arm. However, as Ivan's mind moved, the misty white gas appeared on the wound, and in the blink of an eye, the wound had recovered without even a trace of scar left. F***K. Ivan's eyes widened, and his mind popped up a power from a comic he had read in his previous life. Isn't this the chi transformation in the 3 levels of reverse life? Researching Momo ran, but came up with the 3 levels of reverse life. Ivan's shock at this time can be imagined. My skin has become chi, so the wound will be repaired. Thinking of this, Ivan found something wrong. He looked at the blood falling on the flowers at his feet. There is no doubt that this is the blood he just dripped. Is this true? The blood seen in the magic does not contain magic, which means that blood is a real thing, not a simple magic deformation. Permanent deformation? Ivan's shock is not without reason. You know, if it is a simple magic transformation, the moment the blood leaves the body, it should turn into magic and dissipate. But the blood is still there. Then the question is, where does the extra flesh and blood in Ivan's body come from? Magic. Ivan noticed this and said in surprise, "White smoke can reshape my flesh and blood, and it is not temporary, but permanent shaping." Not only that, Ivan's body is now integrated with magic. This means that he is no longer a simple mortal, but a magical creature. In this way, Bayan not only achieved permanent deformation, but also magic deformation. If I continue from the skin to the limbs, and then to the internal organs, all the silence will eventually turn into white mist. At that moment, Ivan will become the agent of magic in the world. He is magic, if I can really do it. Ivan couldn't help but think of the word in the comic. This is the way to heaven. Magic is immortal, and the mist is indestructible. Immortal, eternal. I am magic, and my thoughts are magic. When I thought of such a future, Ivan couldn't help but feel excited. Fortunately, the will at 3 o'clock was strong enough, and Ivan quickly suppressed his emotions. It's too early. It's not a good thing to be too ambitious. Ivan can now only make the most superficial tissues of his body magical. Magic incarnation, reverse life state, different paths to the same end. The two are indeed very similar, from the limbs to the internal organs, and finally the whole body is transformed into chi, achieving complete reverse life. However, Laozuo in the comics failed, and the 3rd level could not reach the sky. But Ivan is different. Magic is magic. Chi is chi. Chi is one. But magic is a product that does not belong to this world. This does not mean that innate chi is inferior to magic. Ivan means that even if the whole body is transformed into chi, it is all transformed into innate chi. It is from existence to existence. How much acquired chi you originally cultivated, and how innate chi you have after the transformation. The two are just changes in state and quality. In contrast, magic power cannot be obtained through acquired training, nor does it need to be trained. Because magic power is created out of nothing, and it is infinite in itself. It is like Ivan has an infinite energy source behind him. As long as he wants, he can even create a mountain, a river, an ocean, and even a whole world. Of course, this is only in theory. As for whether he can reach that level, or even whether the conjecture of the whole body becoming magical is feasible, Ivan still needs to explore it himself. But dreaming, I can't do it in reality, so can I have everything in my dream? The reverse 3 levels itself is just a conjecture, just like Ivan's current magic incarnation, and it depends on him in the end. Ivan did not do any more tests. You must know that too much is as bad as too little. He still has a lot of time, so he is not in a hurry. Go back. Returning to the dormitory, Ivan resealed the wardrobe. In order to prevent someone from accidentally opening it, Ivan not only locked it physically, but also cast an anti-unlocking spell. Time quickly came to the next day. You seem very happy. In the hall, Hermione found that Ivan was in a good mood and was smiling all morning. Is it so obvious? Ivan was indeed very happy. After all, the biggest problem was solved. Is it because of Harry? Ivan was stunned, as if he didn't expect Hermione to say this. No, I'm happy because I found a way to heal my body last night. Healing the body is... Hermione quickly reacted. She forced her voice down, but she could still hear the excitement in her tone. Really 5.6? Great, we don't have to separate, it's great. Yeah. Ivan smiled and nodded, but changed his mind and asked again. You just said Harry? What's wrong with Harry? It happened last night. Hermione, remember, before you came back from Principal Dumbledore, Harry said you defeated that person. Now it's all over Hogwarts. Hermione was very troubled by this. She felt that Ivan should keep a low profile for a while. Of course, we're not dissatisfied with Ivan. It's just that the little witch thinks that Ivan has the strength, and fame is something that can be easily obtained. He should immerse himself now and study hard. This is indeed a trouble. Ivan can accept that he is the leader of Hogwarts, but he doesn't want to fight against the evil forces outside the school so early. It's okay to offend Voldemort. Anyway, now there's no nose to have no strength, but power. The real trouble is those pure-blood families, the Ministry of Magic and the entire British magic world. I will clarify it. Ivan did what he said. He found Harry and talked to him for a few words. Harry is just ignorant, not stupid. He was too excited last night and didn't realize how much turmoil it would bring to the entire city by saying Voldemort's resurrection. They are still young, and a stable development environment is particularly important. To be honest, Ivan even hopes that Voldemort can live longer. It would be best if he could attract the attention of the entire British wizarding world, so that Ivan and his team could run the business well and develop their own team under the cover of the Death Eaters. The troll incident came suddenly and went away quickly. After Dumbledore guaranteed in the name of the headmaster that he had solved the troll and the dark wizard who summoned the troll, life at Hogwarts returned to normal again. The Voldemort that Harry said that night was resurrected, but was defeated by Ivan again. Although there was some commotion at the beginning, everyone thought that Harry had just seen it wrong. It's just a dark wizard. There's no need to make a fuss. Yes, that person has been dead for a long time. Potter must have been scared. For this reason, Harry endured a period of turmoil. But Harry didn't care. He knew the truth of that night. Ivan knew it too, and Hermione, Neville, and Parvati all believed them. With his best friend on his side, Harry would not ignore the sarcasm of others. But Malfoy was indeed a little jumpy. Those most unpleasant words were basically spread by the Drag King. For this reason, in order to reward Harry's patience, Ivan taught him a curse step by step. Big head, no worries when it rains. Others have umbrellas. I have a big head. It's a strange spell, but the effect is very interesting. It can make a person's head expand several times like a balloon. Malfoy is just a child. Ivan can't bring himself to teach him a lesson. But Harry doesn't care. It's only natural for children to beat children. So, Harry took action, and when Malfoy was alone on a dark and windy night, he hit him hard. Ivan still remembers the embarrassed look of Malfoy, who sought help everywhere after his tongue became bigger. However, the evil spell that Ivan improved personally could not be solved by professors who were not proficient in spells in a short time. Dean-level professors, such as McGonagall and Flitwick, could do it. But after noticing the style of this evil curse, the deans immediately recognized its creator. Ivan. Is this little Ivan's curse? It was little Ivan who did it. The 27 professors had their own tacit understanding, knowing that this was a punishment for Malfoy's holding on to Harry. This evil curse is very rare, and we need some time to find its antidote. Professor McGonagall can solve this evil curse, but why did she do this? She pitted Potter and her favorite student Ivan, and Malfoy, who stood on the opposite side of them. So what's wrong with letting him suffer a little? This time, even Snape didn't do anything. The reason was that Malfoy dared to laugh at Harry's eyes. How could he tolerate this? Anyway, Snape couldn't stand it. So, Malfoy was sent to the school hospital as expected, where he could only receive treatment from Madame Pomfrey. A very hard-to-drink potion can break all evil curses. The only difference is how long it takes. And without Malfoy fanning the flames, Hogwarts finally ushered in complete peace. The incident of the Dark Wizard invading Hogwarts gradually subsided under the deliberate cover-up of the school professors. A new topic replaced this emergency and became the focus of attention of the young wizards. That's right, it was the Quidditch game held in mid-November. Hoo-hoo! In recent days, Harry has been very nervous because he will play as the Seeker of the Gryffindor team. It was the first time to participate in the game, and the opponent was Slytherin. Harry felt that the burden on his shoulders was extremely heavy, and even his favorite syrup fruit pie was left there without a bite. Relax, Harry. Ivan sat aside, holding a novel about the wizarding world in his hand, reading it with relish. I do my best. Harry knew that his mentality was not right, but there was nothing he could do. After all, it was the first time for him to show himself in front of so many people. Ivan heard Harry's mental activities clearly. The talent of a telepathist is both a blessing and a curse. In the first few days, Ivan's passive effect of legilimency continued to increase, and even the range changed every day. A large number of sounds kept drilling into Ivan's ears like mosquitoes, making him miserable. Fortunately, legilimency has a special countermeasure, brain occlusion. In order to restore peace to his world, Ivan asked Dumbledore for brain occlusion, and the old headmaster handed him over to Snape. Snape originally wanted to refuse, but Dumbledore's words made him change his mind. This may be your only chance to teach that kid a lesson. Well, Snape is a vengeful person, and he has not forgotten how Ivan beat him. And in order to protect the secrets in his own mind, Ivan had to put in 12 points of energy to resist Snape's mental invasion. But Ivan's worries were obviously redundant. He has the obscurus in his body. Once any spirit invades his brain, it will be swallowed by this terrible dark force. Now we have to add the Phoenix. The Phoenix of Ivan's family will not allow outsiders to touch Ivan's memory. Therefore, Snape not only failed to take revenge, but was once again pitted by the old bee. During the memory invasion, Snape was abused by the obscurus and the Phoenix. In this way, after a whole night of torture, with a will of up to 3 points, he showed an unparalleled talent in brain occlusion. After only one teaching, Ivan's brain occlusion has been successfully introduced. The next step is to grind hard, and Ivan needs to build defenses in his brain to resist external invasion. What are you reading? Harry chose to change the subject. He noticed a book in Ivan's hand, Breaking Up with the Female Ghost. Unlike those magic books that make people feel mysterious at the first sight of the title, this seems to be a biography. It's a novel, and it's well written. Ivan knew who the author of this book was, the liar, Gilderoy Lockhart, who was Harry's defense against the dark arts professor in his second year. Of course, it's hard to say whether he is still the same now. Ivan doesn't care about the defense against the dark arts class anyway. He has Dumbledore to tutor him personally, so why does he need a bicycle? As long as Lockhart doesn't provoke him, Ivan won't meddle in other people's business. And Ivan must admit it. This guy is really good at writing novels. Even some boring places are described by him in an interesting way. Talent. Ivan sighed like this. He glanced at Harry and saw that he seemed to be very interested in what he had in his hand. Want to see it? Oh, thank you. Harry didn't refuse. He needed to relax now for the Quidditch match in the afternoon. However, Harry seemed to have a natural rebellion against Lockhart. It was an interesting story, but Harry always felt something was wrong. What's wrong? Ivan asked. Is it not good to read? No. Harry frowned slightly. I don't know what's wrong. I just feel that the content of this book is a little weird. What's weird? I can't explain it clearly. Harry closed the book. It just feels like it's describing someone else's experience. Just like the police are particularly sensitive to criminals, Harry, who has the talent of an Auror, has an equally sensitive nose. Good eyesight, but it's better not to say this everywhere. Why? Because of the author of this book, Gilderoy Lockhart. He has a large group of fans in the wizarding world. Ivan stood up, patted Harry on the shoulder, and said with a smile, If we don't want to be beaten to death, we have to keep the truth in our hearts for the time being. Huh? Harry didn't understand what Ivan said. What truth? Is there anything wrong with this Lockhart? And after Ivan's interruption, Harry's mood was indeed relaxed a lot. Looking at the fruit pie in front of him, Harry just felt his appetite open. I'm in the mood to eat again. So good. After leaving the hall, Ivan decided to go out for a walk at the Black Lake. During the period, passing by the Gryffindor long table, Ivan saw Hermione whispering with Pava, Lavender, and Padma. The little girls had their own little secrets. When they saw Ivan coming, they just looked up and whispered again. Ivan didn't call Hermione. The little witch also needs her own space. In fact, Ivan was very pleased to see that the little witch could get along so well with her friends. As he was walking, a figure appeared in front of Ivan, and the other party seemed to be waiting for him here. This was a very beautiful girl. Seeing Ivan, she was a little nervous, but she still plucked up the courage to greet him. Hi, Ambrosius. The girl was Penelope, a fifth-year student at Hogwarts and also the head of Ravenclaw. Senior Crivet. Ivan responded politely and then asked, What's the matter? No. Penelope, I want to talk to you, okay? Of course. Ivan had a very good impression of Penelope. When the troll rushed over that day, her performance was remarkable even in Ivan's opinion. The two left the castle together and stepped onto the slope to the Black Lake. The breeze of early autumn blew the leaves on both sides, rustling, and Ivan and Penelope walked side by side. The senior is a head taller than Ivan. When they walked together, they looked more like a pair of siblings than a couple. You are really amazing, Rosius. Just call me Ivan, Senior. Okay, Ivan. Looking at the fruit pie in front of him, Harry just felt his appetite open. I'm in a mood to eat again. So good. After leaving the hall, Ivan decided to go out for a walk at the Black Lake. During the period, passing by the Gryffindor long table, Ivan saw Hermione whispering with Pava, Lavender, and Padma. The little girls had their own little secrets. When they saw Ivan coming, they just looked up and whispered again. Ivan didn't call Hermione. The little witch also needs her own space. In fact, Ivan was very pleased to see that the little witch could get along so well with her friends. As he was walking, a figure appeared in front of Ivan, and the other party seemed to be waiting for him here. This was a very beautiful girl. Seeing Ivan, she was a little nervous, but she still plucked up the courage to greet him. Hi, Ambrosius. The girl was Penelope, a fifth-year student at Hogwarts and also the head of Ravenclaw. Senior Crivet. Ivan responded politely and then asked, What's the matter? No. Penelope, I want to talk to you, okay? Of course. Ivan had a very good impression of Penelope. When the troll rushed over that day, her performance was remarkable even in Ivan's opinion. The two left the castle together and stepped onto the slope to the Black Lake. The breeze of early autumn blew the leaves on both sides, rustling, and Ivan and Penelope walked side by side. The senior is a head taller than Ivan. When they walked together, They look more like a pair of siblings than a couple. You are really amazing, Rosius. Just call me Ivan, Senior. Okay, Ivan. Penelope smiled and said, I have never seen a little wizard as good as you. When I was your age, I had mastered the knowledge in the textbooks. Ivan felt that Penelope was a bit Versailles. In fact, it is already amazing to master the knowledge in the first-year textbooks as soon as you enter school. Everyone says so, but I think, Penelope said, I have fallen behind too much. Backward. I heard that, Ivan. You are from Muggle family? Dell. Ivan, to be precise, I am an orphan, so it is not wrong to say that I am from a Muggle family. Sorry. Penelope didn't expect Ivan to be an orphan. She felt a little ashamed. Her original admiration for Ivan's extraordinary talent was gone. Born in an orphanage, he was so talented, yet he was so approachable. Just this modesty made Penelope admire him from the bottom of her heart. It's okay, it's over. Ivan put his hands behind his back and slowed down his pace. He looked at Penelope and smiled. We have to look forward, don't we? You're right. The senior sister touched the hair, falling on her face, and showed a charming smile. Penelope's voice was very pleasant, and she gave Ivan a delicate and soft feeling like a spring breeze. I have to admit that a girl like the senior sister made Ivan feel close. Of course, it's definitely not like anything. Ivan was more happy to find a peer with whom he could communicate. Hermione was indeed very smart and mature beyond her peers, but she was just a little girl after all, not even a girl. Many times, Ivan treated her like a brother taking care of his sister. Unlike now, Ivan can speak freely. Is your last name, Ambrose, really like what they say? Penelope, your ancestor is that frame mark. After a period of contact, Penelope's affection for Ivan increased greatly. The boy did not have the arrogance and conceit of those senior students in other colleges. The closer she got to Ivan, the more Penelope could feel the kindness from the little wizard. Gradually, the relationship between the two became much closer. Now, Penelope can ask about Ivan's family and bloodline without any burden. Ambrosius. Ivan nodded and said, if it is the great wizard in the British legend, I did inherit his bloodline magic. Want to see it? Ivan has always been open to his friends. It is not his character to hide things. What? It's just that Penelope doesn't quite understand. She doesn't know the two great skills that Ivan inherited from Merlin. Merlin is a famous prophet in history. He made many prophecies. You mean, hearing this, Penelope exclaimed, you are a prophet? Ivan gestured. I know a little about prophecy. Want to try? You want to predict for me? Penelope was a little moved, and at the same time felt very honored, because this was a prophecy made by Merlin's descendants. The senior sister did not doubt the truth of Ivan's words. This is not a little wizard who likes to show off. He disdains to do that kind of thing. It was a short conversation, but Penelope felt that way. Can I choose the direction of the prophecy? Of course. Ivan also wanted to know Penelope's future. Hogwarts is a talent base. There is no place better for Ivan to recruit like-minded people than here. Penelope is an extremely outstanding genius, which even in Hogwarts. In terms of talent, she is definitely not inferior to Hermione, and may even be better. The difference between the two is that Hermione is more ambitious. Yes, ambition. Wanting to prove oneself is also an ambition. In contrast, Penelope is more like a good wife who silently gives and supports her man behind his back. She needs a goal and someone to point the way forward for her. And she can accomplish things very well and perfectly. What a secretary-type talent. Ivan thought so, and waited patiently for Penelope to make a request. I want to know about my future life, such as work. As expected by Ivan, Penelope's wish was quite simple, and she asked about her future position. This kind of law-abiding thought is common to most wizards. Okay. Ivan smiled slightly and waved to the lake beside him. A ball of water floated in front of the two people and then began to change, turning into a water mirror reflecting their faces. What is this? It's better to see the prophecy with your own eyes than to listen to my explanation, Ivan said, silver in his eyes. At the same time, the picture in the water mirror began to change. It was a woman in a windbreaker, about 17 or 18 years old, walking on the busy street. "It's me." Penelope saw the woman's appearance. It was exactly herself, but a little older. Obviously, this is what she will look like in the future. Where's she going? The scene in the water mirror turned, and Penelope saw herself walking into a place where many wizards gathered. Ministry of Magic? Will I work in the Ministry of Magic in the future? Unfortunately, before Penelope could be happy, she saw a dim office. There, her future self was wearing glasses, looking through documents with a tired face, and was obviously not happy. Penelope stood there, speechless for a long time. Penelope knew what this picture represented very well. After graduating from Hogwarts, she would enter the Ministry of Magic and become an ordinary office worker there. Penelope was not Newt, and would not regard the office as the most feared thing. But if this is her future, then why did she study so hard? Ivan heard the voice of the senior sister clearly. Since learning the brain occlusion technique, Ivan's control of legitimacy has become more and more proficient. Now, he has set up multiple trigger mechanisms for passive legitimacy. For example, when someone mentions his name or constructs an image of Ivan in his mind, he can hear the other person's voice within the range of legitimacy. 3 points of thinking attribute are enough for Ivan's brain to process this information. In addition, Ivan can set up certain people in advance to specifically feel their thoughts and emotions. But Ivan usually controls this power. For friends like Harry and Hermione, Ivan will reversely block their thoughts to avoid touching their privacy. Senior sister, don't you want to go to the Ministry of Magic? Dell. Penelope lowered her head slightly, and she said, I just think if the future job is like that, then what is the point of studying hard in Hogwarts? She is confident that she can graduate from Hogwarts with the best grades. However, with such ability, she can only find a low-level job in the Ministry of Magic. Ivan was a little surprised. It was not Penelope's idea, but that the senior sister actually trusted him so much. What she said was the same as what she thought in her heart. This means that Penelope really treated Ivan as a person to confide in, without any reason or excuse. I have actually thought about this doubt of the senior sister. Ivan did not hate Penelope's complaints. She was obviously more capable than most people, but she could only do a job that could be replaced by anyone. Who will be convinced by this? However, society is like this. Penelope is not complaining, but rather a disguised form of envy. She may have known it long ago. Wizarding society and Hogwarts are two completely different worlds. Everything here will become meaningless once you leave school. You have this doubt too? Penelope was surprised. After all, Ivan was so arrogant. Isn't this a little too early? She is already in the 5th grade and will soon be in the 6th grade when she will graduate and enter the society. So it is normal to worry about the future and be confused about the future life. But Ivan, Penelope regretted it a little. She felt that she shouldn't say these things and put pressure on Ivan for nothing. I'm sorry, Ivan's maturity and strength made Penelope subconsciously regard him as a peer. The 1st grade wizard is at the time of fantasy, but she took her own troubles and broke Ivan's dream. No need to apologize, Penelope. Ivan smiled and said, and I'm not that fragile. Penelope is a kind and simple girl. Ivan heard that many wizards in Hogwarts regarded her as their white moonlight. Senior sister, have you ever thought about a question? Ivan simply comforted Penelope and continued his topic. What? Muggles have a saying, which is to apply what you have learned. Ivan said, but in today's magic world, many of our magics are actually useless. Penelope listened to Ivan's description blankly, but she didn't understand what Ivan meant. Are you confused, senior sister? Ivan smiled slightly and said, what does this have to do with your work? Yeah. Penelope fell into deep thought. She really didn't understand. But Ivan's next sentence made Penelope stunned on the spot. Senior sister asked me to tell fortunes. What you really want to know is actually the future income, right? Penelope hesitated to speak. She wanted to hide something, but in the end, she could only lower her head in shame. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Ivan said, every wizard likes gold galleons, and I like them too. Penelope doesn't like money. She is simply afraid that after graduating from Hogwarts, she won't be able to find a good job and support herself. Are both your parents muggles? My mother is a witch. Penelope is a mixed race. She said, my mother fell in love with my father, so she gave up magic and chose to live in the muggle world. Her father is an ordinary person with an ordinary job. So the Clearwater family's life is not difficult, but can't be called rich. It's just that Penelope's father died when she was 5 or 6 years old. My mother is an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts, Penelope, but the muggle world does not recognize this kind of academic qualifications. To muggles, my mother is a person who doesn't even have an elementary school diploma. As a result, she can't even find a decent job in the muggle world. Despite living the muggle world for a while, Penelope's mother still can't integrate well into the muggle society. In order to make a living, Penelope's mother had to return to the magic world and earn gold galleons to support the mother and daughter. Hearing this, Ivan basically understood Penelope's thoughts. First of all, Penelope, like her mother, had no resume or diploma in the muggle world. This means that once Penelope gave up her life in the magic world and went to the muggle world, she would have a hard time. Some people might ask, how can wizards not survive in the muggle world? Any magic is a big profit, right? But is it really like this? You know, the British Ministry of Magic has a department called the Department of Prohibition of Abuse of Muggle Objects. Casting spells on Muggle objects and transforming Muggle objects are illegal in the British magic world. Not to mention that wizards cast spells on Muggles, hurt Muggles, or are seen by Muggles casting spells, which are strictly prohibited. Because of the statute of secrecy, Penelope was a little scared. She felt that she shouldn't mention the statute of secrecy. You know, hiding the wizarding world and maintaining the statute of secrecy is the responsibility of the entire wizarding society. Anyone who dares to cross the line will be held accountable and even sent to a prison like Azkaban. Ahem. Ivan coughed lightly, and the two looked at each other, understanding each other. Then they tacitly skipped the statute of secrecy. The topic of the statute of secrecy is a taboo. As early as decades ago, after the first wizard war that swept the world, no one dared to question this issue. Do you know how many wizards there are in the British wizarding world? A few thousand people, probably over 3,000, less than 4,000. Yes, 3,000 or 4,000. Ivan said, then how many jobs are there in the Ministry of Magic? The British Ministry of Magic seems to have a big name, but the wizards they actually manage are at most 3,000 or 4,000. 3,000 or 4,000 people. In Ivan's previous life, a slightly larger village would exceed this number. Do you understand, Senior? Ivan said, there are only so many jobs for wizards, and the number of jobs is also limited. So the problem came. Wizards from the Muggle world have no foundation in the wizarding world, let alone savings. If they want to live in the wizarding world, they can only compete for the few jobs. They don't earn much money from work, and it's already very difficult to just support themselves, not to mention doing some magic research to improve themselves. The vacancies in the wizarding world have long been filled, and it is impossible to make way for latecomers. Even if there are really positions, it will definitely not be the turn of wizards like us. Ivan's words have a certain element of incitement. But Penelope must admit that Ivan spoke to her heart, and this is what the senior is most dissatisfied with. The Ministry of Magic prohibits wizards from studying and modifying Muggle items. This has caused the magic world to be like a stagnant pool of water. No new industries have been born for a long time. Instead of developing more and newer industries, what can the young wizards do after graduating from Hogwarts? Look at the Weasley brothers. Bill is in Gringotts. Charlie goes to raise dragons. Percy enters the Ministry of Magic, and the twins will open a joke shop. It seems that everyone has their own choices, but in fact, except for the twins, they're all working for others, and there is nothing new to say. Jobs are not squeezed out, but created. However, the Ministry of Magic has long been corrupt. They don't want to change, nor do they allow others to change. If someone questions it, they will bring out the statute of secrecy. Everything you do may increase the risk of exposure to the wizarding world. They won't allow us to do what we want. If we insist on doing this, they will send people to arrest us. Even if they can't catch us, they will bring out that law. Ivan's words, like a sharp sword, tore apart Penelope's remaining self-deception. Then we will become enemies with wizards all over the world and become the villain who destroys the balance of the magic world. Then, what if we return to the Muggle world? Penelope's hands trembled slightly. She didn't have the courage, let alone the ability, to resist authority. Let's not talk about whether we can still be willing to return to ordinary life after seeing the magic of magic. Ivan, let's talk about life. How can we make a living when we return to the Muggle world? The same thing. Without the identity and education of the Muggle world, it is difficult for ordinary wizards like them to live in the Muggle world. Of course, if your parents are rich in the Muggle world, just pretend that Ivan didn't say it. I'm just worried about this. Penelope looked at Ivan expectantly, wanting to know what he would do. The senior sister has already seen that Ivan is definitely not a law-abiding person. But so what? Ivan's thoughts are exactly what she and countless young wizards want to say, but dare not say. Ahem. Seeing that Penelope is faintly being led astray by himself, Ivan quickly coughed dryly. First of all, I have to explain one thing. What? I actually am very rich. Ivan, I have a lot of Muggle currency. I'm a rich man over there. Huh. Penelope opened her mouth, looking so cute with disbelief. Of course, I earned all my Muggle currency myself. Kr. Penelope was speechless for a moment. She felt that what she had just said, as well as the topic of confusion about the future, were really stupid. Ivan, what you're worried about, in my opinion, is not a problem at all. Isn't it just life? Isn't the currency in the Muggle world money? Ivan can live a top Muggle life and then go to the wizarding world to conduct magic research. The Ministry of Magic only does not allow wizards to transform Muggle items, but does not stipulate that they cannot buy Muggle items. Food, clothing, daily necessities, even cars for travel and houses for living. As long as you don't use magic to harm Muggles, the Ministry of Magic can't control you. Penelope was embarrassed. She felt that she really didn't understand Ivan, her junior, at all. How much did you make? Penelope looked at Ivan with some doubt. Ivan said that he made a lot of Muggle coins, which was incredible to Penelope. You know, her mother tried every possible way, but couldn't make much money. Even Penelope's father was just an ordinary working class. How old is Ivan? How much money can an 11-year-old child make? Ahem. Seeing this, Ivan said, probably hundreds of millions of pounds. Hundreds of millions. This number almost scared Penelope to death. You. How did you do it? How old are you to make so much money? At first, I bought lottery tickets. Ivan didn't think there was anything shameful about this. My prophecy can see the lottery winning code. Zhao Zhao. Good guy. This alone is enough to shock Penelope. But I only used this method once to earn startup capital. Although prophecy does not involve confidentiality laws, it will also attract the attention of Muggles. After all, winning the lottery again and again is too incredible. Once someone thinks that Ivan has a special ability, the Ministry of Magic will think that he has exposed the existence of magic. Yes, the Ministry of Magic is so unreasonable. Any action that may expose the existence of magic and wizards will be regarded as a crime. After getting the first pot of gold, I started to learn about finance. Does senior sister know about stocks? Yes. Penelope doesn't know much, but she knows this. There are also real estate, funds, securities, and some emerging industries that I have chosen for investment in the world. Ivan briefly described his previous business plan. In this process, I did not use magic, but used it to fight here. He pointed to his head. In fact, he was talking about Ivan's past life memories. Although there are many differences between the past life and the present life, some major directions are the same. For example, this year is 1991, and Christmas is coming soon. The time for the disintegration of the bear is not far away. And for this moment, Ivan has already withdrawn all his liquid funds in order to take this opportunity to make his assets explode. If nothing goes wrong, when he returns from the Christmas holiday, Ivan can call himself a billionaire. Please note that the 10 billion here is not RMB, but British pounds or the British pounds in 1991. In a word, Muggle currency will soon become a string of numbers in Ivan's eyes, and it will only increase in the future. Penelope was completely stunned. She thought Ivan was just talented in magic, but she didn't expect that he even knew so much about the finance of the Muggle world. The senior sister didn't know that Ivan was about to intervene in the bear incident, but the wealth of hundreds of millions of pounds was shocking enough. The two chatted a lot by the lake until Hermione and other friends found them. In the afternoon, there was a Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Ivan and Hermione didn't really understand the fun of Quidditch, but Neville and Parvati were in high spirits. What's more, Harry was their friend. Ivan had to go to his game. As the game progressed, one after another Gryffindor team members were injured and fell, and Ivan felt the cruelty of this game. But Ivan didn't say anything. For wizards, this injury is not much different from an ordinary foul in a football team. In addition, Ivan must admit that Quidditch is indeed a very exciting flying sport. If you have to make an analogy, Quidditch is not like football or basketball. It is more like racing, an extreme game that requires full concentration and crazy adrenaline secretion. What a pity. Ivan knows flying magic, which means he will never feel the thrill and fun of Quidditch. Come on. Hermione, who was on the side, experienced the Quidditch game up close, changed her original misunderstanding, and cheered loudly for Harry. After about 20 minutes of the game, Harry found the golden snitch and began to collide with the Slytherin seeker. Both sides refused to give in and tried their best to fight for the golden snitch, which symbolized victory. He caught the golden snitch. Suddenly, the host Lee Jordan in the audience shouted loudly. Harry Potter caught the golden snitch and won 150 points. Gryffindor wins. As Madam Hooch blew the whistle to end the game, the Gryffindor audience area erupted in a thunderous shout. Harry Potter! Potter won! We won! Ivan slowly stood up, looking at Harry holding the golden snitch high on the field, smiling and applauding. That night, Gryffindor students surrounded Harry. After defeating Slytherin, not only these students, but even Professor McGonagall drank a cup of wine happily. Professor Cat is a Quidditch fan, but Slytherin has won the Quidditch championship for 6 consecutive years, and she dreams of letting Gryffindor win the championship. For this reason, McGonagall also bought Harry a Nimbus 2000. Congratulations. After the celebration party, Ivan congratulated. How do you feel? It's the happiest moment of my life. Harry did not hide his inner joy. He said that he would continue to work hard and would definitely help Gryffindor win the championship. That, Ivan. After being happy, Harry thought of something, and he asked with some embarrassment, I want to bring Ronald to join in, I don't know. Have you reconciled? Since Ronald was hit by the Imperius curse and stayed in the school hospital for nearly a week, Ivan has not paid attention to him again. However, during this period, Ronald and Harry's relationship seems to have returned to the original state. Yeah, Harry, he wants to apologize to you. Apologize? Ivan asked in confusion. We don't seem to have any grudges, do we? No need to apologize. Ivan refused very straightforwardly. He said, As for joining the mysterious side, I will bring a newcomer tomorrow. Let's test it together then. If you want to join the mysterious side, you need to pass the test of Ivan, the founder. The content of the test is not limited to magic talent. In fact, compared to talent, Ivan is more concerned about the other party's character and pursuit. To use a famous saying of a certain Wong, what is your dream? Harry. After getting Ivan's affirmative answer, Harry returned to the dormitory. Ronald was sitting there a little nervously. When he saw Harry coming back, he hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Did Ivan agree? Let's go together tomorrow night. Harry was simple-minded. He really regarded Ronald as his best friend and was willing to share anything with him. Really, Ronald was extremely happy. He respected and feared Ivan, but more of it was admiration and envy. He entered Hogwarts with Harry. At the beginning, their magic skills were comparable and equally poor. However, since Harry received Ivan's teaching, his spellcasting ability has improved by leaps and bounds. Every time Ronald asked Harry to teach magic, he couldn't understand what Harry was saying. Ronald couldn't understand those concepts and the spellcasting techniques that Harry said Ivan had specially tailored for him. So, seeing the gap between Harry and himself getting bigger and bigger, Ronald finally got anxious. That's why Ronald separated from Harry on Halloween and used Voldemort's imperious curse. They had a quarrel, and Ronald felt that Harry looked down on him. Ivan is really amazing. He can see the problems in us at a glance. Harry admired Ivan very much, but Ronald, you have to be prepared. Preparation? To enter the mysterious side, you have to go through Ivan's test. Test? When Ronald heard the word test, CHFF, he panicked. He thought that with Harry's relationship with Ivan, he could get him to join in just by saying a word. Harry was shocked by Ronald's reaction. What's wrong? What's the problem? Ronald, I'm just a little worried. Don't worry, Ronald. Harry knew Ivan's character very well. He was strict a lot of the time just to motivate them. You will definitely pass. Perhaps because of the long contact, Harry can always read some of Ivan's hints and subtexts. The so-called test is actually just a formality. Harry was hesitating whether to tell Ronald the truth. Just seeing the depression on Ronald's face, Harry was a little hesitant. He had already discovered some problems with Ronald. Ronald was a little inferior. This was a Weasley family problem. As the youngest brother, Ronald's things are all old. He has almost never owned anything that is completely his. But the problem is, Harry, I am the same. Before coming to the wizarding world, Harry's life was much worse than Ronald's. Not only did he not have parents, but his only relative also treated him with cold violence. To be honest, Harry couldn't understand why Ronald was jealous. If he really envied him, Harry would rather trade with Ronald. If you like, I'll give you this scar. If you can choose, who would be willing to be the scarred head? But didn't I join Ivan's study group a long time ago? This is where Ronald feels uncomfortable. He was originally a member of it. So why does he have to take a test before he can join? Ronald, you. Harry didn't know what to say. He wanted to tell his friend, this is the test Ivan gave you. But Harry didn't say it. Harry felt a little uncomfortable now, as if there was a breath stuck in his chest and he couldn't spit it out. That's because you quit first. Harry regretted agreeing Ronald's request. At the beginning, Ivan treated everyone equally and never treated Ronald unfairly. He taught and guided Ronald without reservation. However, Ronald was lazy and playful and didn't want to stay with them. Ivan was not angry about Ronald's choice. It's normal for children to be playful. So when Harry came up, Ivan gave Ronald a second chance without hesitation. He felt that Ronald had figured it out. What else could Ivan expect if he could recognize his mistakes? Ivan always pays attention to teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. For Hermione, who takes learning as fun, Ivan will give her a lot of homework. Neville is diligent enough, but too dull. So Ivan never gives Neville extra tasks, but just explains the simplest content to him again and again. Harry is a practical person, and he can't do anything with theories. Ivan will teach him step by step and increase his proficiency in spells and actual combat. Everyone's learning tasks are not heavy. In addition to learning the knowledge taught by Ivan, Harry has a lot of time to play with the little lions and receive team training. Similarly, Ivan also has a set of special coping strategies for little wizards like Ronald. Do you know what Ivan will test at that time? Ronald looked at Harry expectantly. If it was Hermione here, the little witch would definitely refuse sternly and tell him that this was a leak of questions and cheating. Unfortunately, Harry is not as rigid as Hermione. It's progress. Harry didn't say much, but he had already told Ronald the purpose of the test. What is progress? It's to see Ronald's ambition. What does he want? Becoming stronger is fine, or learning more magic. Even if he wants to beat up Malfoy, it's fine. Do you really want Ronald to come back? On the other side, Hermione also heard the conversation between Harry and Ivan. Do you care a lot? I hate him. Hermione never concealed her disgust for Ronald. Every time she saw him, the little witch would feel physically uncomfortable. Don't be prejudiced against anyone. Ivan said this, but added, although Ronald is really not very good now. Poochie. Hermione couldn't help laughing and said, you are even more excessive, right? What about the other person? If he wants to bring in new people, Ivan will definitely notify the original members. Hermione is a little curious. You know that senior from Ravenclaw. Clivet. Hermione was a little surprised. She hesitated, but senior sister is already in the 5th grade. A fifth-year senior sister. Can she accept the guidance of a little wizard? Will she think we are childish? If it's just you, Ivan gave Hermione an affirmative answer. Yes. Hey, Hermione patted Ivan in dissatisfaction. She was Miss Beaver who refused to admit defeat. How could she be compared with Penelope? Okay, senior sister won't despise you. Still talking. While playing with Hermione, Ivan told Hermione what Penelope had talked to him about after deleting the privacy. I never thought about these. Hermione lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Sooner or later, she will also face employment problems. At that time, what should she do? Ivan, what do you think I can do in the future? Ivan smiled and said, I think you are very suitable to be the Minister of Magic. What? The little witch widened her eyes with an unbelievable look. You mean the Minister of Magic? The one in England? Does England have a second Ministry of Magic? Or, Hermione, are you going to be the head of the Ministry of Magic in the world? Head? Let me think. It seems to be called the President of the International Confederation of Wizards, right? How can that be possible? Hermione could see that Ivan was not joking. At least the Minister of Magic in front of him was serious. Ivan, do you really think I can? Yes, I believe you can do it. With the endorsement of the original book, Hermione's ability is absolutely unquestionable. But the main reason why she can become the Minister of Magic in the original book is Harry, the savior who defeated Voldemort twice. If it weren't for this achievement, even if Hermione wanted to compete for the position of minister, it would probably take a long time. Remember the dream of our team? Yeah. Hermione knew that Ivan was an ambitious person, but she didn't hate him. Ivan was not a madman like Voldemort, and he would not kill people if he disagreed with him. He once told Hermione his attitude. As long as the other party plays tricks on him, Ivan will abide by the rules of the game and not turn the table. Ivan's goal is to become the White Devil. What is the White Devil? Dumbledore once had the opportunity to become the White Devil. Unfortunately, the old headmaster softened his heart. Ivan is the old headmaster's disciple, and he has inherited the blood of Grindelwald and Dumbledore. So it makes sense for him to lead the dreams of the two when they were young, isn't it? But those are still too far away. Ivan said, the most important thing for us now is to work hard to improve ourselves. Eastern wizards believe that practicing magic requires 4 things. Sufficient material resources, like-minded friends, a lot of magical knowledge, and an environment suitable for practice. Ivan converted the wealth, companions, magic, and land into a language that Hermione could understand. How many requirements do you think we meet now? Hermione thought for a while and said, in terms of magical knowledge, with Ivan here and so many books in Hogwarts, we are definitely not short of it. Like-minded partners. Hermione felt that although their number was small, whether it was Neville, Parvati, Harry, or her, everyone could help Ivan in the future. Especially the little witch herself. She felt that the Minister of Magic mentioned by Ivan might be a plan for her future. If I can become the Minister of Magic, I should be able to help you, right? Hermione secretly encouraged herself. She planned to read more books about the Ministry of Magic and the politics of the wizarding world to prepare for entering the Ministry of Magic in advance. Just 2 points. Yeah, Hermione said, sufficient resources and an environment suitable for cultivation. I'm not sure how to judge. As for the environment, isn't the room of requirement? Yes. Hermione's eyes lit up and she smiled. The room of requirement can provide a variety of rooms, and it is our secret base, and no one will come to disturb it. The land in the land of wealth, fate, and law generally refers to a cave with excellent feng shui. However, Ivan and his team are wizards, and there's no such thing as a cultivator in this world, so there's no need to be so harsh. The room of requirement is very good. As for the final resources, what we lack now is resources, right? Hermione knew that Ivan was very interested in alchemy, but due to insufficient materials, Ivan had no chance to make it. Dumbledore is rich, but Ivan will not bother him for this matter. Be a man of measure. Ivan already owed the old headmaster a big favor. If he accepted the other party's investment, he might really inherit Dumbledore's family business. This is exactly what I was going to tell you today. Ivan took Hermione's hand, led her into his dormitory, and then stood in front of the 2-meter-high wardrobe close to the wall. A wardrobe. This was not the first time Hermione had entered Ivan's bedroom, and she knew the furnishings in this room very well. This is a magic prop. In this world, the little witch was the person Ivan trusted the most, no one else. So Ivan had always spared no effort in cultivating Hermione. Click! Ivan stepped forward and twisted the handle on the wardrobe, and then cast a special unlocking spell on it. Golden Jade Cave Opening. The spell that matches the Golden Jade Cave Opening is called Golden Shackles and Jade Locks. The latter is similar to the combination lock in the magic world, which requires specific magic power to open. Otherwise, you have to use the most stupid method, through magic, to open it bit by bit. Even a great wizard like Dumbledore would have to spend some time to open this spell. Remember this spell. The Golden Jade Cave Opening seems simple, but it can actually be combined with the Golden Shackles and Jade Locks to derive a large number of combinations. As long as the connection can be established, it can be easily opened. How many spells have you invented? Hermione was speechless. She felt that Ivan seemed to have modified all the spells he had learned. Ahem, Ivan said. To learn new spells, you need to be proficient in using the original spells. When you have learned enough, I will teach you. Ivan pushed open the door of the closet and waved at Hermione. I will take you somewhere. The little witch didn't understand. But out of trust in Ivan, she followed him without hesitation. The next moment, as Hermione stepped into the closet, she felt that the originally dim dormitory suddenly became bright. The flowing breeze and the smell of flowers, plants, and soil lingering on the tip of her nose. Hermione looked at the primeval forest in front of her, which was so shocking. Kr. Hermione walked forward a few steps blankly, and after confirming that all this was real and not an illusion, she turned to Ivan and said, Did you cast a traceless extension spell on the closet? The little witch subconsciously thought that this was the closet space that Ivan had transformed. She was not like Harry, who was immersed in the magic in front of him. Hermione had read a lot of books and had a certain understanding of the traceless extension spell. Unfortunately, she guessed wrong this time. This is not a traceless extension spell. Ivan had his hands behind his back, and there was an air door behind him. Yumi was seen running out of the door leisurely, and he didn't forget to close it. Click! A crisp sound came from the door, which was the echo of the closet being locked again. Meow. If it's not a traceless extension spell, then it must be a door key. But Hermione didn't experience the feeling described in the book, as if her belly button was pulled and flew out. This is an independent space. Ivan didn't keep Hermione in suspense any longer and told her about the secret closet. As for the origin of the secret closet, I'm a descendant of Merlin after all. It's not strange that some treasures have been passed down to me. Ivan would not reveal the existence of the system to anyone. Merlin's legacy was a good reason. At least Hermione believed it. Merlin was the greatest wizard in England. No matter what kind of magical things, just put them on him. How did you do this? Hermione couldn't imagine the origin of the secret closet. She asked, How big is this place? Very big, Ivan said seriously. I turned into Obscurus before and explored dozens of mountains around, but I still didn't see the border of this world. How is this possible? Hermione was extremely shocked. What kind of power can create such a large space? Magic? But what kind of magic can do this? Isn't it hard to imagine? Ivan smiled and said, When I first came in, I was as surprised as you. The magic of ancient wizards is far more powerful than we thought. Ivan said, beckoning Hermione to go forward with him, and Yumi followed behind them obediently. Cats have a strong sense of danger. Whenever they encounter any danger, Yumi will warn them immediately. In Ivan's previous explorations, cats always reminded their owners to be careful before the danger was predicted. Since he dared to bring Hermione here, he had to ensure her safety. Ivan asked Hermione, took Yumi with her, and told her to run to him immediately if Yumi gave a warning. After this period of exploration, Ivan had already gone from not daring to go deep at first to going into the secret realm of the wardrobe every once in a while. There are a large number of magical creatures living in the secret realm, some of which are powerful and occupy one side like wild beasts. These powerful magical creatures have a strong sense of territory. For example, the giant thunderbird that Ivan encountered when he first came in was the owner of the lake in the valley, surrounded by several high mountains at the entrance of the wardrobe. Ivan fought with the opponent 3 times. The first time, Ivan injured it and then repelled it. At that time, Ivan had not mastered too much magic and could only rely on pure magic to crush it and use the power of obscurus to compete with it. Because he was afraid of the power of the Thunderbird, Ivan sealed the secret realm of the wardrobe for a whole month. It was not until he verified his strength in Snape's hands that he returned to the field with a lot of newly learned magic. Boom! As the two were talking, there was a sudden burst of thunder in the sky. Hermione raised her head quickly and saw golden figures flying from afar. What is that? Thunderbird. Thunderbird. Hermione. But isn't that a magical creature that lives in the United States? The little witch had never seen a thunderbird and had only read about this magical creature in a book. But in the book, the thunderbird was described as a creature that could compete with the fire dragon for territory. Hermione counted the shadows in the sky, and there were at least 5 thunderbirds flying towards this side. 5 thunderbirds are equivalent to 5 dragons. Ivan, don't be nervous. Ivan calmed the nervous little witch and said, "That's a new friend I met in the secret space." Friend, it can be said that there is no acquaintance without fighting. In the second battle, Ivan successfully defeated the giant thunderbird. However, the thunderbird was arrogant by nature and would never yield to anyone. It would rather die in Ivan's hands than bow to him. Ivan was not a murderer. Moreover, this was the territory of the thunderbird, and he was an outsider. Helplessly, Ivan just chose to explore nearby and then let the thunderbird go without killing it. In the subsequent exploration, the thunderbird realized the strength of Ivan. When the two met again, Ivan saw the same kind that followed the giant thunderbird. It turned out that there was a group of thunderbirds living in this area, with a total of 12 thunderbirds. The largest thunderbird was the Lord here, and Ivan called it the Thunderbird leader. Its strength was extremely strong. Ivan estimated that at least several strong men of Snape's level were needed to match it. Ivan initially thought that the Thunderbird leader brought his entire family to take revenge on him. Unfortunately, Ivan thought too much. Thunderbirds are extremely proud creatures. The Thunderbird leader lost to Ivan, but was spared by him. Although the two are still enemies, the Thunderbird leader will not do such a thing as a group fight. It also wants to save face. The Thunderbird is psychic. It knows that I have no ill intentions. Plus, I have shown enough strength, Ivan said. So the Thunderbird leader allowed me to explore its territory at will. But that was a month ago. Ivan smiled slightly, and then released the divine phoenix from his body. I saw the colorful divine bird with red and gold divine light lingering all over its body. Soaring into the sky, she made bursts of cries to the Thunderbirds, attracting the latter's response. Alia! Hermione bathed in the glow of the divine phoenix and found that the dark clouds in the sky were dissipating. It was obvious that the Thunderbirds were welcoming the arrival of the divine phoenix. What's going on? 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. Ivan said, if it was just an ordinary phoenix, the Thunderbird would not be like this, but my phoenix is not ordinary. Huang, this is the name Ivan gave to his own phoenix. However, in order to adapt to the local customs, Ivan also gave her a foreign name called Alia. Obviously, Hermione and others prefer to call her Alia. After all, it is really difficult for a group of little wizards living in England to figure out the front and back nasal sounds and child sounds. Hey! Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Ivan greeted the Thunderbird family in the sky and said to Hermione, Phoenix is the most noble existence among the phoenixes. Even the immortal bird like Fox has to bow down in front of her. The Thunderbird leader is not afraid of the phoenix, but respects this king of birds from a foreign country. It's like a distinguished guest came to the house, and the Thunderbirds felt honored. As a result, Ivan, who had the same aura as the phoenix, was also regarded as a distinguished guest by the Thunderbirds and was given great respect. Dax! Soon, The Thunderbird leader landed in front of Ivan and Hermione with a sharp scream. The huge body of more than 10 meters scared Hermione. Is a Thunderbird this big? Hermione remembered that the largest Thunderbird recorded in the book was only about 7 or 8 meters. But the behemoth in front of her was almost 20 meters. You know, the height difference is more than double, and the size difference will be even more exaggerated. Just like the Thunderbirds in front of them, compared with their leader, they're just like a few pigeons standing next to a rooster. The latter is obviously several times larger, and it is almost not the same species. So it's the leader. Hermione. That's right. Fortunately, the little witch is not a magizoologist like Newt. She will be surprised, but not confused. You can go and touch them. I have something to say to the Thunderbird leader. What? Hermione tilted her head, looking confused. Let alone let her go play with the Thunderbirds alone? What the hell is talking to the Thunderbird leader? Ahem. Ivan saw Hermione's confusion and gestured with his thumb and index finger. Since I awakened Phoenix, I have gained some experience in the language of birds. Well, just a little bit. Point 17. Ivan called this talent voice imitator, which is an extremely rare blood talent like parcel tone. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ivan made all kinds of chirps from his mouth like whistling, and the Thunderbird leader seemed to understand what he meant and responded with the same chirp. On the other side, Hermione, who was still shocked that Ivan knew bird language, suddenly found that Yumi in her arms jumped out. The cat ran to the other Thunderbirds, followed its claws, and climbed onto the others. Back! Yumi! Hermione exclaimed, but saw that Yumi treated the Thunderbird as a playground and happily slid down from its wings. Hermione, you should get familiar with him first. What? Hearing Ivan's words, Hermione didn't know what he wanted to do. However, the Thunderbirds seemed to have been familiar with Ivan for a long time. Even if Hermione approached, she seemed very friendly and did not have the ferocity of a bird of prey at all. Gradually, Hermione was immersed in the might and magnificence of the Thunderbirds. I have to admit that the Thunderbirds are really handsome, and they're the sky beasts that any boy or girl can yearn for. I want a place to live. The area doesn't need to be too big. Just a corner of this lake will do. Ivan came here this time to show Hermione the world, but more importantly, he wanted to make a deal with the Thunderbird leader. He planned to turn the forest near the entrance into another secret base. No, it can't be said to be another place. To be precise, this is their real base. Ivan only trusts Hermione now, and only by bringing people into the secret realm of the closet can he be completely recognized by Ivan. This request is too much. The Thunderbird leader was very resistant. Animals have a strong sense of territory. Sometimes they would rather die in battle than give up their territory. I know. Ivan asked the Thunderbird leader to calm down. He said, I'm not going to seize your territory, but trade. Trade? Yes. Ivan could certainly take it by force, but he regarded the Thunderbirds as friends. Magical creatures are also lives. As long as they are not extremely dangerous and cannot communicate, Ivan hopes to coexist peacefully with them. For the secret world to exist, there must be 10 sets of ecological cycles. Destroying any link in it may lead to unpredictable consequences. Protect animals, protect the environment, and then develop sustainably. You see, my companions and I have no ill will towards you. Ivan explained, as for what I can give you, what do you think of blood purification? Blood. The Thunderbird leader did not understand what Ivan meant by this sentence. As Ivan disassembled it, the Thunderbird leader understood. Can you restore our Thunderbirds to their previous state? The Thunderbird is the sky overlord in American mythology, a giant beast that has the power to control thunder and lightning. However, the current Thunderbird has long lost its former glory. The thunder disappeared from their bodies. Although they can still call the wind and rain, changing the sky is a completely different concept from incarnating thunder. Ivan once asked Dumbledore what the Thunderbirds were like in ancient times. The old headmaster told him that the Thunderbirds were once the incarnation of golden thunder. They summon lightning and shuttle through the dark clouds, even among the fastest batch of magical biological clocks. Yes, Ivan said, I can help you find a thunder. The Thunderbird leader should not have believed such empty words. However, the example of the divine phoenix is here. She is the phoenix who found the flame, a real mythical creature. The Thunderbird leader could not refuse the temptation of returning to the ancestral bloodline. And in the dark, the Thunderbird leader had a feeling that following the human cub in front of him would bring him unimaginable benefits. I believe you. As long as you don't destroy this land, the Thunderbird leader said, you can take anything. Thank you so much. Ivan didn't expect the Thunderbird leader to be so generous. Ivan didn't know what to do to make the Thunderbird return to its ancestral bloodline. But he has the magic eye, which can study the physical condition of the Thunderbird and find out where they're different from their ancestors. Well, I also want to borrow 2 Thunderbirds from you. Ivan told the Thunderbird leader about his needs. This secret place is so vast that even if Ivan becomes a silent, he is still unable to reach it. Of course, a flying broomstick is also possible. But how can a flying broomstick compare to riding a Thunderbird? Yes, the Thunderbird leader is not like the so-called dragon, who regards riding as a taboo. In its view, there is no difference between helping Ivan and his partner, Hermione, and playing together. So, with a few calls from the Thunderbird leader, except for 2 Thunderbirds, the rest of the Thunderbirds followed the Thunderbird leader and flew away. Hermione saw the Thunderbird flying away and asked hurriedly, what happened? The deal is done. Ivan told Hermione about the deal between himself and the Thunderbird leader, and after learning that they had received help from a group of Thunderbirds in this secret place, the little girl was surprised. I plan to make this place our secret base. A real secret base. Ivan added. Hermione heard the hidden meaning in his words. Although this is a bit unfair to Neville and Parvati, but the company of the good will be red, the company of the bad will be black. Hermione was somewhat led astray by Ivan. She actually felt that it was right to be cautious. What should we do? Let's set up the protective magic first. Ivan, do you remember the magic I gave you last time? Yes. Hermione said, Safeguard. You said this magic will be very useful. Is it now? Yes. Ivan is going to set up a huge magic barrier with the entrance as the center. In the wizarding world, there are many kinds of magic barriers. Armor protection for a single person, continuous overall protection, and range ultimate protection. The role of a safeguard is to resist the spell. It can hide an area so that the sounds and scenes inside cannot be detected by the outside world. In terms of protective performance, the safeguard has the lowest requirements among these magics. Even armor protection is not as good as it. With Hermione's current ability, she can't successfully cast the armor spell, armor protection. Even if it is used, the defensive strength is still worrying. You take Yumi with you, and one of the Thunderbirds. Ivan paused and said, You can give a name. I think you should get along for a long time. Can I? Hermione had never thought that she could have a Thunderbird as a companion, although it was only temporary. But as long as she lived here, what difference did it make whether it was temporary or not? So, Hermione named the female of the 2 Thunderbirds Renee, and Ivan named Rector. Renee and Rector were siblings, born from the same batch of eggs of the Thunderbird leader. They were gentle in nature, very curious about Ivan and Hermione, and didn't mind taking them on a tour of the forest. Take this. On the Thunderbird, Ivan threw a gold dragon to Hermione. I cast a communications courtyard on it, similar to a short-distance walkie-talkie. Our base from over there to over here. Ivan drew the boundaries of the territory for Hermione, and then asked her to go there to arrange security and defense. The barrier doesn't need to be very detailed. The main thing is to be big. I know. Hermione immediately guessed Ivan's plan. He arranged security and defense in various places, and Ivan, who stood in the center, would arrange a super large magic barrier that could cover the entire area at one time, according to the magic mark left by Hermione. In this way, Ivan commanded in the air, while Hermione rode Renee and took Yumi with her, shuttling through the forest. With the Thunderbird protecting her and Yumi's warning, there was no need to worry about the little witch's safety. If there was any accident, Ivan in the air would use apparition to provide support at any time. Ivan was doing 2 things at the same time, paying attention to Hermione's actions while silently reciting the history in his heart. The ultimate guardian charm is an extremely advanced protective magic. Its function is to connect the magic power of each other and make it a whole. In Dumbledore's teaching, the ultimate guardian is often used together with a universal protection. It can glue together the barriers formed by multiple universal protections to arrange a giant shield that can cover a large area. However, this is a product without any restrictions. 1. Dumbledore's original words are as follows. Because the real ultimate guardian charm requires too much magic power, there are not many people in the entire wizarding world who can use a spell to create a complete shield. And this must include Dumbledore. The spell of the ultimate guardian charm is very long, and there are many gaps that can be filled according to the needs of the caster. For example, the ultimate guardian charm that Ivan is casting now has been injected with the magic power of the Phoenix. The Phoenix carries the ancient runes from the East, namely benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and trustworthiness. These moral qualities that were very common in Ivan's previous life have a pivotal position in the wizard world and can be regarded as the pinnacle of Oriental magic. Unfortunately, these 5 kinds of magic require too much from wizards. If you don't have a righteous heart, don't know etiquette, and don't know what faith is, then you can't cast various magics related to it. However, this has nothing to do with Ivan. The Phoenix has its own 5 virtue runes. Rather than saying that Ivan is casting these magics, it is better to say that the Phoenix is the leader. I'm exhausted. About 3 hours later, Hermione wiped the sweat from her forehead, raised her wand high, and shot a magic firework into the air. Pop! Seeing this, Ivan stopped chanting the spell. The Phoenix sensed the will of its master and quickly stopped emotionally attacking Ivan. Ultimate Guardian! The next moment, as Ivan raised his wand high, endless magic power seemed to swallow up the whole world. Boom! The earth-shattering roar suddenly fell, like a big bowl hitting the ground, covering the surrounding forests and lakes. Buzz, buzz! The light curtain circulated, and the light on the barrier gradually dimmed until it disappeared completely. The little witch looked at the scene in front of her, and she stretched out her hand to touch the light curtain not far away. However, no matter how Hermione tried, enter, leave, jump back and forth, why didn't anything happen? Hermione found that she could not feel the existence of the ultimate guardian at all. Did Ivan fail to cast the spell? No, I succeeded. Ivan fell from the sky on Rector, and he landed beside Hermione and explained, magic can accommodate the mind, and many of our spells carry the personal will of the caster. In other words, Ivan did not simply set up a magic barrier. He created a protection system. This system has consciousness, just like those paintings, wizard chess pieces, and Mr. Weasley's car. But compared to those free and undisciplined thoughts, Ivan's barrier is better. The 5 virtues represent positive emotions, which makes the barrier extremely loyal and intelligent. It will identify the information inside the barrier and the people who want to enter, and then make various responses. Because 3.5 is the will of Ivan, the barrier regards Hermione as its own, and naturally will not prevent her from entering and leaving at will. But if you find that you can't get out at any time, Ivan said, don't be nervous. It may be that the barrier feels that there is some danger outside, so it protects you. Not only that, the barrier has many functions. Etnus. Ivan asked Hermione to cast magic on the trees not far away. The little witch did not hesitate and hurriedly did it. I saw a crushing spell thrown by Hermione. However, with a flash of light, the crushing spell disappeared before approaching the tree, as if it had never appeared. What's going on? The barrier intercepted your crushing spell. Ivan explained, the barrier will judge the changes inside by itself. It can not only resist spells, but also defend against physical attacks. In other words, it is like a room controlled by artificial intelligence. What you can and cannot do is determined by this ultimate protection system. The will of the barrier will not be updated automatically, so there is no need to worry about it getting out of control. Group. In fact, even if there is a problem with the barrier, Ivan has left enough back. After setting up the barrier, Ivan began to transform the forest. He did not cut down all the surrounding trees directly, but used magic to make the trees retreat by themselves, leaving enough space in the center for building a house. Next, it's time to build a house. Ivan used apparition to cut off the old tree, then waved the spell and whispered, "Weave Chew into a door." A large number of tools flew out of Ivan's bag. Saws, hammers, and nails started working as if they had their own lives. Just like Queenie's cooking magic in Fantastic Beasts 1, just waving the wand can make a house complete its construction by itself. All the processes in the middle are as fast as time acceleration. In less than 5 minutes, a unique wooden cottage appeared in front of the two. "Wow," Hermione praised. "It feels very good. With the materials, these life magics are really convenient. If muggles knew that wizards have this kind of magic, I don't know how many construction companies would cry in the toilet." "It's not finished yet," Ivan said, and cast a magic again. "Carved beams and painted buildings." If weaving Chew into a door is a simple construction of the house frame, then carved beams and painted buildings are more detailed carvings. This magic can change the internal structure of the house according to the owner's wishes. "Okay, let's go in and take a look." Ivan took Hermione's hand, and the two of them pushed open the door of the cabin in the woods together. The first thing that came into view was a spacious hall, which was several times larger than it looked from the outside. It was obviously expanded with the Traceless expansion spell. The floor was very smooth, unlike the one that was just made with burrs. There was no furniture in the house, so it looked empty. But Hermione didn't dislike it at all, but felt very warm. "It's like a two-person cabin for me and Ivan." "Ahem." Ivan paused, silently repeating that he was not a Lolita control, and then took Hermione to visit the interior of the cabin. The cabin is divided into 5 floors, 2 underground and 3 above ground. The first floor is the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, and the second floor has many rooms, which are specially for members of the organization to live in. The third floor is temporarily designated as a storage room for important items. As for the basement, Ivan plans to turn it into a place that can be used as both a training ground and a laboratory, and also place the door to the secret realm here. Once in danger, everyone can leave here through the door at the first time. Similarly, if an outsider breaks in, the first thing they have to face is the basement protected by various magic. The ultimate protection system is connected to the basement. If someone with bad intentions comes in, it will be a dead end. In addition, Ivan also plans to create an ecosystem for magical animals to live on the bottom floor, just like Newt's box. "Hermione, raise your wand." After doing all this, Ivan nodded with satisfaction. "Like this." Hermione did as she was told, and Ivan raised his wand as well. The next moment, a golden bridge appeared at the tips of the 2 wands, connecting them. "This is—" Hermione was about to ask, when she suddenly felt something in her heart. "I have connected your magic power with the consciousness in the Ultimate Guardian. From now on, except for not being able to modify the Ultimate Guardian, Hermione will have the same rights as Ivan." Ivan also set the Little Witch as the second authority holder after himself. This authority is even above the will of the barrier. As long as Hermione wants, she can even remove the barrier and completely close it. "Ivan, you actually trust me so much." Hermione was a little moved, and the little hand holding Ivan couldn't help but hold it tighter. "It's very difficult for you to set up such a barrier now." Ivan smiled, and the tacit understanding between the two didn't need to say much. "But if you just learn how to control it, with your talent, Hermione, you should be able to master some authority before the next grade." Hermione pouted in dissatisfaction. She felt that Ivan underestimated her. "I will definitely be earlier than that." "Oh, then wait and see." Ivan likes Hermione's unyielding character, which can help her go further. Ivan touched the little witch's head. "After all, our Miss Beaver is the smartest little witch in Hogwarts." "Huh." Hermione snorted proudly, and then asked curiously, "Ivan, can I cast such magic in the future?" "Almost impossible." "That's right." Having personally experienced the fluctuation of the magic power, Hermione can feel the gap between herself and Ivan. Complete an ultimate guard independently. Not to mention Hermione. Even if Snape and Harry grow to their peak state, they can still reach the same level. To have that kind of power, you must undergo magical transformation. This is also a gift prepared by Ivan for Hermione. He will help the little witch complete a safe magical transformation before her 3rd grade. In the future, we can bring more things every time we come in. If one time is not enough, we can bring 2 times. Anyway, we can bring in whatever we can think of. Ivan has tested the secret world. The space here is very stable. The only way to enter and exit is through the wardrobe. Others, whether it is the Flynn network, the port key, or the apparition, cannot enter. It must be said that the wizard who created this secret world has a better understanding of space than Ivan could imagine. It is not an exaggeration to say that he created a new world. What should we do next? Investigate and research, collect information. Ivan said, there are a large number of magical animals and magical plants living here, almost everywhere. So in the next period of time, Ivan plans to take Hermione with him to count the various resources in the Thunderbird territory. The materials needed for alchemy and potions are, after all, animals, plants, and minerals. It's hard to say about minerals for now, but there is definitely no shortage of animal and plant resources in the secret realm. Doesn't that mean that if it is not discovered by outsiders, everything here is ours? Hermione is not greedy for money, but such a huge fortune seems to be beyond her tolerance limit, and the little witch is tempted. In theory, yes. Ivan thought the same. Everything in the secret space can be regarded as reserve resources. The 2 stayed in the secret space for a long time. The next day, they entered again and conducted another investigation and record. There are more than 60 kinds of magical creatures in the Thunderbird territory, and there are countless magical plants. Because there are too many, the 2 can't count them at all. The most important thing is that they can't be identified. Although Ivan has powerful magic, he is not very interested in herbology. Hermione has read a lot of books. However, books are books, and field practice is another matter. There were very few plants that the 2 could recognize, even though Ivan could tell that a certain tree or a certain grass had strong magic. But the problem was that he didn't know them. He had no idea what the plant was used for. I remember Neville liked the herbology class very much. Professor Sprout had praised him many times, saying that he had a talent for it. Being praised by a dean was enough to prove Neville's high talent. Almost every teacher in Hogwarts, except for the few subjects that were just for show, was an authority in their field. Neville's ability to become a professor of herbology at Hogwarts in the future proved that he had the potential to reach the top. Take some back, I'll ask Professor Sprout. It's just right for Neville to have more contact with them. Ivan asked Hermione to be careful when picking the samples, and then manipulated them and put them in the traceless telescopic bag in different categories. In this way, the 2 were busy until late. Time came after the dinner. Ivan, Hermione, Neville, and Parvati gathered on time. Harry brought Ronald to find them, and Penelope, a senior from Ravenclaw, came with them. Everyone was surprised to see Penelope coming. I want to join you too. Penelope put her hair behind her head and smiled charmingly. Can I? Hermione and Parvati suddenly felt a sense of crisis. There was no way. The senior was too charming. Whether it was her temperament or her dress, she could simply capture the souls of young people. Neville, Harry, and Ronald, the 3 little guys, were completely immersed in the gentleness of the senior. Ahem! Ivan coughed lightly, and then took them to the Black Lake. The Black Lake was very quiet at night. The big octopus didn't know where it ran away. Only the lake's surface was rippling in the wind, which was refreshing. Ivan set up a magic barrier here to block the outside world's prying and prevent the conversation here from being heard by others. Okay, let's start the new member entrance examination now. Ivan took them to a secluded place. He first looked at Penelope, then looked at Ronald. Who goes first? The red-haired boy was very nervous and felt very embarrassed. He was the one who said he would quit before, and now he has to come back and ask Harry for help. When Ronald thought of this, he felt a burning pain on his face. He subconsciously lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Ivan. However, because Penelope was watching, Ronald mustered up the courage to say, "I'll go first." Very good, very courageous. Ivan stepped forward and said, "Can I ask why you joined us, Ronald?" Ronald had prepared, so this question did not stump him. "I want to improve my magic level." Well, a very pertinent answer. Ivan didn't care about Ronald's answer. He shrugged and said, "But it doesn't matter. After all, every wizard likes to be able to master powerful magic." It's not important, so what are you asking?" Ronald felt confused, but he still waited for Ivan obediently, not daring to interrupt rashly. As mentioned before, Ivan didn't have much expectation for Ronald from the beginning. Among the young wizards, Ronald was mediocre, and his ability represented the average level of young wizards in the magic world. No, it should be said to be below average. Ronald may not even reach the middle level, but he is a wizard, and he is also a student of Ivan. In the wizarding world, students of the same school and the same class are quite important connections. Recruiting Ronald is more reliable than randomly pulling a few people from outside to join 033. At least we know everything, right? "Ronald, do you know the purpose of our gathering together?" Ronald hesitated for a moment. He looked at Harry and said, "Harry said that it is to make the magic world better." "Yes, what do you think?" "What?" Ronald was stunned for a moment, looking at Ivan in confusion. "What do you think?" Ivan said, "Except for Neville, none of us know much about the wizarding world. You're the little wizard who grew up in the wizarding world. So I want to hear your opinion." Ivan tried to keep his tone as calm as possible. He had used the wrong method before and only looked at Ronald from the perspective of ability. But think about it. Is Ronald really worthless? No, he is. Ronald's Weasley family is one of the 28 sacred families, and the only family willing to get close to Muggles. Most importantly, the Weasley family advocates innovation, and they are full of curiosity about Muggle items. Accepting Ronald is equivalent to extending an olive branch to the Weasley family. "Don't worry, just tell the truth." Ivan said directly, "No matter, Ronald, you are right or wrong. I will let you join. You can rest assured." Really? Hearing that he can join, Ronald immediately became excited. No one knows how powerful Ivan is better than him as Harry's best friend. Killing trolls and repelling Voldemort with ease, plus all the professor's praise and his various performances in class. Ivan is a natural wizard, destined to become the second Dumbledore in the future. George and Fred commented on Ronald's classmate. Even if he is a troublemaker, he can feel a rising star. His brilliance is so dazzling that it almost overshadows the brilliance of everyone in the same era. Ronald took a deep breath and calmed down. "To be honest, I think it's stupid." "Oh." Ivan smiled. This time it was not a disguise, but a real happy smile. This guy. However, unlike Ivan, Hermione was obviously unhappy with Ronald's evaluation. Neville lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. Parvati thought carefully, as if thinking about how to refute Ronald's next words. "Mex." Ivan stopped Hermione and signaled her to calm down. "Tell me more about it." Ivan encouraged. "Don't be afraid. You can say anything. The organization is still in its infancy, and we will humbly accept any good suggestions." Well, then I said, "Ronald, actually, I don't really understand what you mean by making the magic world better. I think the current magic world is good enough." Ronald's thoughts also represent the ideas of most young wizards and adult wizards. They don't think the magic world needs to change at all. Sure enough, Hermione said dissatisfiedly, "I have said it before, there is no need to tell him these things. He knows nothing." "No, nothing." Ronald showed an impatient look. He was only fearless when he was talking to Hermione. "I don't know what you Muggles think, but this is the magic world. In my eyes, the life of Muggles is more puzzling to me. This is a conflict of ideas, and it is also a basic contradiction caused by different values and worldviews. Just like Muggles think that falling from dozens of floors will definitely lead to death. However, wizards think this can only be regarded as a small accident. Under the power of magic, many fatal injuries in the eyes of Muggles can only be regarded as minor fights. What wizards really fear is curses, not physical attacks. Physical injuries, relying on potions and spells, as long as timely treatment, there is no need to worry about life safety. In the second grade, Harry's entire arm turned into rubber and had no bones. But with just a cup of potion, Madame Pomfrey could restore him to his original state. This kind of magical skill is enough to subvert the imagination of muggles. Okay, don't quarrel. Ivan held Hermione and said to Ronald at the same time, "You too, yeah." Sorry. Ronald hated Hermione, but he really had no temper with Ivan. "It's okay," Ivan said. "If you had spoken your mind at the beginning instead of hiding it, I would have recognized you more." "What?" Ronald was a little unbelievable. "Everyone is different, Ronald." Ivan patted Ronald on the shoulder. He walked to the edge of the Black Lake, with his back to everyone. "Hermione is very smart. Parvati is careful and cautious. Neville is determined. Harry is brave and smart. And you, Ronald?" Hearing this, Ronald became nervous again. He longed to hear Ivan's praise, to hear what kind of advantages he would find in him. "You are vain and like to show off." Ronald's eyes widened, and he never expected Ivan to say that to him. However, before Ronald could feel sad or angry, Ivan changed the subject and said, "Do you think these are shortcomings?" No, in my opinion, these are exactly your greatest advantages, Ronald." Advantages? Ronald couldn't understand it at all. When Ivan said those words just now, he thought Ivan was insulting himself. But seeing Ivan's serious look, Ronald swallowed his saliva and asked, "What do you mean? Look at Harry. Isn't he famous enough?" "Yeah, the savior of the wizarding world, who was able to defeat Voldemort as a child, is a true legend." Then Harry. Ivan looked at Harry and asked, "If you were asked to stand up and a group of wizards came to praise you, what would you do?" "That would be too uncomfortable." Harry's good character is truthfulness. He is not a vain person. If it is his, Harry will accept it without hesitation. But for the praise of the savior, which is not real in Harry's eyes, he will only feel embarrassed. Neville is not to mention. He is a complete social phobia. Hermione, Parvati, and even Penelope, do they like the feeling of standing in the spotlight? Anyway, Ivan doesn't like it. Let him deal with politicians and pure-blood nobles and waste time arguing and quarreling with them. Ivan would rather not establish this organization. It's a waste of time. Get it, Ronald. We can't adapt to that kind of life, Ivan. But you can. Just like some people in the Muggle world, borrowing sports cars from their friends, and then showing off and flirting with girls everywhere with sports cars that don't belong to them. In Ivan's opinion, such people who are obviously vain but can play coolly are quite amazing. Of course, this kind of people are different from Lockhart's self-deception. The latter is a liar. As for the former, only people who are equally vain will take the bait. Ronald scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Ivan, are you praising me or insulting me? I'm a little dizzy." We need someone who is willing to stand in front of the stage and attract a lot of attention for us. Ivan could see Ronald's character and nature. He was suitable for this job, and there was no need to worry about his betrayal. The Weasley family's bloodline destined the red-haired people to be loyal and brave. You can say Ronald is stupid, timid, and incompetent, but you can't say he will flee in the face of danger. The Weasley family is full of loyal and brave people. At the critical moment, everyone could sacrifice their lives. But Ronald didn't expect Ivan to think so highly of him. "What can I do?" "I can't do anything." "It doesn't matter." Ivan told Ronald that he didn't need to know anything. "You just need to know how to use this vanity." "What does it mean?" For example, Ivan gave a speech and he won the admiration and followers of countless people. As a leader, Ivan needs to remain mysterious. He can't talk about interests with the Chun-Air family like a businessman. So, he needs a spokesperson, someone who understands the wizarding world and can compete with those native wizards. You can say that this is a pretense. However, this is what Ronald likes to do. This is very offensive, and Ivan told him the consequences in advance. But our brave red-haired Weasley Ronald said that he didn't care. "I do." Ronald thought it was really great. No need to bury your head in practicing magic. Just act as a shield and attract attention for Ivan and others. It might be dangerous then. The other members hid in the dark, and when others wanted to cause trouble, the first person they would look for was Ronald. He might be kidnapped, interrogated, and tortured. So what? Ronald was the type who knew he was a nobody, but when things really got tough, he would still bite the bullet and go for it. Dark wizards will also target you. Oh, Ronald was completely excited. He stared at Ivan, feeling like he had met a true confidant. Isn't that even cooler? Inferior, ordinary, poor Ronald Weasley. He dreams of being the center of attention. Danger is his little Ronald's favorite thing. Very good. Ivan looked at Harry and said, "So from today on, Ronald, you are the goalkeeper of our mysterious side." Goalkeeper? Like the goalkeeper in Quidditch, who doesn't let anyone score a goal. Great. Ivan, you're so nice to me. Ronald's brain circuit is different from Ivan and others. He feels very satisfied with things that seem dangerous and can't improve themselves. Harry, Ronald will be in charge from now on. Ronald doesn't need to participate in specific experiments. He will know some secrets, but they don't involve course secrets. Similarly, Ronald doesn't need to study hard with Ivan and others. He just needs to make good use of his identity as a member of the mysterious side. I know. Harry mourned for his friend for 3 seconds. Ronald didn't know what he would encounter in the future. In desperation, Harry could only try his best to help Ronald so that he could suffer less setbacks. As for Penelope's assessment, she is a 5th-year student, a class leader, and the most popular senior at Hogwarts. Since Ivan brought her here personally, everyone naturally accepted her joining. Let's go to the secret base. Ivan called everyone, and they all went to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. It was the first time for Ronald and Penelope to come here. They were extremely shocked that Ivan and his friends could find the room of requirement. So cool. Ronald was amazed. He looked at the wide training ground and regretted not building a good relationship with Ivan earlier. How did you find it? Penelope was much calmer. The senior walked to Ivan and asked in a low voice, "Could it be that it also relied on that kind of prophecy magic?" Almost. Ivan did not answer directly. He walked to the front of the crowd and indicated that he had something to say. Just now we said that we want to make the magic world better. Ronald Zhao thinks that the magic world is already perfect enough and does not need any so-called changes. Ivan put his hands behind his back, glanced at everyone, and then said, "I don't know if that is correct, but I can give you a prophecy, which is also the future of the Muggle world that I see." The little wizards had different expressions on their faces about the future of the Muggle world. Hermione was quite interested. Neville was confused. Penelope and Parvati were curious. "Take a good look," Ivan said, and a white mist rose from his body. What will the Muggles who need protection be like in 30 years from now, according to the wizards? Everyone had never seen such a magical scene. The next moment, Ivan opened his mouth and spit out thick white mist towards the center of the training room. This scene was very similar to the scene when Grindelwald predicted the wizards in the Père Lachaise cemetery during World War II. The white mist contained Ivan's mind and will. He combined it with prophecy to create a memory picture that could be seen by outsiders. Beep! The bullet-shaped high-speed train jumped out of the mist and passed through Ronald and Neville's bodies, scaring them. Tall buildings appeared at everyone's feet like mushrooms after rain, and then the scene in the white mist expanded. Everyone seemed to be ants in the grass, and could only look up at these magnificent buildings built by Muggles. Praise the new era, all kinds of high technology and cameras and satellite surveillance in every corner. As for those war weapons that have long existed, Ronald, who was born and raised in this place, was extremely shocked. Boom! The hazy fog showed a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. The terrifying storm that destroyed a city in an instant overturned the imagination of all the little wizards on the scene about power. Axie, don't say Ronald was confused. Hermione felt a shudder. What? Muggle weapons. It is also the future of this world. Ivan did not hide it. He knew how far the Muggle world would develop in another 30 years. In Ivan's view, Muggles and wizards are destined to be unable to merge together. Even if there are small towns like Hermione and Ivan who are completely born in the Muggle world. But as long as they can still cast spells, it is difficult for ordinary people to accept them. So Ivan never thought about the so-called peaceful coexistence of Muggles and wizards, which is simply unrealistic in the wizarding world. Rather than saying that the magic world does not need to change, It is better to say that the magic world has not changed. Ivan, today's magic world is almost the same as the magic world when the statute of secrecy was enacted 300 years ago. I'm not talking about the system of the magic world. It's the spell. Ivan conveyed his thoughts to the young wizards and Penelope. Muggles are developing, but our magic is still stuck in the past. We are wizards, which determines our future position and identity. At this point, Ivan told them about Grindelwald's deeds. Almost no young wizards of this era know who Grindelwald is. He is the real devil in the eyes of the older generation. Compared with him, Voldemort is at best a lunatic. This is terrible, Ivan. Hermione was a little worried. She was afraid that Ivan would follow Grindelwald's path. Grindelwald believed that wizards were supreme. What he wanted was a world where wizards ruled muggles. And this was bound to lead to war. Yes, Ivan. When Harry and Parvati thought about the war between wizards and muggles in the future, their inner uneasiness became stronger. Only Penelope remained calm. Of course, this does not mean that Penelope agreed with Grindelwald's ideas. But she believed that Ivan would not be the next Grindelwald, because Ivan had told them clearly that he would not follow Grindelwald's old path. Don't worry, everyone, Ivan smiled and said, I never thought about inheriting Grindelwald's will, even if I could really do those things. There was no doubt in the people present. Although they had never seen how strong Grindelwald was, Ivan's magic talent could only be described as explosive. He was a little wizard who even defeated Voldemort. Ivan's battle with Voldemort was naturally made up to the outside world. But here, Harry would not fool his friends. Merlin, after learning the truth from Harry, Penelope was stunned. A first-year little wizard beating Voldemort was too magical. I know you don't want to hurt anyone. The young wizards present were all very kind, and they couldn't even be cruel enough to kill people. Don't say they were too soft-hearted. If a group of 10-year-old children could kill decisively, Ivan would not dare to use them. Being kind-hearted does not mean being soft-hearted. When faced with danger, kind people will fight to the death with the enemy to protect their homes and loved ones. I don't like killing, and I don't think it's a glorious thing to hurt others. Ivan asked them to relax, and the mysterious side would not take aggression, war, slavery, and other behaviors as targets. But there is one thing I hope everyone can understand. Ivan pointed to the still hazy and changing white mist and said, Many things will not change with our will, because our voice is too small. Maybe in the future, we will leave Hogwarts and become excellent wizards leading the British wizarding world. But what about the Muggle world? Ivan, no matter how hard we try, no matter how we restrain ourselves, we can't change the will of the Muggles, because it is not allowed to interfere with the development of Muggles without authorization. However, once one day, the wizarding world is exposed. Muggles will inevitably fight to the death against wizards who have used the forgetfulness spell to play with their memories for hundreds of years. After all, no one wants a group of people in this world who can easily modify your memory and manipulate your destiny. Grindelwald saw the potential of Muggles and called on his compatriots to strike first. What should we do? Everyone looked at Ivan. He was the soul of the team, lighting the way for them. The same old saying, improve yourself. No matter when, it is right to make yourself better. Ivan, in addition, we must be prepared. Prepare? The topic became more and more serious, and a sense of mission fell on the hearts of the little wizards. Be fully prepared for the possible dangers. Ivan said, the mysterious side is not a spear or a sword, but an indestructible shield. There's a saying in the East that you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. We will never take the initiative to harm Muggles. But if one day Muggles choose to point their weapons at us, what should we do? Ivan's simple words instantly made the little wizards feel a sense of crisis. Yes, wizards do not harm Muggles, saying that it is to protect Muggles. But on the other hand, what should we do if Muggles hurt wizards? If wizards hurt Muggles, they will be sent to Azkaban. But if Muggles hurt wizards, they will not be punished. Ivan paused for a moment and asked a soul-searching question. Are the laws for wizards meant to protect them, or us? This can be said to be a direct provocation to the statute of secrecy. But you have to admit that some of the ideas of the top leaders in the magic world are indeed criticized. This is the current situation in the wizarding world. I'm not blaming it because it's meaningless. Instead of complaining about the world, it's better to think about what to do. Ivan saw the children looking at him and smiled. It's very simple. That is, when others suspect that you have dangerous weapons, you'd better really have them. All this, everyone immediately realized that Ivan was going to do something big, but they felt that what Ivan said made sense. Weapons can be used, but they cannot be absent. If wizards lose the power to protect themselves, what qualifications do they have to be high and mighty? So we're not destroying the statute of secrecy. On the contrary, we are protecting it and maintaining it. If wizards want to protect muggles as fragile little animals, they must first make themselves stronger. And what Ivan wants to do is to strengthen the wizarding community. In this way, isn't Ivan better maintaining the statute of secrecy? Hermione knew that Ivan was quibbling, but she wouldn't say it. Miss Beaver, who is no longer as pedantic as in the original book, chose the former between relatives and friends and outsiders. She only stood on Ivan's side. Then, what are the details? Penelope wanted to know what Ivan was going to do and whether he had a plan. What are you going to do? My idea is to start by understanding each other. Ivan said, it is said that knowing yourself and knowing the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles. If we don't even know the strength of our opponent, what qualifications do we have to fight against him? As he said this, Ivan opened his pocket and took out a large number of things that ordinary people use. I'll show you something. There are radios, TVs, and even computers, especially the one at the back. Except for Hermione, who has seen it and knows what it is, even Harry has seen it for the first time. After all, it is only 1991 now, and it has only been a few years since the birth of home computers in the early 1980s. Most families have never even seen this thing, let alone bought it. What are these? Ronald and Neville were very curious about what Ivan took out. They had no idea what these two cubes were for. It's normal. Who asked Mr. Weasley not to know what a little yellow duck is? Computer and TV. Hermione said 2 words, but unfortunately no one could understand what they meant. Ivan, is this too difficult? Hermione knew the complexity of electrical equipment, and she didn't think anyone in the wizarding world could understand circuit diagrams, chips, and programs. Checky. Don't worry, I'm not asking them to make computers and TVs. Ivan told everyone his thoughts. I mean, we need to understand the functions of these muggle creations and then create and update magic for them. Magic is the power of the mind. Its power is not how we should do it, but how we want to do it. Without electricity and signals, can't we watch TV? Ivan said, waving his wand at the TV that was not plugged in at all. The next moment, everyone saw a burst of snow on the TV screen, and then 2 hosts appeared. In the picture, the 2 were reporting British news. Merlin's beard. Harry and Hermione felt that their worldview had been greatly impacted. They quickly stepped forward, ignoring Ronald and Neville's confusion, and walked around the TV, checking it up and down, wondering how it was done. There was no signal, no power, but the news channel screen appeared. The most important thing is that the magic of Hogwarts will interfere with electronic equipment. You know, even electronic watches will malfunction in the school. But now, Ivan broke the so-called common sense. This is magic. It is also the power of wishing for something to come true. Ivan showed them the magic of magic, not sticking to the so-called principles in science. As long as you think it's okay, then it's okay. What modification? What internal structure? None of them are needed. Ivan, I don't want you to think, I want me to think. The magic of the Harry Potter world can be described in one word. That is my power of thinking. Ivan. Ronald and Penelope spoke at the same time. Neville also wanted to say something, but they were beaten to it. Well, you say. Does this violate the laws of the Ministry of Magic? Ronald trembled and said his thoughts. His father is the director of the Office of Prohibition of Abuse of Muggle Items. So he knew very well that Ivan's modification of the TV was illegal. Yes, it's illegal. Ivan didn't think Ronald's words were wrong. In the Ministry of Magic's view, Muggle items should not flow into the wizarding world. Muggles have created so many means of transportation, but wizards are still using flying brooms and magic carpets. If it were me, I would cast a spell on a Muggle car to make it fly. Ivan's words made Ronald's pupils shrink slightly. He felt that Ivan must have seen something. The little prophet in the first year of Hogwarts. The senior students didn't know, but in Gryffindor College, especially among Ronald, Harry, and other young wizards of the same grade, it was well known. Everyone said that Ivan knew everything. My dad has a flying magic car. Ronald told the truth and lowered his head, feeling ashamed. He was just saying that Ivan was breaking the law, but what about now? His own father broke the law knowingly, which was even more serious. Prohibiting the abuse of Muggle items is the most unreasonable requirement in my opinion. Ivan didn't know how wizards would abuse Muggle items. They didn't even need Muggle items. When wizards got Muggle items, they would just do the same as Mr. Weasley and transform them into magical items with magic power. In Ivan's opinion, the real beneficiaries of the Ministry of Magic's enactment of this law are the manufacturers and investors. Fresh foreign goods will cause a major blow to the local market. Let me ask you, with a flying car, even if the flying broom cannot be eliminated, it should be no problem to eliminate a magic carpet, right? Yeah, Ronald nodded. My father and our family actually like Muggle items. But if we do this, will the Ministry of Magic find out? Good question. Ivan approached Ronald to test the old rules and ideas of the magic world from him. Neville is too dull and not suitable, so we have to be more covert. Ivan told everyone that the results of their transformation and research will not flow into the market, but will be digested within the organization. In this way, as long as they are not discovered by the Ministry of Magic, then they will not violate the law, right? Or are you afraid? What? It's a simple provocation, but this is what a group of children can't stand the most. I'm not afraid. Ronald is a tough guy and a fool. He said bluntly, my father is the director of the office for prohibiting the abuse of Muggle objects. He won't find out about us. Mr. Weasley is a very humane wizard. Even if he really knows that Ivan and others are modifying Muggle objects, he will turn a blind eye. There is no way. Harry and his son are here, and Mr. Weasley is a genius wizard like Ivan and Hermione. If he doesn't help them but the Ministry of Magic, I'm afraid his brain will be squeezed by the door. Very good. Ivan applauded everyone's courage. Leave the modification to me, and your job is to help me test the performance of the objects so that I can find out the gaps and fill them. Transforming Muggle objects requires powerful magic power. The more complex the object, the higher the magic attainments required of the wizard. Among the people present, except Ivan, only Penelope can barely modify some simple Muggle objects. Transforming Muggle objects is not a big crime. At least the little wizards can accept it completely. Young people are rebellious and naughty and like to do something unconventional. The law prohibits them from doing it, but they insist on doing it. They dare not commit murder or arson, but they secretly study small objects. What is there to be afraid of? Next, let's start today's spell training. Ronald wants to learn how to duel, so stay with us. If you don't want to, you can go back early. Duel. Ronald was no longer sleepy when he heard about dueling. Seeing this, Ivan asked Harry to tutor Ronald in basic spells, and he discussed the Christmas holiday with Penelope and Hermione. Will you go home for Christmas? Ivan, Hermione, and I will leave school. Me too. Christmas is the most important holiday in the West, and its status is equivalent to the Hushan New Year in the East. Hogwarts has a 2-week Christmas holiday. I've decided to use this time to solve the problem of the base in the Muggle world. Is there anything I can help with? I've been waiting for you to say this. Ivan smiled slightly and said, this is a rare opportunity. Do you want to experience the work of secretary in advance? As Christmas approaches, professors of various subjects assign a lot of homework. Ivan and Hermione are academic masters, so they don't worry about this. The little witch even thinks that the homework is too little and not enough for her to enjoy. In addition, perhaps because of Penelope, a senior with excellent grades, Hermione and Parvati will study with her more often. Harry continues to take Ronald, the new student, and occasionally Neville. However, the three little ones often mess up and lose credits. Well, Professor Gardens played a great role. Time flies. One morning in mid-December, Hogwarts School woke up from a dream and found that the surroundings were covered with several feet of snow and the lake was covered with hard ice. Everyone was looking forward to the holiday. In the hall, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick were there, busy decorating Christmas decorations. The walls were covered with hanging ribbons of holly and mistletoe, and there were 12 towering Christmas trees standing all around, some of which were hung with sparkling icicles, and some of which were flickering with hundreds of candles. Ivan said goodbye to Hermione, Harry, and the others, and then followed the large group to the station. The two sat face to face, each holding their pets, Lonkai and Crookshanks, in their arms. After we go back, can we no longer cast magic? Hermione said. I read in the book that only adult wizards can cast spells at will, and underage wizards are monitored by traces. How do they do it? Magic wand. The little witch was very puzzled by this, but she didn't care about this monitoring. Hermione had long been accustomed to the fact that underage people were not allowed to do anything illegal. Traces are a kind of contract magic, Ivan explained. Remember the list of people Professor McGonagall asked us to sign to go home a week ago? That's traces. To be precise, it's an agreement. Ivan, I thought this agreement would be signed during the summer vacation, but I didn't expect it to be signed on Christmas. Frustrated? Not free. Ivan didn't have so many boring thoughts. He was more concerned about the principle of the trace thread and how to crack it. Have you figured out anything? Hermione was faster than Ivan. The little witch set up a layer of soundproof magic in a box to avoid being eavesdropped. I have some ideas, but not many. Under the careful guidance of old Dumbledore, Ivan has mastered most of the white magic and shape-changing. He also has his own unique insights on alchemy and potions. The only thing Ivan has not really touched is contract magic. Old Dumbledore would never give Ivan contract magic to study. In the wizarding world, contracts have a strong binding force, and the unbreakable curse has the same instant death power as the killing curse. Have you encountered any problems? Hermione wanted a keyword so that she could find relevant information in a targeted manner. Don't look up knowledge in this area. Ivan interrupted Hermione's thoughts and told her that it was dangerous. It's not magic that's dangerous, but the Ministry of Magic. It seems that, Hermione, you have to be patient this Christmas. 2 weeks without casting spells is nothing to Hermione. There are so many books, not all of which require the use of wands. 2 weeks of supplementing knowledge also makes Hermione happy. Unbelievable. Little witch, trace can actually give you a headache. I'm not omnipotent. Ivan smiled and shook his head, his eyes shining with silver light. The essence of the trace thread is an interactive monitoring method. It reacts quickly, but it's not accurate enough. Accurate. In short, although the trace thread can determine whether the little wizard casts a spell, it doesn't know who cast the magic. That's why students from wizard families don't have to worry about the trace thread problem at all, as long as there are adults around. I can see that there's a golden thread wrapped around us. Ivan raised his hand, and in his sight, the golden translucent energy thread was worn on the wrist like a bracelet. Hermione, as well as the little wizards after school, almost everyone carried this thing. Very interesting magic. Ivan shook his hand, his face calm, without any panic. How should I put it? The difficulty is not how to crack it, but how to do it silently. The trace is not on the wand, but on the little wizard himself. So even if you use someone else's wand, you can still be located. But there's something interesting. Ivan said, you can't get rid of the trace by changing the wand. But the trace cannot locate wandless spells. This can be said to be the most incomprehensible thing for Ivan, because it does not conform to the conclusion that the trace is on the wizard. No, it is not impossible to locate wandless spells. If someone around the little wizard casts a spell, whether it is wandless or not, it will be detected by the school thread. Harry in the 2nd grade was tricked by Dobby. It doesn't seem to make much difference to you, Ivan? Yeah, Ivan said, but first you have to hide the wand in advance. The wand itself has a range of trace monitoring areas. Within the area, even if you cast a spell without a wand, it will still be monitored by the trace. So, you need to throw the wand far away before casting without permission. Can we sit here? Parvati and her sister Padma stood outside the car. Ivan and Hermione picked up the cat from the seat beside them and put it on their knees at the same time. What are you talking about? Parvati sat down and asked very naturally. Sister Padma seemed a little restrained. She sat next to Ivan carefully, occasionally looking down at him. But she would soon look back, afraid of being discovered. This repeated several times, which made Hermione speechless. Talking about traces, Ivan didn't say much, just mentioned it. Ah, Parvati, this is really uncomfortable. It feels like I have learned magic, but nothing has been learned. If you're not allowed to use magic, then what is the point of learning magic? Is that right, Padma? Ah, Padma was startled when her sister called her name. What? The little girl's face was slightly red, and her big eyes looked forward as much as possible to avoid looking at Ivan. Parvati raised her eyebrows, patted her sister's thigh, and then said to Ivan, "You are shy when you see our first-grade genius wizard." As soon as these words came out, Padma immediately started to play with her sister in shame and anger. Soon, Hermione, who was affected, joined the battle. For a while, in the small box, 3 little girls were teasing and playing, laughing and talking. The train arrived, and Ivan and Hermione separated at the station. Mr. Granger drove to pick up his daughter and asked Ivan if he wanted to live in his house. "I want to go back to the orphanage first. Ivan needs to report to the people in the orphanage that he is safe, which is very important." "Okay, Mr. Granger, we welcome you to visit us at any time." "I will." Ivan smiled and nodded, then watched Mr. Granger and Hermione leave. Meow. Yumi lay in Ivan's arms. After 4 months of growth, the little guy is almost the same as an ordinary house cat. "Go home." Ivan left the station while playing with the exquisite sycamore wand in his hand. He had changed into ordinary people's clothes, and the pedestrians around him would not pay attention to the small wooden stick in a child's hand. "I'll be separated from you for a while." The Wutone wand heated up slightly, and the phoenix separated and merged with Ivan's blood. But the wand still has its own will and is absolutely loyal to Ivan. As if it felt that it was leaving Ivan, the Wutone wand conveyed a feeling of reluctance. Sorry, Ivan was also reluctant, but he had no calendar. The traceless telescopic bag could not prevent the trace thread. So if you want to cast spells safely and not be discovered by the Aurors, you have to put the wand away from yourself. But in this way, the storage problem of the wide wand will be difficult to guarantee. Of course, this problem has been solved. Secret hut. Yes, the secret space can block the trace thread. Ivan remembered clearly that when he stepped into the secret space, the golden silk thread wrapped around his wrist began to dissipate. In fact, Ivan should have thought of this earlier. The secret world obviously does not belong to the wizard world, nor is it an area, such as Hogwarts, where spells can be cast freely. It is no different from the Muggle world to the wizard world. But I cast a spell there, and the Ministry of Magic didn't notice anything wrong. It can be seen that the secret space has the power to isolate contract magic, but it's not certain yet. Ivan really wants to do an experiment, such as asking 2 people to make an unbreakable oath, and then bring one of them to the secret space, and then let him break the oath. If the secret space really has the power to cut off the contract, then even if the person breaks the oath, the contract will not have any effect on him. Alas, Ivan shook his head and put this terrible thing behind him. He didn't want to be that kind of crazy scientist. Power is tempting, but human emotions are also beautiful. You have to grasp this degree. In this way, Ivan returned to the orphanage where he grew up. He took out the gift and various gifts at the door. In addition, Ivan found that magic props, such as traceless telescopic bags, could not be detected by traces. What a crude contract magic! Ivan sighed in his heart. He pushed the door open and was soon welcomed by the children in the orphanage. A good night's dream. The next day, Ivan said goodbye to the director and the children formally. From today, Ivan will completely move out of the orphanage. In their opinion, Ivan met a kind person and was adopted. In fact, that person was Ivan in disguise. All the documents were made by Ivan himself, completely legal and reasonable, and no one could find any loopholes. Adopting yourself? I guess no one has ever done this before. Ivan got in a taxi and asked the driver to go to the manor he bought. The entire manor covers a large area, and the independent villa covers an area of more than 400 square meters. Outside is nearly 1,600 square meters of grass and woods. The manor is surrounded by snow-white stone walls, and there is only an ancient and elegant iron gate facing the gate of the villa. Here, a group of financial elites in suits are waiting for their employers. That is, it's Ivan. Follow my request and go short with all your strength. Ivan used his disguise to change his appearance from a little wizard of 11 or 12 years old to a young man in his 20s. He has short silver hair, a tall and straight figure, a handsome appearance, and an elegant temperament. The most important thing is that they cannot refuse Ivan's orders. Ivan is no longer the same as before. The powerful magic allows Ivan to handle modern hot weapons with ease. Even if there is a ministry of magic supervising him, Ivan is still not in vain. A group of incompetent people who are just sitting there doing nothing. Ivan feels that if he is ruthless, he may be able to single-handedly defeat the entire Kwong FA ministry. Of course, the premise is that Old Deng does not take action. Ivan is both afraid of and grateful to Old Deng. To be honest, if possible, Ivan does not want to be an enemy of Old Deng. Fortunately, the old principal understands people's hearts very well, and he is not as irritable and strict as in the later parts of the movie. Ivan knows Dumbledore is a kind old grandfather who is so kind that he makes people sick. He can see that the old headmaster is really cultivating him, hoping to guide Ivan on the right path. Sometimes, it's hard to repay a favor. Dumbledore's teachings, McGonagall's care, the trust of professors, and the following of Hermione and Harry. Ivan is no longer the silent person who lives alone. Go! Ivan sent these people away. As a wizard, Ivan doesn't have much in common with these ordinary people. They just need to work for themselves and make money. Meow. Yumi jumped up from behind the sofa, landed on Ivan's shoulder, and then entered the Master Huichin. The little guy is very unfamiliar with this manor. There is no way, such a big manor. Only Ivan lives alone. It is indeed a bit deserted. Let's go. Let's explore here. From now on, this is our home. Ivan put Yumi on the ground, then stood up and visited the hall with Mao Mao. By the way, we have to ask the owl to send an invitation letter to Penelope Sr. I hope she likes it here. 11 foot. Senior Winru has promised Ivan that she will follow Ivan and be his assistant, secretary, for the next 2 weeks. She will get to know the Muggle world with Ivan and gain more knowledge. On the 3rd day after Christmas, Ivan and Yumi appeared in Diagon Alley. After waiting for a while at the leaky cauldron, the doorbell rang and a girl with long brown hair pushed the door open. It was Penelope. The senior was carrying a box. Seeing Ivan sitting next to her drinking butterbeer, she hurried over to sit down. Happy Christmas vacation. Penelope greeted Ivan first, then waved to Yumi. You too, cute little cat. Meow. Yumi liked Penelope very much. She jumped into the arms of the senior and played happily. Another glass of butterbeer. Ivan shouted to Old Tom at the counter and then said, You've been tired on the road. Is there anything you want to eat? Thank you, butterbeer is very good. Penelope did not refuse, picked up the glass of butterbeer prepared for her, and drank it. While the senior was enjoying the delicious drink, Ivan tapped his fingers, made the girl's gifts smaller one by one, and then put them in his pocket. The traceless retraction charm cannot be abused, so Ivan did not bring his bag. However, with the shrinking charm, it does not make much difference. In addition, there are a large number of adult wizards in the leaky cauldron, and casting spells here will not attract the 603 warning letter from the Ministry of Magic. Beautiful wandless casting. The wizard on the side saw Ivan's action. His eyes widened, and he looked unbelievable. I have never seen a little wizard of your age with such magic power. Ivan did not have any sneaky thoughts. He tilted his head and smiled. Maybe I work harder. Well, the wizard did not want to talk anymore. In this world, every once in a while, there will always be a few geniuses, nothing strange. Have you finished it? Penelope was talking about the matter of the trace, but Ivan was a little helpless. Not yet, but it's not a big problem. That's good. The senior believed that Ivan would solve the problem of the trace sooner or later. She asked, "Where are we going next? And Hermione, will she come too?" Hermione is going to spend Christmas with her family. They have agreed to go out for a trip. Penelope was a little surprised. She thought Hermione would go with them. Unexpectedly, it became their private time. Fortunately, the senior is still the senior. The older sister is calm and not worried about what will happen. After all, it's not certain who will suffer. Where are we going next? My home. Ivan answered very straightforwardly. He drank the butterbeer in one gulp and then left the bar with Penelope. Senior, can you give me your wand? Oh, okay. Penelope trusted Ivan so much that she took out the wand from her sleeve without hesitation and handed it to Ivan. Ivan was a little amused. Senior, you'd better be more cautious in the future. Ivan felt that Penelope's awareness of prevention was too weak, even though she trusted him so much. But the question is, will someone use the polyjuice potion to pretend to be Ivan in the future? I know, Penelope, but the one standing in front of me now is my junior Ivan, right? Please remove the word little. It's very rude to a boy. Ivan took the wand in his hand and then began to use the research results of the 3 days on the secret realm of the wardrobe to initially ban the wand. Okay, it can't last too long. It will probably be blocked for a few minutes. As he spoke, Ivan raised his arm and motioned Penelope to hold his arm. The senior knew what Ivan wanted to do, so she reached out her hand without hesitation. The next moment, the two figures disappeared instantly. Pop! Accompanied by the sound of the air, the two appeared in front of Ivan's newly purchased manor. Apparition. Penelope, you learned this magic in advance now? It's nothing strange, Ivan said. After all, I'm the favorite student of Principal Dumbledore. Okay. Penelope didn't know what to say. The principal personally gave the little wizard special training. You know, apparition is a magic that can only be learned in the 7th grade. Where is this? The manor Ivan bought is not in the city center. There are no other residents around, and it seems particularly quiet. My home. Ah, the senior knew that Ivan was rich, but with such a large manor, those who didn't know would think that Ivan was a descendant of an ancient pureblood family. Not bad, right? Ivan, it's a pity that I live alone. But if you are included, there are 2 of us now. Is there a difference? Penelope had no idea what the difference was between 1 person and 2 people. Such a large villa, with only 2 people living in it, would be so quiet at night that it would be scary. Let's transform it together. This was the purpose of Ivan inviting Penelope. The senior provided suggestions, and Ivan cast the spell. The 2 worked together to build this paradise for the mysterious friends. I've been studying the Fidelius recently. It's a very ancient and powerful magic that can hide a secret in someone's soul. I've heard of this spell. The Fidelius is an extremely complex spell, and the magic will hide a person's secret forever in the soul of a living person. The secret is hidden in the heart of the chosen person, the keeper, so it will never be discovered, unless the keeper actively discloses it. So as long as the keeper doesn't reveal it, even if the thief puts his nose against the glass of their living room, he won't see them. Before, I was thinking about what method I should use to solve the traces on you, Ivan. Then I thought, since we already have the Fidelius charm, why should we waste energy to solve the trace thread? As long as we use the Fidelius charm, we can hide this manor in someone's soul. In this way, the spells cast in the manor will not be tracked by the trace thread. The principle behind this is like a bigger oath covering the original agreement. I studied it for a long time and found that this is the best way to break the contract. Dad said that magic should be used to defeat magic. Ivan has thought about directly cutting off the contract. The spatial isolation of the secret world can do this very well. The method Ivan used to seal Penelope's wand just now also came from the secret world. It is quite difficult to cut it off completely. Ivan said, the trace thread is not really a line. Its structure is far more complicated than we imagined. How should I put it? Ivan said that there are capable people in the Ministry of Magic. We underestimated the Ministry of Magic. The magic of trace thread is not something that can be researched by ordinary networks. The protagonists in the fan fictions of the previous life could easily solve the trace, and some people even thought that the trace was set in the wand. It's not that simple. According to the classification, the tracer is likely to be a kind of advanced magic involving the soul. Such magic is very rare in the wizarding world. The known ones are the Fidelius Charm and the Book of Admission to Hogwarts. Excuse me. Penelope slowly raised her hand. I must explain that I have never underestimated the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic is the institution that governs the British wizarding world after all. Penelope, isn't it normal to have some background? Is it normal? If there are really strong people in the Ministry of Magic, how can it be Voldemort broke in and destroyed the Time Office and the Hall of Prophecy in the Department of Mysteries? From this, it can be seen that there are indeed secrets inside the Ministry of Magic that wizards outside the Ministry do not know. But there is no need to look too highly on it. The wizards who left behind their research results have long passed away, and it is hard to say whether there are still strong ones now. Probably not. Ivan thought of the officials of the Ministry of Magic who were in their positions and did nothing in the original book: gamblers, flatterers, spies, traitors, and Fudge, the self-deceiving Minister of Magic. The atmosphere of intrigue and power calculation is definitely not formed in 1 or 2 years. And as long as it exceeds a few decades, there is a high probability that the inheritance of the Ministry of Magic will be directly cut off. Everyone is engaged in power struggles, who will calm down and do research. If I have the opportunity in the future, I would like to go to the Ministry of Magic to have a look. Ivan's words made Penelope stun slightly, and suddenly, the senior sister didn't know what she thought of and saw the girl's face change slightly. Well, I have a question. What? Ivan, the prophecy you showed me last time, did it mean that I would work in the Ministry of Magic? Penelope discovered a blind spot. As far as I know, your predictions are 100% accurate, right? Once a prediction is made, seeing 0.2 is bound to happen. But I have accepted your employment. Ivan, why does such a picture appear? Penelope couldn't understand this. Could it be that Ivan's plan was exposed and the mysterious side was forced to disband? Well, Ivan didn't answer immediately, but handed Penelope's wand to Yumi, and the little guy took it away and put it in a safe place. This is naturally not that Ivan wants to hurt Penelope, but that he is ready to cast a spell. In order to avoid being detected by the wand, Ivan needs to keep a safe distance. The last prophecy is not all. A hazy white mist floated from Ivan's body. Penelope had seen this scene once in the room of requirement. The girl knew that Ivan was going to make a prediction again. Come and see the real future. Ivan slowly exhaled a white mist and let it drift in the courtyard of the manor. Soon, the white mist began to condense and a new picture emerged. In a huge circular square, countless wizards stood on the surrounding stands, and they cast their eyes on the young man in the center. With short silver-white hair and handsome appearance, it was Ivan in his youth. Judging from the smoke, Ivan should be around 15 years old at that time. Of course, this is only seen with the naked eye. Because of the disguise Magus, Ivan can't judge the period of the fog picture. Beside Ivan, Penelo stood there naturally like Vita Rogier back then. There is no doubt that Penelo will join Ivan's team in the future and follow him. Where is this? Penelo looked at the picture in the fog and found that there were many adult wizards in it. They stared at Ivan, and all their eyes were on the boy standing in the center, listening to his speech. Père Lachaise Cemetery. What is that place? It's not in England, but in Paris, France. This is the second time Ivan has watched this prophecy, although I don't quite understand why we have to go there. According to what we see now, it seems that we initiated the call. The scene in front of me is too similar to Grindelwald's speech in Ivan's memory. The same place, also ignored. If there is another prophecy about the future, Ivan can almost be said to have replicated what Grindelwald did in Paris. It seems that we will make a big fuss in the future. Penelope was a little nervous. She took a few deep breaths to relax herself. Fortunately, the senior sister was not that scared. From a moment she witnessed Ivan killing the troll in seconds, Penelope knew that the junior brother in front of her would definitely stand at the top of the magic world in the future. It's really big. He chose to make trouble in Paris. Ivan looked at the door of the villa that was close at hand and slowly pushed it open. However, no matter what the plan is at that time, we must first ensure our own safety. Ivan takes this very seriously. It's best to achieve the goal. If you fail, there will be another time. He doesn't want to see his companions get injured or killed. Well, except Ronald. Anyway, that guy likes to be in the limelight. The first bird to stick out gets shot. If there is any danger, Ivan thinks that Ronald's confidence should be able to solve the problem easily. Then why did I go to the Ministry of Magic? I have a guess. Ivan thought for a moment and said, Senior sister, you will graduate from Hogwarts in 2 years, and at that time, Harry and his friends will only be in the 3rd grade. The team is still young, and Ivan doesn't think he will do anything big. Compared to fighting alone, Ivan prefers to cultivate a team and then lead them to gain glory together. Excuse me for being blunt. Penelope, the gap between us and you, Ivan, is too big. For Ivan, Harry, Hermione, and herself are usually dispensable. A group of little wizards, it's good enough if they don't hold Ivan back. That's not necessarily true. Ivan smiled. The gap is big, that's true. But it's a bit too much to say it's dispensable. The two walked into the living room, and Ivan cast a life spell and started making lunch. Is it okay to cast like this? Looking at the kitchen utensils and cleaning tools in the house that seemed to come alive, Penelope couldn't help asking. Don't worry. Ivan turned his palm. Pure wandless casting, trace thread can't detect it. Do you want to eat anything? It's all right. Penelope smiled and said, I'm not picky about food. Okay. Ivan tapped his fingers and quickly confirmed the recipe. So, in the kitchen, pots and pans seemed to come alive, the refrigerator was opened, and all kinds of ingredients jumped out, and they cooperated very well to complete the cleaning and cutting. I always think that this is definitely the magic that countless housewives want to learn the most. What makes Ivan happy most in the wizarding world is these small spells that can make life extremely convenient. They are very easy to get started, and almost all of them can be learned. The only problem may be the level of skill. Just like cooking, first the wizard must learn to cook, and then he can use magic and skip the steps in the middle. As for the food made, it is basically the true level of the chef's cooking skills. Other things, such as washing clothes and cleaning, are based on the principle of attaching the wizard's mind to the utensils to make them work automatically. It's a pity that muggles can't learn these. Penelope thought of her mother complaining about this many times when her father was still alive. It's unbelievable that muggles need to do something that can be solved by waving a wand. Okay. Ivan turned on the TV and sat on the sofa with his senior sister. Let's continue the previous topic. I think that you will go to the Ministry of Magic to work, which is probably due to my request. Penelope reacted quickly and said, You mean send me to the Ministry of Magic undercover? Very likely. Ivan said, Senior sister, have you heard of the Department of Mysteries? What department? The Department of Mysteries is also a secret department in the Ministry of Magic, and there is almost no channel for external contact. The Department of Mysteries, a special department of the Ministry of Magic. Ivan said, People who work there are called silent people, who will sign a contract magic and cannot reveal the research content and results of the Department of Mysteries to outsiders. Is there such a place? Penelope became interested, but unfortunately Ivan did not intend to let her sneak in. It was too dangerous. The power of the contract cannot be underestimated. Ivan said bluntly, It's too dangerous to lurk in. Even if you want to go, I must lead the team myself. His attitude was very serious. Penelope nodded obediently, indicating that she understood. So I entered the Ministry of Magic to obtain information about the Department of Mysteries. The senior sister found the task she needed to perform, sneak into the Ministry of Magic, and find a way to the Department of Mysteries. At the same time, she also needed to collect as much information as possible about that department. I understand. Penelope accepted the task. The senior sister had her own persistence in her work. Since she decided to work for Ivan, she would not regret it. Although going to the Ministry of Magic as an undercover agent is a bit obedient, this kind of thing is very common in the wizarding world. Who of those pure-blood families hasn't planted their own spies in the Ministry of Magic? They can have it. Why can't Ivan? Penelope, I am the spy planted by my junior in the Ministry of Magic. Let's eat first. Ivan saw that lunch was ready, so he controlled the plate and let it float to the dining table by itself. Okay. Penelope stood up gracefully and enjoyed a very rich lunch with Ivan, which made her very satisfied. After lunch, Ivan told Penelope what he was going to do next. I plan to cast the Fidelius charm, turn this manor into a secret, and hide it in my soul. Did you learn it so quickly? Penelope, I remember that, Ivan. You just got this magic from Principal Dumbledore before the Christmas holiday? 3 days, just 3 days. Ivan learned the Fidelius charm, an ancient magic that almost 99% of people cannot master. Well, Penelope has become numb. Ivan is a wall hanger. It's really stupid to think with common sense. I think it's almost done. Ivan admitted that the Fidelius charm is indeed difficult. However, no matter how difficult the magic is, it will be tested sooner or later. Now, the opportunity has come. Don't worry. It's not a big problem even if you fail. Ivan's soul is extremely powerful. Other wizards will suffer a certain backlash if they fail to cast a spell, but Ivan will not. The soul attribute of 5 points is too high. Take the magic of the Fidelius charm as an example. To hide a secret in the soul of a living person is to be a secret keeper. Theoretically, a secret keeper can only keep one secret. No matter how profound the magic attainments are, the Fidelius charm cannot hide 2 secrets in the soul of the same person. Ivan asked Dumbledore how many secrets he could keep. The old headmaster did not intend to hide this. He told Ivan that he had been a secret keeper for many friends. Even now, there are still 5 secrets in the soul. Yes, embryo. The soul of an ordinary wizard can only keep 1 secret. But Dumbledore, he can keep 5. Ivan estimated that Dumbledore's soul attribute is very high. Maybe there is still a gap from 5 points, but it is definitely infinitely close to 4 points. The reason for this conclusion is that Ivan estimated the number of secrets he can keep through the Fidelius charm. I can keep more than 10 secrets. The amazing number is not exaggerated compared to the old headmaster's 5 secrets. Soul attribute, 4 points to 5 points, is a qualitative change. Based on this calculation, 4 points of magic can keep more than 5 secrets, and 5 points can keep more than 10 secrets. Old Dang's 5, I don't know if it is his limit. However, according to the existing information, Soul 4, Magic 5, this is the current attribute of the old principle that Ivan has obtained. Do you need me to go out? No. Ivan shook his head and explained, the Fidelius charm is not such a rigid spell. Otherwise, if you cast a spell on a house, do you have to drive out the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the house? Is the Fidelius charm such an inconvenient thing? Everything in the manor will be regarded as part of the secret by the Fidelius charm. But this secret must be in the area considered by the Fidelius charm. Ivan said, in short, you are staying in the manor now, and I will hide the manor in the Soul Minister. After completing the magic, you will not lose your memory of the manor. However, once Penelope leaves the manor, she will immediately lose all information about the manor. Unless you have learned about the existence of this place from me before leaving the manor. Ivan, otherwise, you who leave the manor will not be considered as an insider. What a magical magic! Penelope didn't know how to describe the special magic of the Fidelius spell. Is this the realm of the soul? I really don't know when I can understand such profound magic like you. Ivan, I will. Ivan gave the senior an encouraging look and then shouted to one side, Yumi, my magic wand. The Fidelius spell requires extremely strong magic power as support. Without the Wutong wand, Ivan will definitely fail to cast the spell. Meow. On the other side, Yumi was seen returning with the Wutong wand. The little guy was very resentful at this time, because just now she first sent Penelope's magic wand into the secret realm of the closet, and then took Ivan's Wutong magic wand from the room over there. The back and forth made the cat tired. Okay, I know you're working hard. Ivan took out a handful of dried fish and handed it to Yumi. Come on, 610, eat it. Meow. The little guy then lowered his head in satisfaction and happily ate the tribute from his master. So cute. Penelope stepped forward, picked up Yumi and put her in her arms, and picked up the dried fish with her other hand to feed her. The girl sat on the steps in front of the villa, watching the little brother holding the magic wand and starting to chant. As she watched, Penelope frowned slightly, and she found a problem. That is, Ivan seems to be holding the magic wand and casting a spell now. Thinking of this, Penelope immediately reacted. This is also possible? She noticed it. The operating principle of the trace thread is that when the little wizard casts a spell near the magic wand, it will be detected by the Ministry of Magic. The magic wand here not only refers to the little wizard's magic wand, but also other people's magic wands. So in order to break the bondage of the trace, the young wizard needs to use wandless spells while ensuring that there is no wand in a certain area around. Now, Ivan casts a spell, still holding his own wand to cast the Fidelius spell. The spell of the Fidelius spell is very complicated and cannot be completed in 1 or 2 minutes. However, as Ivan continued to recite, invisible power began to cover the entire manor. At the same time, the trace that was supposed to be activated also began to lose its effectiveness after sending out the signal. The location cannot be determined. A logical judgment appeared in Penelope's mind. The trace detected Ivan casting a spell and fed back the information here to the Ministry of Magic. However, there's a problem here. That is, the Ministry of Magic cannot obtain any information about the manor. Because of the Fidelius charm, everything related to the manor will become a secret, hidden in Ivan's soul. In a disguised way, this is to directly erase a certain concept from the real world, even if Ivan is continuously casting the spell. But as long as Ivan can complete this magic, the Ministry of Magic will still lose the target and fail to track. Of course, even if Ivan fails to cast the spell, it is terrible. At worst, he can tell the Ministry of Magic that he is experimenting with magic. With Dumbledore behind him and being a first-time offender, Ivan, who is familiar with the Ministry of Magic's law enforcement rules, will receive the most serious punishment, which is just a warning letter. One magic, testing the reactions of both sides at the same time. Feeling the magic that was almost successful, Ivan said to himself, test the working method of the trace thread, and also use the trace thread to see if the Fidelius charm is really that invincible. From what I can see now, it's just as I thought. Ivan, the secrecy mechanism of the Fidelius spell still needs to be under the supervision of the hospital.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.